And we are back for another weekend here at the Elite Classic 4. Welcome back, everyone. And what a stacked lineup of matches we have. Joining me today is the one and only Soccerton. How are you doing?
Doing good, doing good. It's early out here on the West Coast. Excited. We had some fun World Cup all being played out here, so kind of interesting. But more exciting than that, we have, like you mentioned, an incredible lineup of games coming up. Starting off with a banger, B versus Numadon. But just a preview real quick coming in. We've also got Beastie versus Lucifron after this series. After that, Marine Lord versus Vortex. And then finally, we're going to be capping this one out with Beastie versus Puppy Paw. So we got a great series, couple series coming up today. This is like quarterfinals level of like excitement here early in the tournament. So it should be a lot of fun. But starting off, B versus Numadon, jumping right into Lippany with House Lancaster and French. We dive right on into the action.
Indeed, Lippany is the first map here between 3D Clans B. And the color green as the House of Lancaster spawning in the south side of Lippany here. Facing Boulder Esports is Numadon. And the color red as the French. And historically, even back during Lancaster's peak, shortly after their release, this matchup was one of the very, very few where they kind of struggled. Even back when the Manners were just notorious, and Lancaster was able to sit back in their base, just booming with 3, maybe 6 Manners, they really struggled up against the French because what they were never able to do easily is secure that secondary gold against hyper-aggressive civilizations. So, and you know, their playstyle was only developed to be more and more aggressive up until recently, when 2TC Lancaster is starting to be on the rise.
Yeah, I mean, kind of back before the change to the Manners, even Knights about Arrow. A little pods here doesn't make a huge difference. French just very good at being aggressive. An early line set up on the stone right here from B, easily scouted out by Numadon. He sees that right off the rip. Probably a point of contention to start out. And the gold in the back might actually matter here for B. A little easier to secure. He's going to be careful to keep his eye on the back, though. Numadon will surely be looking to pressure that.
Yeah, what I find just interesting here is the lack of a spear opener from B, right? And if you do go for 2TC here as House of Lancaster, that would make sense to not do it because, yeah, you get the French off of gold, but ultimately you delay your timing by quite a bit, and there might still be a bunch of horsemen at where you want to place a TC or even a quick turnaround time into archers for the French. But I guess B deems it not enough of a delay, and on top of it, of course, going to archers is so easy for the French in response to that spear rush, or as we've been seeing nowadays, and as Numadon already done, just a few short walls can prevent any kind of danger.
Yeah, and it's all about the tempo and timing here too. We've seen this from House Lancaster a lot since the patch, going for that 2TC build. I'm curious to see how Numadon, how much he's going to be able to slow that down, because it's very well known, very well documented at this point. Lancaster, very defensive, able to do a lot because the IB Kings gives him a unit to kind of get on the field, poke and prod a little bit, be annoying. That could buy him time to let the town center pay off. Again, we're looking at like 5, 6, 7 minutes to get that investment in the town center to pay back off. And that's clearly what he's going to go for here with 3 on the stone, lots in the wood very early. So expecting to use this knight both defensively and if he gets the opportunity, maybe even a little bit offensively. I'm curious, and the big question is like, is he going to go for any spears? Is he going to do this very naked? It's interesting that he's not going for any spears. It is, but Lancaster's, I mean, the quicker you get the town center, the more you just invest in it. It's risky, but he could maybe pay this off here. We see that Numadon already respecting the push that could come with the walls and the gold and his stuff set up here. We'll see how quick that knight gets over there and whether he wants to focus on the stone early or if he's going to just have to go back to the gold. I think the stone will be in hand by the time that first knight gets over there.
Right, it's tricky, isn't it? Because it all depends so much where you want to actually place the TC, and there's so many good spots here for B as well. There's the dip back there to the right, which, I mean, good luck getting the TC up there without losing some gold. That's what I'm going to say. And of course, we have the gold, which is a bit safer towards the back there. That would be a pretty cozy spot up against the wood line. That's where English would place it. It's not like Lancaster can defend any better than English against an open knight here. They have the same short bows, but less attack speed. And they won't have the king either, just the lord, who's even more protected to that first French knight. To keep in mind the mana stone as well, right? We need only 300 for the TC, but Are we going to overmine the stone here? Specifically, another extra 100 for a mana. That's a lot of stone. And again, that delays the TC because you have to go off of wood earlier because of that and compensate on stone. So a lot of decisions to be made here by B.
Nimodon.
Looks like he will go over it.
Opening by French. Yeah, heavy on the gold. We expect lots of knights. First one's already in the queue. B now finally up in age as of right about now.
There we go.
So now the game begins. Now things get interesting. I'm curious where Nimodon wants to put the most pressure. And I do think that TC is going right about where we're looking right here. I think just kind of tucked in between the gold and the wood would be the safest option. And that's pretty defendable, honestly. He's going to need to get something there. And yeah, right there, right where we were both kind of thinking. There's no denying this. Question is, what's the follow-up?
That is the question, right? Because, yeah, like you said, this is not getting denied or harassed realistically. So B's going to get it up just fine. But that secures his gold. But that's not so much your concern up against French here. Unless B just plans a direct zoom for the fast castle. Which we have seen sort of English Lancaster do before, even under heavy pressure. That white tower placed to the left side of that TC could be a very juicy spot. Securing the gold as well as the wood line. That's really your main concerns at this stage. You can even pull the sheep under there if you like, and the mana will boost all of it. I guess we're getting pretty tight on space when it comes to the mana as well. But that's what I'm wondering about here. Yeoman Spear Defense could be a classic too. Drawing inspiration from English.
We've been seeing those manners get placed sometimes between the TCs quite often. I could see that happening there. And then that T, I think the white tower right where you mentioned would be perfect. Some really good body blocking too with that scout right in the little choke point between the wood line and the newly minted TC. That was some good little bit of defense there from B. Just nice and precise. Not anything Nimodon can do about this. He's got 3 knights in the field now. 2 in play here. Seeing the scout. Not going to really build too much about that. Scout might go down. And then we're seeing something very French here going out on the deer. And why not? Your opponent's basically given you the map control for the time being. Really, I'm surprised he hasn't sent more out a little earlier even.
Yeah, it looks like B did a good job of spreading out the deer, right? That might have made Nimodon a bit thoughtful as to how exactly, whether to even go on that deer back in the first place, or maybe go greedier directly to the boar at the front. But forces him to drop a few extra mills instead here, which doesn't mind too much. It's only half price for him, of course, 25 instead of the 50. But ultimately, you know, it all adds up at this level, as the barracks is not coming up for B. He's going to need at least the barracks, that's guaranteed. But how much do you invest here as B? I mean, you are 2TC, you're on the defensive. You have to be very careful about what French decides to do here in the form of Nimodon. I mean, with the range coming up, aggression is definitely on the cards. If it was something like a second stable, then even like a French semi-fast castle would have become more of a possibility, but Nimodon wants to press on the gas. So as B, what do you do here? Do you go Hobbler? Do you go Yeoman? Do you just try to have a few spears and get to castle ASAP, which does actually seem to be the case, Octon. Look at that gold and the food piling up.
Very heavy on gold. And why not? Because the white tower right where those knights are would be really good. One thing I like that B did is these knights try to dive in here. They'll get onto the Lord. Should take him out. Spear's not going to do too much just yet. Oh, they put him in the TC. Smart play from B. One thing that I like what he did here is he lost that scout on the far side of the map. That bought him some very precious seconds as the knights went all the way back to the base, had to come all the way back to the south. That gave time for B to get those spears up and ready to go. Able to hold off the initial onslaught of these knights and really didn't take any damage for it. One low leveled, low HP House of Lord of Lancaster, but one pretty low knight out of the mix of it as well. So overall, good trade from B. And if he's going for this fast castle, he's got the resources, drops it down. Where is that going? Is that going on the opposite side we were saying it?
Exactly where we were saying.
Right in front of it, right where we were saying. Maybe a little conservative. I would have moved it out just a little bit, but maybe try and get that gold on the front a little more, but still right about the same spot. That is going to be a spot you cannot send knights into.
He's playing it like as safe as he can, considering his strategy, right? I mean, yeah, it would be great to get it just a few inches more to the left there, get that gold underneath the range as well. But ultimately, how many knights are there really? How many archers are there really? The scout is not there, so you have to be extremely careful in this position. The TC was the first greed play. The fast castle was the second greed play here from B, back to back against one of the most aggressive civilizations in the game. How much more is he going to get away with this game? I guess he decides that the safe position is a good place to call it for now.
He definitely could have gotten away with it, but he also can't see into the fog of war right now. Like you said, lost that scout. That vision does matter, and that very well is probably influencing his choices. When you don't see beyond the edge of your buildings, you're not going to want to be, you're not incentivized to get even greedier. But B is playing a very clean game right now. His macro is completely on point. That said, Numidan matching the castle with the castle age of his own. Guildhall is coming up.
Guildhall is going to go up and start ticking and accruing that food nice and early. It's not something French minds too much, really. Like, French is not bothered whatsoever about a scaling game. They don't mind going up to an early castle, playing for the relics and hitting the Imperial Age as a result even earlier. Of course, the villager scaling is going to become a concern by the time the Guildhall gets to that stage. Already, we're 8 ahead here for B, considering, of course, French's faster production naturally with the villagers. Relics is going to be a very important detail here because I don't see B being able to grab too many, realistically. I mean, with the Knights, he has the 3 free Earl's Guard, but ultimately it's many spears, and out in the open, they're very vulnerable with the archers present already.
That said, B is sallying forth, trying to cut off those archers. Knights back up in time, spears. Quite a good number of those, along with the Earl's Guards. With one knight to boot, this is actually a really nice comp from B. I actually like this a lot. In fact, it's on top of the archers. That knight right there is kind of the difference maker here. Just able to chop through the back line of Numidan. He's got to send those knights in to commit a little bit to keep them alive.
And the knight gets away. Did you see that? B just dragged away the knight at the last moment there. One little volley from the archers was unable to finish it off. 1 HP on this guy. And this is massive, honestly. Like this early stage of the castle age, this is the comp B. This is a comp specifically designed to be able to maximize the amount of relics he obtains. Keep these engagements very uncomfortable for Numidan, who, of course, has his knight veterancy to worry about, his archer veterancy, needing to drop a monastery behind this, maybe stone gathering, which is underway, that further strains his economy and lessens the amount of units he can output, giving B the space to do exactly this. Take control of the center map whilst scaling behind this. And losing those archers there for Numidan, I want to say, was an actual critical error in this. It was really, really hurts his tempo. And B, I think, is very comfortable in this position.
Yeah, the difference one knight makes. The fact that he kept that one alive. I mean, 1 HP. I mean, that was like kind of a coin flip if you get it out in time, but expertly done that he got it out. That's going to get healed up and come back in the battle at full strength in a couple minutes, which is just, again, you're just up another knight. You're up all that more resources. Now, Numidan trying to find an angle. He knows he's on a timer. He knows he can't win in the open field, so maybe he can pick off some resources. Maybe he can get a dive going on here. But House Lancaster, much like just English, tough nut to crack. I mean, where do you poke and prod? Everything is centralized for B.
Exactly. And White Tower position as well. I mean, it's exactly what a Lancaster and English dreams of. Tightly securing the wood line as well as the gold. What more could you ask for? And with the surge of confidence, B feels confident enough to actually move directly to Numidan's side of the base and begin raiding himself. Taking out the monk, carrying the relic. That's a lot of gold down the drain here for Numidan. Villagers getting idled now. Like, one is going to go down to that knight.
I say, what
bleeding begins already.
Maybe I could have some vills of my own, says B, and gets one for the effort. And you know, even though he only got one, I mean, one is pretty massive given he's already got 2 TC and he's lost none of his own. But now making Numidan even more uncomfortable in base. This game is going just incredibly well for B. I mean, this is exactly how he drew it up on the drawing board. Back at the beginning when he was thinking about this matchup going into this is exactly how he probably wanted it to go.
And B is the Lancaster player, isn't he? He is sort of the first one nowadays that we've seen really popularize this play with Lancaster. And you can see why. The execution here is just flawless. He knows exactly what to do every step of the way. He's definitely played this matchup before and is clearly very comfortable in how it goes. This seems planned all so far. Crossbowman switch now on the way for B. Plenty of spears being added as well. This makes perfect sense, right? You need those knights and spears early on in the castle age. You need a comp that can skirmish in messy fights around the map. That has been achieved. He has a few relics under his belt already. There's still that one left there on the west side of the map, which they were fighting over initially, but hasn't yet been picked up. Scout gets picked off there. Trades a knight for it, B does.
It quickly brings in the reinforcements. Man, B just in a very strong spot. Now, Numadon does have one ace up his sleeve. He does have that guild hall just trickling up, getting those dividends little bit by little bit as we see the first looks of a farm transition happening here for B. So Numadon should be able to get to an Imperial Age if he wants. The tricky thing is that timing going to be coming in at a point where he can swing the game in his favor? A Red Palace somewhere would be great, but is he going to be able to get it up? Is he going to be able to do that easily enough? And I don't think the guild hall is quite there yet anyways. It should be getting towards it, but probably still another couple minutes out. Meanwhile, the fights for the relics continue.
Yeah, Numadon gonna have to wait a while longer for the Red Palace for sure. And the tricky part of it is, just like you said, where is he going to place it? Because a good Red Palace is one that secures you plenty of resources. You need to be in a position where you're able to actually place it somewhere with value on the map. Most notably those big golds, the center site with the big gold, that's a great spot, or the one on the right with the sacred site. These are the spots you want to be actively looking for and securing, or potentially distracting your opponent from looking at with raids. But Numadon is in a difficult position when it comes to that, right? There is very little map control to his name here. The knights have reached out now and are looking around the center of the map, finds the monk here. He's going to be able to snipe him down. But what are you going to hit on B's side? If you commit a lot of knights over there, that opens you up to a counterattack. We know B has his own knights. Numadon knows B has his own knights. You might not know exactly the extent how many. That's always going to be a concern. Enough so to even incentivize him to go double tower there on the front gold. So very scary for Numadon when it comes to that Red Palace placement. He can't just leave it in his base, because then his lack of map control continues.
Yeah, and his problems are just compounding over time though, because meanwhile B getting an ever larger villager lead with that 2TC. The hope kind of going into castle would be, hey, he went 2TC, he's going for a quick castle, maybe he doesn't have as much military. I should be able to grab the relics and at least bridge that gap for a little while so that it doesn't get out of hand. Well, frankly, he didn't really do that. I mean, the relic count, I think, is in favor of B right now. So things are getting very out of hand then for Numadon, because your opponent's scaling. He's now at full strength with that scaling. We're seeing that reflected in the military numbers, where he's doubled the military size of Numadon. So things just don't look great. And now you're going, okay, I've got Imperial Age eventually. Is that going to be enough? Even if you get the Red Palace on maybe the center of the map, like where we're looking at right now, with this huge green army just trying to swallow up these knights. Even if you get the palace where they were standing a second ago, how are you going to then convert that to a win long term? Because again, the economy of B is completely set up. And yes, you've got to keep with all of your production around it, so you're getting that discount. But man, look at the mass of B.
And even Garbalitrier being mixed in here by Numadon, just a misread, right? He was distracted too much by the knights. Now he's adding a unit, which sure is one of his premium units, but I mean, you'd still prefer archers against this composition from B, right? I mean, it's crossbows and spears, that's it. Four Lords of Lancaster, sure, I'm definitely gonna demand some crossbows to die quickly, but I mean, ultimately, there's very few armored units here for B, and that makes the Arbalitrier lose a lot of value. You can't afford to misplace any resources here as Numadon, but it might be a little too late. I mean, like you said, even if suddenly he gets a Red Palace for free on that eastern site, let's say, what do you do exactly to follow up with? You're going to need your own second TC. You need to aggressively farm transition behind this. B is already almost triple the food income. Now Numadon is climbing slightly, but it's a very tricky spot.
Yeah, he'll be able to click up. We just saw the guild hall. He basically has the resources to go into Imperial Age. The problem is he doesn't have enough resources and gold in the bank to really get any upgrades with it. So again, puts him in a tricky spot. And then the food situation that you mentioned, yeah, he's got a little bit of, deer in the back, and that's about it. But B's fully farm transitioned. Numadon hasn't quite gotten to that point yet. And now your forward gold's getting pressed on. Like, this is just not a comfortable spot for Numadon, and he knows it.
There's not at all. And with his forward towers here on the goal getting pressed, I mean, this is the spot where he wants to fight. It is double Springald emplacement here, so the kiting is going to begin. But, of course, the food situation is the problem. The rematch potential here is way, way higher for B. And he knows this. He can afford to take a slightly unfavorable fight on Numudan's terms here just to bleed him out. Just to make sure that that food is not used for Red Palace, but for sheer survival. And survival is what's going to be the name of the game here for Numudan, because his front line can't hold the line. It's just knights, and there's so many spears. Even the Hobbler are now seeping through. Very sneaky transition behind this from B, and they're gonna just munch away at that back line as it kites to the point where Numudan, even his wood line beneath his keep is now unsafe, and the situation went from bad to worse.
And the wise words of a person once said, Honey Badger don't care. Springald Towers, fortified, doesn't matter. The mass, the sheer numbers that B has, he can afford to throw units in the meat grinder indefinitely. So this game is just over.
Absolute masterclass by B in this opening game on Lancaster. Picks up a very comfortable looking win here. Just, it felt like everything went exactly according to plan.
Yeah, I don't think B could have drawn it up any better than that. I mean, that was exactly the kind of game you go in hoping for. You go, okay, 2TC, conservative, quick castle, a little risky, but should pay off. I can just not lose anything from the pressure. I'm a defensive civ. If I just turtle up a little bit, should springboard when I'm in castle. And sure enough, man, I think it really came down to that first engagement with the knight. Just one knight making the difference there, able to pick off those archers. I mean, that was huge for this win, because that denied the relics, which would have bridged the gap for Numudan with the disparity in build numbers. But from there, once you lose that, the snowballing just did not stop.
You're completely right. I'm not sure if we're able to get a little replay of that first engagement around the relic. Here it is.
Right
but
here.
Just moments before this, we saw that knight from B being used to drag most of the forces here from Numudan forward as his infantry came out of the stealth forest. It didn't, catch Numudan too off guard, but just the angle of engagement, they allowed him to pick up those extra archers. And as we mentioned, it matters so much at this point. There's 2-3 extra archers picked off because of that maneuver, completely removed Numudan's presence from that point of the map and allowed B to get the relic advantage whilst being stuck against a map with so much, a civilization with so much map presence and such strong units to keep doing so. Whilst he's spending so much food on 2TC, it's very impressive breaking out of that position just through that move alone.
Yeah, that was, I mean, I don't think we can understate how dominant of a game that was by B. And, it was a tough spot for Numudan too, right? Like, you want to get aggressive. Your opponent's got a pretty favorable spawn for that. I think part of it too, that scout running his initial wave of knights all the way back home and coming all the way back, giving just enough of a minute for B to get some spears ready to go, to get that TC in place. Little details like that can really, really matter, especially early in the game. And B just had every small break go his way on top of a really solid game plan and excellent execution. We go to game 2 with B now 1-0. So moving on to Gorge, Chinese versus Sengoku Daimyo. How do you feel, Myriad, with Sengoku after the changes? Because before the patch, Sengoku was probably S tier, A+ tier. I mean, it was just really, 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 really good. Post patch, with some of those things toned down, how do you feel about it now?
It's not great. It's not great. It's a testament to how Sengoku was in the past, where after nerf, after nerf, after nerf, now they find they're like middle of the pack, right? They're not terrible, but they're a shadow of their former selves, but they're still very playable. I mean, we see them being picked here in the second game by Numudan, right? They're still good. They are more sort of in line with Japanese to the extent where Sengoku is like the slightly more aggressive variant of Japanese now, I would say. Like, not so much that they're better at aggression, although I do think they are slightly. I mean, the Yari are so good in Feudal, right? But also just out of necessity, because when the Yatai are out on the map, you can't just go like naked fast castle like Japanese does with your Kura storehouse farms, right? Like, you can't. You have to defend the Yatai, or without the Yatai, you're not even a civilization at all, I would say. So it makes it tricky from a draw perspective because this is something you have to be aware of. But then it's not like they're that impressive of a feudal civilization either, right? Like they will get butchered by French, they will lose to JD, they will lose to Golden Horde, they will lose to Macedonia, they will lose to all the top tier civs. So it leads to this situation where China is sort of an interesting matchup where China doesn't want to spend too much time in feudal, although they don't mind if they have to. But the army is nothing special. It's all about the numbers, right? So out of the top civs specifically, against China, Sengoku can do better than others, I would say.
It's definitely an intriguing matchup here, especially on Gorge. I'm curious to see how Sengoku stocks up, especially post those changes. Like you said, it seems like you're a little down on them more than maybe some other players might be, but they definitely are not as scary as they were before. That said, we dive in. We'll see how they fare. We'll see if this goes into a castle matchup against the two or if they stay for longer feudal. Right off the rip, we've got B as the green in Chinese in the northeast. But down here in the southwest, we're looking at Nubadan playing Sengoku Daimyo in the red.
Gorgeous the map here. B with a nice early lead in the series. 1 up. Relies on the Chinese in the second game, and a great civ to rely on to put you on match point. For so long, China has been a dominant force in the pro scene, and for good reason. Even after some shaves, the taxes are still incredible. The passive gold, the supervision and the flexibility of it, additional economy, faster production on the military, faster technologies. They can respond to any situation and very quickly at that. Sengoku,
Very
though.
flexible civ.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. Even today, I mean, you can still play them on water maps as well, right? It's just that they're so good on land that you'd rather keep sort of more catered civs for water.
That's a really good way of putting it, actually. Could not have said it better myself. And Sengoku, I mean, we're kind of down on Sengoku, but I don't want anyone at home to think that is not a viable civ. Like, it went from being arguably the best civ in the game, or one of, to now it's just kind of one of the guys, you know? It's just there. It hangs out. It's fine. Maybe not as scary as it once was, but still definitely playable, definitely winnable. I'm curious, though, to see how Nubadan wants to tackle these Chinese. I'm half expecting B to, I mean, we expect a pro scouts play out of B, or is that too, what do you think?
Yeah, I think that's necessary, honestly, from
Right?
B.
Like on Gorge, especially with all the outside,
Oh,
you
yeah.
don't want to be throwing, and then moreover, you can take the deer away from those food trucks, you know, get that as a resource they can't rely on.
Yeah, I think Pro Scout is it's pretty much a necessity by B for sure. There's no... I mean, we've seen a couple of sort of early songs on ball into skipping Pro Scouts and such with mixed results, but it's not the map for it, right? I mean,
Yeah.
if you
On
go
Gorge, it just feels
Barbican...
like you have to.
Yeah. I mean, we're even going to go Barbican if you go for it. On your first deer pack there in the south, it protects the deer pack and nothing else. Same with the deer pack on the far right. It's like a big gold for like 20 minutes down the line. Sure, that's good. I mean, you can go on the boar in the north and get the berries too, but that leaves the whole swath of the southern side of your base and map completely wide open and disconnects those villagers from the rest of your base, leaving them open later. It's just, you have to bring that deer in safely, and then you can later on go for that song on the boar and the berries. It could be a nice little spot later, but again, like that's one of the reasons Sengoku doesn't mind this matchup too much, right? Similarly up against Byzantines too. They're not too unhappy about facing Byzantines because all these civs, just like China, right, despite their having the fastest age up in the game by far, just over 3 minutes, B is already up, nothing's going to happen for 2 minutes from China, right? They're just going to build imperial officials, and maybe they might throw one horseman at you, but it's likely going to be pro scouts. I mean, we've seen some very aggressive openings from China against civs like Sengoku because they have one of the latest age ups in the game. So a couple of well-placed horsemen can be really annoying early on for Sengoku to deal with on the gold, on the Yatai. So that might be an option here for B, but there's still going to be a delay. You still want 2 or 3 officials.
This is interesting from Nubadan. We got the Ryokan coming out.
Yeah, the Ryokan, giving that passive healing over time to units that have been produced within the influence. There's a couple of stealth forests on the map, so there's definitely value to be found from Koka, but you have to make that value yourself with Koka still, right? You need to summon the shinobi and summon them at the right time, which is combined with everything else you have to do, it's an extra burden on your attention. Something else you have to make sure you do to improve your chances of winning the game, which, I mean, definitely has higher potential returns than the Ryokan, but it's harder to materialize those returns. Ryokan's for sure easier to play.
It's got a much higher ceiling, I think, of value, of what you could get out of it. But often, even at this level, sometimes you see, I don't think players, I mean, and this is me, this is top, from the very top to the very bottom of the skill spectrum in the world. I feel like players often don't maximize what they could get out of it because it's a bit of an APM sink, and you've got to also mentally keep checking back in on it if you can use the abilities again. And it can really swing battles, but here he just opts for the passive healing, which I do like. And with the changes to the Ryokan and with the changes to the Shinobi, I do think it's a valid here at this point. Having some passive healing can go quite a long way.
It really can, and it makes perfect sense to open up with the stables afterwards, right? The Yari Cavalry, one of the best horsemen in the game, in the feudal age especially. 2 additional damage up against other cavalry. So let's do additional stats.
This is my fear with the pro scouts from B, was if Nubadan decides to play a heavy cav-centric defense against the pro scouts, I feel like there's a real possibility that he could very much hinder, and maybe, I don't know if I would say the deny entirely, but he could definitely hinder the speed at which B gets these deer back in, because this horseman, pound for pound, should beat B's horseman.
Oh yeah, it's a reality, right? And B has to be aware of it. He's forced to go into spears sooner rather than later, especially as these Yari numbers climb. We did see the singular stable from Nubadan. I hope we have a second one added by now, because he's gonna need it to actually deal. Yeah, there we go. That's exactly what he needs in this kind of a matchup. And that will offset this horseman start here from B somewhat. I mean, there's value gained already, idle time on the gold, and the Yatai getting hit as well, pushed back to the berries for repairs. So there is some value there, but of course his pro scout is delayed as a result here for B. So there's always a price to pay. Only now are the first deer coming in. Spearmen are on the field already. Nubadan wants to keep up the aggression. He's going to need archers of his own.
First deer carcass is coming in for B. He does have a spear on the ground now. Still Dark Age. See the first of the returns from those food carts coming back in. Getting that first one's huge. Losing that, if you ever do, is just devastating. So having that first one in secures that 5% increase.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, horseman from B still doing loops around. This is really, I was kind of wondering if Nubadan will be able to push these back and take a good fight. He hasn't really had the numbers to do it just yet, which means behind this, B is just gathering the close by deer with ease.
Exactly. You're doing another amazing job of distracting Nubadan here. 4 Yari chasing those horsemen. Means the first deer pack is going to be home completely uncontested. Second one, though, way further out, and that's... The second one is the minimum that B needs here, really. He definitely wants to get that back immediately. It looks like he's trying to go castle as fast as possible behind this. There's a lot of food piling up. Even spearman production has ceased for now. The Yumi are starting to hit the field, but is there really a timing here to shut down that deer? There might be, because of B's slowdown in unit production. I think Nubadan has to scout this carefully, though.
I think it was really wise of B to put that tower on the gold up front. That was actually in a really good spot between that little wood line, between the gold. Adding a second one to boot. He knows that his game plan relies on that gold vein being accessible and be able to get the gold. He's got the food, but he is got to get another 500 gold to be able to age up, and he really is going to need more than that to get the upgrades. So very wise, fortifying that now. That also has the byproduct of making that deer on the mill even more secure on top of that. So B, again, playing very well, playing expertly. He's getting upgrades and emplacements for the towers as well. So that spot should be very hard to press. And now Nubadan's going to see that and know what's up. He knows castle is imminent. It's just a matter of time, and there's nothing he can really do about it at this point. But maybe try and scare off scouts on the other deer.
You can see a slight effect of the tax nerfs here firsthand, right? Suddenly you're having to compensate 20 on gold to age up his China, when beforehand you put even 1 extra on gold, and before you know it, you're ready to go imp in feudal age. So much needed.
Like,
much
you shouldn't
needed.
just be able to click up for free.
No,
I feel like when you go
shouldn't.
pro scouts, you shouldn't just get a free pass to castle. I mean, you don't get a get out of jail free card with pro scouts. So I like that. I like that he had to, invest a little bit to get there. And it's still, frankly, for B, it still looks kind of easy. He just had to put 2 towers up, invest a little bit, bada bing, bada boom. He's on the gold. He's clicking up. Imperial Palace halfway up already with before 10 minutes even.
Yeah, exactly. Sengoku have suffered themselves, right? I mean, this is like half the Sengoku units we'd see in their form beforehand. Such was their power. And B would, of course, be dead for sure to a dive in that position. But that is in the past. One little spearman goes down now to the Yumi, chasing here. Imperial Palace has finished. Knights immediately in queue for B. But there's enough Yari here to keep B in his base, right? Like, already Nimudan is transitioning to castle. It's a nice little turnaround time for him. And there's enough Yari, as I've said, to keep these first knights in their base. It's very risky for B to go raiding immediately in case he does get caught by these Yari. Surrounded, the knight will fall very quickly. So it is still dangerous for B.
Yeah, which means Numidan's going to easily be able to click up the castle here in just a second. I expect to see the sake brewery. Yep, there it is. And a beautiful spot, too, right on top of the bonus. Able to get that with 3 of the carts. Yeah, the Matsui right next to it, able to buff it up. That's really, really huge here. And in fact, that's in a really good spot. Covering the food, covering the gold, covering the wood, and now covering the sake brewery. Can't get much better than that. And he's gotten 3 shipments in, so I think plus 15%. At least I think it's still 15%, still 5% each, right? Or did that get nerfed too? Now my brain's not sure.
For the mats? Or?
It was 5%. I think it's still 5% each. Maybe I'm wrong.
To be honest, I have no idea.
I used to know. After the patch, I feel like everything got nerfed from Sengoku. So now I'm sick and going, it's still, regardless, it's going to be close to that number. And it's still going to be very good having 3 of those in. So Numidan's actually in an okay spot here. He's not behind right now. He's actually got a bit of an edge militarily. There are a couple Lancers out, but he's got the numbers right now. Getting the first of the relics in, though. B, not wasting any time the moment he can get out of his base.
Yeah, B really wants 3 of those relics, ideally. That's going to perfectly fit in the 3 pagodas that he undoubtedly wants to go for later with the Yuan dynasty. It's going to lead to just an absolutely obscene amount of passive income. So he's definitely foaming at the mouth thinking of it in the future. Meanwhile, though, just to make sure he gets there, and raids is a great start, as the knights idle out the berries in the north as well. This lonely Yatai gets spotted by 2 horsemen. The southern one's definitely going to go down as well, and the trader will go down too.
Ah, it's so unfortunate.
Although actually the Yatai might be saved here.
Yeah, some villagers able to get on the repairs for that a little bit, able to give it some health, able to get away.
This is the type of spot where, wouldn't you just love to have Shinobi right now in that stealth forest? See, this is the type of spot where you'd love to have
slow
him.
Slow him down, and then you could surround him and then have him. Yeah, but he has gotten some value out of the healing. I've seen some low-level Cav get some health back. Whether or not it's better than the Shinobi would have been, that opportunity cost is very real here.
And the masses are very healthy from, one single Yari splitting off there. Nice touch by Numudan. He's going to have 2 relics. B did get his 3, but of course, just getting 3 relics is not enough for China here. You have to be so incredibly careful as your day runs out. Because much like Japanese, much like Japanese, Sengoku was fine when it comes to food. They don't have a sudden huge drop like Chinese do. They will always have the Yatai present. And these trades, of course, favor Numudan.
You get the feel that Numidan's kind of waiting for this transition to happen, and now is when things get interesting. The gold is gone. The food is probably quickly drying up. Remember, B only got 2 of the packs. He only got his pack, and I think he missed. Did he even get that final pack down in the corner? He still hasn't quite got it all in yet. So yeah, a couple more deer still there. He's still trying to get some in. Meanwhile, the 2 packs on Numidan's side have been Numidan's.
But we also missed disaster behind this Sokoton. Look at the worker kills. I think it was probably on that deer pack there. So many have fallen here for Numudan, who's now more than 10 villages behind. If we also count the Imperial officials, that is, of course. But very painful loss there for Numudan. That's going to sting. And it already shows in the food income B overtaking.
This is exactly what China has to do, because he's facing right now, B is facing a major transition in his economy. Has to move out, has to go find either new gold sources. He doesn't have anyone on gold right now, so he's just kind of forfeited that for the time being. He needs to start thinking about food long term. So what better time than when you've got to worry about that make your opponent worry about something in turn as well. And in this case, having knights and lancers all over your base.
And you would think, right, the Sengoku Knights are better than normal Knights, and that they are, but when they are almost getting tripled in count here, that's a different story. So B is just looking to brute force the Knight action.
And he's doing a good job of it too. He's really making Numidan play on the defensive. I think losing 7 Vils in a blink will do that to you. The Yumi Ashigaru coming in to help. They're not going to be able to do much against these Lancers. In fact, they're kind of an obsolete unit in this fight right now. There's nothing that they counter.
Exactly. And even a keep now. In the north side by B, and what a spot to secure. We have gold, we have berries, the stone. Even the boar that he can pull beneath that keep is going to be secured if he so chooses. He even has the horseman there. I think that's the sole purpose of that horseman, just to pull the boar.
Massive placement, actually. That's a massive place to secure because
it is huge.
Yeah, and the food was a problem. He is the pro scouts is basically done. Like unless he goes and grabs the one on Numidan's side, which is kind of a far fetch at this point. Like the payoff for that's not as good. You're just be looking to slowly go into a farm transition after the boar. So getting that boar, getting those berries, sitting on that gold and the stone in reserve. B's in a good spot once again. He's doing it. I'm noticing that as B plays, he doesn't get caught behind. He's always planned ahead. You know, so often you get caught up in what you're doing right now. You don't think about what's going to happen a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes from now. B's done a really good job of playing for the long game. And I don't mean that he wants this to go very, very long, so much as I mean he knows that he's going to have these things pop up and he's planned for them already.
Exactly. So much experience in the pro scene of not only AoE4, but other games as well. It really hones you to think of these things in the future, plan ahead. Big separation between the very best.
My dad was a U.S. Marine and always said that proper planning prevents piss poor performance.
Oh, yeah.
There you go, Dad. We're seeing that on display from B right here.
Wise words. The Knight's got to cost plenty of idle time here. We're full, however. And Numidan's getting a lot of Mount Samurai now, right? Like, B is still producing Knights, but Numidan's being patient, being careful, just massing up as much as he can. And it's bearing fruit. The more of these Sengoku Knights come out, the harder it's going to get for B. He's making the crossbowman transition now, but we have no song yet, so no possibility for granaries, although the farms are being placed behind his base, it looks like, without granaries. That's a sacrilege.
That does feel really bad. Hey, you know, desperate times, desperate measures, you know, so maybe you just don't have the space back there. He's just got to get the farms up one way or another. Well, he's still in Tang Dynasty, so.
No. Yeah, no passive villager production bonus speed. Or granaries
nice
just yet.
Now. I feel like getting the Barbican up at this point would actually be of quite a benefit.
Sure would be.
Be just opting to get more knights though, more lancers. In fact, he's not really producing anything at the moment. He's adding in crossbows is his new addition to the comp.
Yeah, this is that China transition we discussed, right? It's where the food is getting very minimal. You're very concerned about keeping yourself safe, which is why we see the crossbows and spearmen transition behind this. And the knights are just going to sort of buy space, right? They're going to buy time. They're going to keep Numudan on edge and defending where he needs to. Because it is a lot of knights, so you can't just march across the map here as Numudan and try to brute force a fight on B's side. And B's done an amazing job of keeping these knights alive, right? He can sacrifice them for damage here and there, which he has a few, and that's great. But if he didn't have these knights, then, I mean, he'd be getting pushed hardcore right now by Numudan, so.
Which means also that he can't afford to lose these knights without getting some serious gains in return. So he's diving here in the corner. We'll see how far he dives in. Yeah, you see, he doesn't really want to take this fight. He knows if this doesn't go well, those mounted samurai are better on paper, and they're getting in big enough numbers that this is actually not a fight he wants to take. It's formidable enough that Numidan won't push into his base unawares. Now that he knows where it's at, he can just chase him all the way back home. B can't take the fight right now. He needs this force alive, because without it, like you said, he'd be taking one to the chin.
I think by now, we also have the additional movement speed on the cavalry here from Numidan. We can see them constantly catching up and sneaking in hits. Even the mounted samurai are slowly closing the distance. Such a great upgrade for the Sengoku. Very expensive nowadays, though. And a second
Crossbow's
TC
able to-
by B.
Oh, that's a spot for it too. I think that's actually critical. Because Nubadon, you don't want him just to kind of scale away. But having a way for you to slowly start scaling on top of this. You don't have Song Dynasty, so you're not really getting the super fast villager production. I think a second TC. I actually really like that choice, especially under the keep that's right there.
Yeah, absolutely. It'd be great space just behind them for the granaries. You have the keeper protection. You have the TC as a tax drop-off point. So it's such a good spot. He's just going to take the ball now. So still got plenty of food, really, B to work with here. Even the berries up there to the left. An additional stone gathering from B. He's definitely thinking of another keep. Maybe at the front of his base, even. Get those berries secured in the main entrance. For his production. The monastery is there as well. That would be a good spot for a keep for sure. And with these numbers reaching this point... Yeah. The tricky part is though, right, like, we have the dream composition here for Numidan, Yuumi, as well as Mounted Samurai. But B has crossbowmen, spearmen, and almost 30 knights as well. He's as a late-stage rounded tricom. So when it comes to an engagement, yeah,
it's gonna be bloody. Yeah,
focusing out the spears would be tough.
A little raid here from Nubadon. He sees it eventually, moves the villagers' way. Yeah, they are starting to posture like they are ready to duke it out on the middle of the field of battle. Both sides trying to get a better position, trying to get the one up on the other. Right now, they're kind of just circling. Looks like two masses of bees, like just swarming around each other.
Yeah, I mean, a fight here, like with these numbers, especially to lead on from earlier, it's just hard to gauge, right? Like how you can't really know who's going to win this fight. I mean, B's looking at it, he sees he has a huge mass, but he sees just an absolutely obscene number of Sengoku Knights. He doesn't know the Takeda level. It's up to level 3. It's as good as these knights can get now. But then we don't have any Oda clan, right? So these Yuumi aren't that impressive. And all of these are very important considerations for B, who finds a raid here on the gold. No villager damage whatsoever, but plenty of idle time. Costs him quite a few knights, though. He's actually playing this way more aggressively than I thought. He's just pushing in.
This feels really dangerous. Yuumi, if Yuumi can get some good hits on the crossbows, this could really swing things as they dive in. Spears are on the front line, however. Sengoku Knights wrapping around and getting to the back line. Even the crossbows are going to go down. Do they have enough momentum to go all the way through? Looks like they do. The Sengoku Knights push through and get the surround on top of the crossbows. This is absolutely a terrible fight for B. Very much miscalculated. Reinforcements trickling in, but man, damage has been dealt.
Indeed. A couple of villager kills by B here make it not as sour, but that fight was undoubtedly and decisively Numudan's favor. The destroyed value tells quite the tale here in Numudan's favor. It's actually so extreme, I wonder if something else might have happened. Maybe replacing Barbican or something there for B, but that is very one-sided indeed. But
that deflective armor there really came into play with the crossbows. Getting a free shot really makes a difference.
It's also like what exactly caused that decision from B to push in so recklessly, I want to say, almost just trying to brute force a fight against so many mounted samurai. And when you think of that, really the only answer that comes to mind is he must have been worried about Imperial Age from Numudan, right? I mean, if you drop the Sword Hunt statue and suddenly you have elite Sengoku Knights as well as Yuumi, I mean, you can build the defensive all you want as B, but that's a brutal position to play from. So he must have been worried about that. But you see, he doesn't throw away everything. He's still fine here on the defense. Yes, the keep up there in the north. Now keep in the south side. The front entrance to his base, though, is still exposed, so Numudan might look to force the issue.
And why not? You just want a really decisive fight there. Sending in, trying to get the follow-up there to secure that lead. A lot of spears here now, though, but also a lot of Yuumi Ashigaru behind this. They're picking off the crossbows right now. The mounted samurai don't seem to mind these spears too much. They're, even in the choke points, fighting pretty well. However, crossbows are just enough in mass. They're starting to pick off the mounted Sams. This could be problematic. The Yuumi Ashigaru aren't getting as many kills as they would have liked. That said, he's still kind of kiting back. He's losing most of his front line now, and once those spears go down, there's nothing protecting the crossbows anymore. But I don't think there's enough steam in those mounted Sams. He will have to pull back. Numidon retreats, but boy, a lot of damage on both sides dealt.
Yeah, another little bloodbath here. The entrance to B's base is just the food stalling just a little bit there for Numidon, keeping behind B and just under 1,000 during that fight. So he can't afford to remass at the rate that he really needs to break B in that position. Still though, keeping B on edge, B is definitely not comfortable in this spot. There's still no Song, there's still no Yuan. He still is missing some of his essentials to playing sort of a good long-term China game here for himself and secure himself for the late game. But Numidon is really limiting the breathing space.
It's interesting that he hasn't gone, like I said, not having the granaries in the back really feels bad. He's fully farm transitioned, but without granaries. It just, not ideal, but it is what it is at this point now. Numidon pushing it again. He does have quite a lead of these mounted samurai, 16 of them with 20 Yumi Ashigaru around him. The tricky thing is B has a comp that's designed to kill mounted samurai.
And it does, and especially on the defensive like this at choke points, this composition is stellar at doing their very job exactly. Numidon discovers the granaryless farms here behind Nubi's base. Not what you'd expect to see, yet here it is regardless. But the income is very stable now for B, even without the granaries. He's going to be able to just keep pumping these numbers, and these high value expensive units from Numidon, the mounted samurai. As you can see, they're just lagging behind the archers. They cannot engage this effectively. Numidon may have bit off a bit more than he can chew with that earlier push, and is really unable to remass. Look at the gold situation. He's way over gathering it, struggling.
Yeah, you mentioned his food situation. He did not have the income of food while those big fights were happening. B has been sitting pretty stable around 1,600 food. Numidon for most of that was at like 800-900. Only now is he breaking above 1,000. Didn't have the ability to replace what he had fast enough, and now you can see a bit of a missed macro. Sitting on the gold, the Sake Brewery giving him tons, but doesn't have enough food to secure anything else, and now B's just kind of ripping him to shreds bit by bit, and with these crossbows behind, they can really just kind of stand up and pick these Sams off little by little. The spears are just kind of cannon fodder at this point. As long as the crossbows are alive, B is a scary, scary force to reckon with.
And for some reason, Numidon just decides to turn and fight there on the spot, just mano a mano, and it does not work out, clearly. It's just way too many spears, way too many crossbows. The knights soaking up a bunch of the arrow fire from these Yumi as well. Once again, Numidon's mask gets shaved in half. And now B is the one who smells blood and starts pushing more aggressively. Of course, his units are so slow to reinforce, being infantry mainly. So he has to be careful, but still, outside of the base here for Numidon, he's able to severely outmass and keep winning these fights. Only 4 mounted samurai left. And Numidon's food is still very unimpressive at this stage of the game. He just can't get the transition going. The Matsuri is full. He needs a second Matsuri, which then needs plenty of Yatai trades to actually get a decent gather rate.
Meanwhile, B continuing to add granary-less farms. No granaries in sight whatsoever, but fully online economically regardless. Boy, he's even got the villager lead at this point with the 2 TCs. I feel like that's kind of paid off at this point now. With a sizable villager lead, that even makes his economy just that much better. Militarily up by 20 units, the value up by double of what Numidon has. Now losing those 2 relics, essentially, just sitting on the open. Not a good spot for Numidon here. Feels like B has a very commanding lead at this point.
That's what's so shocking to me, still, Sokoton. Like, he goes that second DC. He doesn't have Song. He doesn't have Yuan. He's going farms without granaries. He still does just such a brutish push towards Numidon's gold. Gets cleaned up. And then just comes back anyway. It's crazy to me. It's absolutely crazy.
I can see the Reddit post saying China OP already, which I feel like we've seen posts like that for years, on and off.
And they're true every time.
And the taxes got nerfed too, so China didn't get through the patch unscathed. I mean, they've been toned down a little bit too, but yeah. And part of this is we got to give credit to the guy behind the Civ too. B is playing a very clean game.
Just making it clear, of course.
Push, yeah.
That it's not a case of winning because of China. B is just a stellar player. But it's also just very impressive how we turned that around. Like I don't know. It breaks the game's rules in my opinion. It shouldn't be allowed to be this good, but whatever.
You should not be allowed to be this good. And yet he is here as we see Astronomical Clock Tower coming in. Yeah, this game, it's not over, but it already feels, it just feels really bad for Nubadan. You gotta start wondering, okay, what can he do to get back in this? Is there something to do to get back in this? He's now down, I think, 4 relics to 1. He lost one that got yoinked right away by B. Just insult to injury. Add some lemon juice to the wound. Meanwhile, you're able to push this away. You now have, looks like a second town center of your own. Is it enough? Like, what do you do from here? How do you start clawing your way back? I mean, thankfully, there is no granaries for B. So now that we have the second Matsuri next to a second town center, you can maybe start catching up. That requires a lot of time. A lot of time and a lot of ability not being pressed in while you do that. So, like, it's not, strictly speaking, over. Something could happen. B could make a critical flaw. But I'm sitting here scratching my head wondering what that would be. Maybe another fight like he had earlier. As he dives in here, this might be a little aggressive on B's part. Again, he's got a lot of crossbows behind it, though, so could be able to do an okay job trading. The front line looking a little thin here for B. Crossbows and start kiting real quick as the mounted samurai have their eyes set on them.
Yeah, I was gonna say it right as that fight began that when you said he needs another fight like that, and as soon as the fight engaged, I could tell this is gonna be one of those fights. There just simply isn't enough units there for B to stand and fight, and he realizes that as he loses another engagement, but it wasn't any crippling loss. Most of his backline got away behind it, and he's raiding, of course, alongside this as well. Up to 15 economic kills at this stage, and I mean, B's full economic pop. 131 villages. That's a great place to call it here for China. And the food is piling up. The gold is already there. Imp is definitely on the cards here for B. But I mean, the issue is, right, like, you've had these knights all game long, and yeah, B's put you under heavy pressure, and he has good defenses, but you have to find some damage, right? You need to sneak in some knights and just offset B's tempo here. Like, you can't just have uninterrupted taxes, uninterrupted food income here as China. It's just, there's no civ in the game that can cope with that, outside potentially, like, a Basset if they're also undisturbed, but other than that, China is king in the late game, and just allowing them to get there undisturbed is a very tough position to play from. And you can see that manifest here.
You, how many bad fights would it take for Nubadan to get back in this? Because 1 really isn't enough.
No.
2, I mean, here's another fight where he cleans up, but it doesn't feel like, again, he's not doing any lasting damage. B can just keep throwing stuff into the meat grinder. He is producing fast enough, whereas Nubadan is just kind of everything he can do, just kind of stay alive and not keep hemorrhaging villagers as he's starting to do here.
I mean, the fights, especially the recent ones, have actually been really good for Nubadan. It's as good as you can hope for. So he's bought himself some time here, and plenty. I mean, now B is actually struggling to remass, and again takes an unfavorable engagement here. He can't win this fight either. I guess he's really tunnel visioning on this position at the front. He'd love to secure the side, but I don't think that's an option any longer.
And if Nubadan could just get in the backline and do some real damage, you wonder if he could get in this game and get to a point where he can maybe steal the advantage away. He's moving out and sallying forth here. And meanwhile, once B gets that defender's advantage again, though, that free supply is going to be so much easier than it was when he was just kind of throwing him away sparingly at the corner of the map. Now he's got a pretty good sized mass. Maybe not quite enough to contest what Nubadan has just yet, but again, that defender's advantage starts kind of taking over.
That it does. And B's just done an excellent job in securing the map for himself too behind this. We see the walls towards the left now going up, stone walls for that matter, and ahead of the trade post and ahead of the site is exactly where you want them. Combined with the south side is double keep there even. A lot of infrastructure too. He's sort of encircling the map, coming from the flanks, and now pushing to the center to drop the Barbican. It's really good long-term play here by B. Just thinking of how these zones of control will develop throughout the course of the game, and as it gets later and later, these zones of control become more established. And he wants to make sure that his is larger than Nubadan's. These stone walls will certainly help with that.
me a little bit. Again, another fight that I don't think you can win right here. This looks like a really good engagement for Numudon. How many of these fights does it take to Numudon to get into this and get into a winning position? It's taken a while. This fight actually may not be as good as I thought initially. These Mounted Samurai, though, are just so tanky. They should be able to break through, and they do. A little bit more costly, but the Yumi Ashigato behind this really helping to pick out the back lines of B. And now on top of the villagers, if he could get some kills here, this could be actually a really nice little pickup for Numudon.
Yeah, I think B might have played around a little bit too much this game, right? A few too many bad engagements, a few too many just forced fights that were misread, and now it's reached a stage where Numudon has an endgame level army outside of your base, and B, you can't even get the numbers back together to remass, even trade. Like, the greed here is unprecedented, man. That's insane. And it's punished.
Right into the town center, just getting punished. Absolutely. Look at the worker kills now, 20 to 12. Now, granted, there's still a good 20 villager lead, but suddenly the second town center, Numudon, has made up lost ground. And I was asking, how many fights? I guess the answer is 4 or 5 of these really good fights gets you back in. And sure enough, no Imperial Age ever came in from B. I think that's another critical thing here. There was never an Imperial Age tech up. Had B sat back maybe and teched up, I think this would be a very different game. Instead, he kind of stayed on the offensive, kept throwing units into the meat grinder. His economy was good enough to be doing that, but unfortunately for him, Numudon has been catching up, and now Samurai, for the first time, forcing the villagers to flee to the hills in the back line of B.
Yeah, I'm shook, honestly. Like, I don't understand how we even ended up in this position. Well, I do understand, but I'm just very surprised. It's just too many bad engagements. Just too much greed here from B. Actually just underestimating Numudon's strength in this position as a Sengoku, which is not something you want to do even now. Sure, they're weaker than they were, but these are still Takeda level 3 mounted samurai here. A lot of extra health, a lot of extra attack speed, mounted deflective armor as well, just way better than Japanese knights in this position. The Yumi are also just better than what Japanese would have. So you're dealing with a better Japanese at this point in time, and I mean the game's over, Sokuden. B is not getting out of this.
For B. An incredible turnaround. Well, and you know, Numudon got that second town center up and got that second Matsuri up and filled it with farms. Look at his food income now.
Yep.
2,400 a minute. I mean, that was the difference. He just bought himself time. And I was kind of saying that first fight was like, this is a good fight. He needs time. He needs to do a lot more of these. And then suddenly you look up 3 or 4 more great engagements for Numudon later, and you're like, well, you got the time, and now you get the payoff. Kind of an incredible amount of tenacity to stick through it, keep defending, and then be able to turn the tide and win what looked like a losing fight. Now, reclaiming the advantage and claiming what is going to be game number 2 here, going to under Numudon now. It's going to tie up the series.
It's an extraordinary amount of patience shown here by Numudon, and it bore so much fruit for him, right? I mean, even after winning a bunch of those engagements, he did not overextend onto B's side and try to force too much, kind of like B had done this game at some points. He just kept massing, right? Just keep getting that mounted samurai count up and take these good fights. This is how you make sure that against what is a stronger economy like the Chinese, if you have a weaker economy but a better army compared to your matchup, like this game is a great example of that. You have to make sure that you take those fights very carefully and advantageously to offset that superior eco. Up to this extent, I mean, just look how ahead Numudon is in destroyed value, over 20,000 at this point. 2.5 almost. It's like more than that now. It's absolutely incredible how many resources he has ahead. And I think part of it might be just a little bugged, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe some replaced landmarks, but even if you take that out of the equation, it's at least 10,000, which, I mean, at that point, like, this makes complete sense.
Takeaways in this game: mounted samurai are better than Chinese lancers, pound for pound.
Oh yeah.
They just are. That deflective armor also, I think, went a long way in taking the hit and the brunt from the crossbows that B had. Able to take that initial volley and keep fighting, get through that front line, then get onto the back line. Yumi Ashigato, we've mentioned a couple times, aren't really anything to write home to grandma about, but the mounted samurais are, and they have been tanky enough to deal with that. They haven't been cleared off by the crossbows. Now at this point we see B kind of struggling forward, trying to keep things going. He's got villagers, he just doesn't have military. He's trying to scale up something in the back of this. But now the problem, here's the real problem, is
Oh yeah.
he has been lost for so much time. We've got the Sword Hunt statue coming up. Numadon will be in Imperial Age with a full contingency of military to go with it. So this game feels quite over. Now, we've already thought the game was going to be over once, and then Numadon able to take all these fights and get back into it. But this feels more like a death knell. I don't know how you come back from a whole age down and a military down. Now, 22 Lancers will help, but I think the damage has been done here.
Well, B is going to try. I mean, there's clearly there's clearly a stubbornness present here from B, which I do understand. I think he's frustrated with his position and is not willing to let it up easily. Understandably so. I mean, he was in such a great spot this game. The triple pagoda relic, set up farms, a great map split that favors him. This is not a position you want to give up easily, so I completely understand this. So he's going to try. Yeah. As you mentioned, the Lance numbers are climbing, but Imp is in now. The Sword Hunt statue, the elite upgrades are on the way. Mounted Samurai are almost up to that elite status, and I mean, there's nothing stopping them at that stage. You could have 20 spears and it's hopeless. If we could have 40 spears and it's still hopeless. Even 60, I would say. If you give B 60 spears right now, I'm not sure it's actually enough against so many elite mounted samurai. It's
well,
just.
If it was, look at the bank. I mean, Numadon's got 5,000 food. He's got 1,200 gold, and then to boot, I mean, they're so tanky. Like you said, I don't even think even if they could kill them, I don't know if they could. But moreover, I think B hasn't surrendered here yet because he's sitting on 100+ villagers. It's like your economy is still alive.
Yeah.
You still have a lot of infrastructure. You just don't have a military, and that's what he's been trying to reclaim. He's got these lancers coming out, but now again with the Imperial upgrades, that's kind of the knife in the heart.
There's always a possibility that your opponent slips up, right? And B's perfectly aware of that. Especially someone who is, especially someone who is theoretically weaker, right? Like seed-wise, B is very well known, very established, just more consistent than Numadon, who is obviously an incredible player, really, really talented, and just getting better and better every tournament, it feels like. But in these positions, the lack of experience can manifest and make you choke a little bit. That is what B is hoping for, but Numadon is, knowing him myself, he's very cool, calm, and collected. He's not going to slip in this position, and is going to make sure of it here. Once again, a little back off in the fight just to get another wrap around on the front line, which allows his samurai to break through virtually effortlessly here. And all the reinforcements from B are falling like flies out of these production buildings. The food income is slightly stabilizing, but without Imperial Age, without a big mass of hand cannoneers, this is not an army you're ever going to beat with B in the Castle Age.
Well, and to add insult to injury here, those samurai heal afterwards.
Yeah.
They've got the Ryokan. They are healing after this too, so they'll go off, heal up again, and they'll come back. They just took a fire shot from the Barbican, so it'll take a moment for it to activate, but they'll start getting that big health backwards again, and it's going to be fine. They're going to come back at full strength, close to it. And on top of that, we've got, I almost said Royal Bloodlines, but, oh, what is it? It's not for French. What is it?
Biology.
Biology. Thank you. Yeah. Basically the same thing, but
just another
special extra.
Another massive injection in the pedigree bloodline of these horsemen. It's going to make them even tankier than beforehand.
As if they couldn't be good enough, as if they weren't already massively tanky.
Wait, pedigree's just for dogs, right? I don't think that works. Am I wrong?
No, pedigree works.
Oh yeah, it does. Okay, there we go.
Works for humans too. We don't use it too often, but
Spirit Away though,
now,
somehow he finds it.
Yeah, I say he has gotten up to a Spirit Away, so he's gonna be in age 4. He's got 24 spears. Now you were saying 60 spears wouldn't be enough. I'm wondering what 24 Imperial spears will do.
Yeah,
it's 37 Imperial. I don't see it. Not with the biology upgrade coming in.
I recommend you cover your children's eyes when that engagement happens, because it's not going to be safe for work. That's for sure. But yeah, I mean, Spirit Away. I don't know why we don't go Grey Wall Gatehouse, to be honest. Not that it's gonna do too much, I guess. I mean, Spirit Way will give a bit of healing when you have those unique dynasty units, which there are currently none of on the field. Well, really, he just wants Imperial Age, I'm pretty sure. But the gold is a struggle now for B. The gold is, I think, officially out completely. And we did see him trading earlier, but trying to set up trade in this position would be very ambitious indeed. He actually took one of Nubudan's gold mines, I think, there with that keep in the north side. So he managed to get one extra gold compared to Nubudan, I'm pretty sure. Mind with the taxes, he should have still pretty steady income, as well as the relics. That's not gonna work. Wait. Okay, I thought that might have been a B wall attempt. Like, what are we doing?
Like, what? What are we looking at? That'd have been really funny. You know, at this point, the military numbers are even, but the army value is not. These mounted samurai are incredibly scary. A bombard to support them behind. Some Yumi Ashigaru for good measure. B is Imperial Age and has equal numbers, at least. And, you know, his economy has survived. Outside of the fact that he doesn't have a ton of gold coming in. Economy survived, but now we get a big engagement here. We'll see just how good these mounted samurai are.
No, this is...
Straight into the spears. It's just not going to matter.
It's not going to matter. They are... This is like a knife through butter, Sokoton, is what these mounted samurai do right now. Did even one of them die? Three died. 3 mounted samurai died to 50 spears. Seems good to me. Seems fine. Yeah, it's look, for everyone saying balanced and stuff, this is balanced, right? These are late stage Imperial Age elite Sengoku Knights with biology. We have no elite infantry tactics on the other side. We have no hand cannoneers. This is exactly the result that you would expect to happen. And it's the result both of these players expected would happen, I guarantee it. And the result is this, that B is just getting absolutely massacred in his own base at this stage. After a long and arduous fight this game where he had the lead, Numudan perseveres through and brings the fight to B's farmland when it hurts most.
Oof, rough go. And you know, Myriad, you were really down on Sengoku before, saying they were really nerfed. They really weren't just shadow of their former glory. If this is a shadow of their former glory, man, I don't know. That said, this game, I think, is a lot more than just the civs behind it. Both these players have made some very interesting and critical choices on both ends that have led us to this point. Because let's not forget, B had this game in hand, it felt like. And then 4 or 5 really bad engagements later, Nubudan in the lead, and now just rampaging through the base. And it feels like this has got to be it.
It is. I mean, yeah, like, I did say Sengoku is definitely weaker than before, which they are, but... Also said it's quite impressive how after so many nerfs they're still like it's just a solid mid-tier Civ, right? Still and they're here to deliver. It's just crazy. But of course, big credits to Nubudan for the way he has played this and his impeccable patience even now, right? Like he's so ahead now. You could make a case that he can just like sit on top of those keeps repeatedly and be fine, but it's a risk. It's still late game China. It's still 3 pagoda China, right? B has no gold, so there's never going to be a respectable hand cannoneer as this game, I think. So I don't see the road to recovery for B, not without somehow securing trade. If he's able to secure trade and this goes for another 5-10 minutes, then we definitely have a possibility for China to emerge victorious here. But at this point, it's very tough. I mean, the only reason Nubudan isn't able to, like, very decisively kill B right now is the fact that he himself is out of gold, right? He doesn't have gold either. He has a southern side, 2 relics, and now might be looking to capture the center one, but I think we have a little bit of trade starting, it looks like.
Seems to be.
Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, we do.
Definitely got a little bit going on here.
Wait, that's 70?
We definitely see the beginnings. That's a lot of stuff there. We can see a lot of trade about to ramp up here for Nubudan.
Is that 85 traders for Nubudan? No way, right?
That can't be possibly right.
No, there's no way. This is 85 at the top left.
Bugged.
Yeah,
I'm going to say that's bugged.
24.
Clearly. 24. That's a much more reasonable number. I wonder if that's... what's causing that bug to show that many?
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, that's over triple. Oh yes, I think the Yatai trader counts. So that's like every Yatai trader throughout the course of this game.
Every one of
I
those
think.
counts to the number. That would make a lot of sense.
That does make sense. Once again, I mean, B leaning back on what in theory should be a saving grace here. Spears and crossbowmen, of course, not counting the fact that Yumi do counter them. But
He's actually got more units than Numadon.
yeah, I mean, it's very cheap units, right? And you can easily afford crossbows just through taxes. But the issue is, it's the reality is it's not enough, and it's never going to be enough, really. We need hand cannoneers here as B, but he can't afford them. So like he just can't make them realistically. He can't get enough of a count. I mean, even these crossbows, he needs elite infantry tactics for the spearmen, and we also need incendiary arrows for the crossbowmen. That's just to have somewhat of a chance on the defensive against this composition from Numadon. And I don't think we have either yet for B, right? Maybe we have one. Yeah, we don't have incendiary. That's obvious now.
Yashigaru patrolling out, taking a look. Numadon rather risking them than his very, very expensive mounted samurai. His gold-plated mounted samurai. More keeps from B. This is kind of all he can do at this point, right? He's got those stone veins. He's able to put this up. If he can secure his trade to keep it going for long enough, there is a world where he comes back from this. Because if he can secure gold and get the hand cannon mass, then suddenly it's game on once again. And this could be an incredibly long game, which is already a long game, 50 minutes in. It's been a real back and forth one for game 2. We've at different points thought that B had this game in hand, ready to call it. And we've also thought Numadon has basically had it, which he still has, I would say, a very commanding lead. The longer this trade goes untouched from B, the scarier this gets. Now, only 42 spears, 20 more in the queue. The Knights of Numadon seeing this say, no, we can't allow this to happen. The trade cannot resume unabated. We will at least take a couple for us. And I think once Numadon decides to clamp down, now that he's got 3 of these bombards, he's going to start ripping these things to shreds bit by bit. If he needs to tear down this base brick by brick, that's what he's going to do. As we see the first shots fired from the bombard, the Knights, the samurai standing right on top of him.
Indeed. At this stage of the game, it is the trade that is the win condition for either player. So, Numadon is comfortable parking himself up and slowly rolling forward, like you said, just dismantling every single piece of infrastructure here from B to lead to a slow and painful death, which has been a little while coming this game so far, to be honest. B has been on the back foot for it feels like over 10, 15 minutes at this point, and is just barely able to survive because of that incredible income. And of course, his efforts so far with the 3 relics. He has been set up excellently for this game, which is why he's still alive right now, but it is slipping every passing moment. The crossbows are going to look to trade out some hits here. B knows he has to engage, and he's going to make his final stand now. The spearmen brace as the mounted samurai move in position like a wave here to wash over B's base. The bombards themselves are helping out. They do plenty of damage up against all infantry units with their bonus damage. And the mounted samurai are simply not falling fast enough. Once again, B front line melts and his back line is left exposed to the Yumi, to the mounted samurai. Granted, a lot of numbers are going down. The power of incendiary arrows now being present for B means that a lot of these mounted samurais are cleaned up, but the reinforcement queue is endless here for Numadon. Even now, his army is pretty much fully remassed. B's as well, almost back up to 200.
I think Numadon needs to consider maybe a mangonel or 2 just to clear out those crossbows. Like there's enough mass here, enough trash army. You don't want to be taking trades like that constantly, because B can do that all day. You have gold coming in, but you don't like spending it that much. I would like to see, I think we're going to see a Great Wall Gatehouse here on that little half wall. That could be very annoying. I think Numadon would have really benefited to having just a couple mangonels there.
Yeah, some
Springles to deal with the spears. Just some kind of extra line of fire.
I think mangonels.
Samurai at risk.
Yeah, mangonels. A couple of them would do the trick. I also think though, just Yumi will actually do the trick. Yeah, like and you don't sacrifice the speed. I mean, before that fight, we had like 20 Yumi and 50 mounted samurai, right? So obviously, like, it's gonna be quite tough for B because of that. But With mainly Yumi now reinforcing with constant kiting and shooting and trading, this should definitely be way more favorable for Numudan, although he decides to, once again, brute engage here. Plenty of spearmen flanking around to try and get on top of the bombards. They get some good connections, but they're so slow that they're unable to actually bring the bombards down. The wall has fallen yet again.
Did he just lost all the resources?
Yeah, the res are gone.
Huge.
Wow. That is disastrous,
yeah.
Blow. Yeah, that's very big. Up. Somehow, though, like, he actually breaks the front line yet again. I mean, as soon as the university upgrades are in, as long as you were saying back and forth game, and it was, but I didn't realize we're not done yet.
We might be still in this here. Mounted Samurai numbers are gone. The crossbows, finally, with the incendiaries, able to break through the mass with all the spears in front of them. Now, the Yumi Ashigaru are still a problem. They do counter these crossbows. The tricky thing is that Numudan has to keep the siege alive. He does not want to lose these bombards. He loses the Treb. These bombards are really weak, and they're getting peppered the entire time way through. Meanwhile, some mounted Sams coming to the defense, but boy, both sides just throwing stuff into the meat grinder. This is turning to an absolutely devastating war of attrition. Both sides just refusing to give up here.
War of attrition is perfectly put. I mean, I don't know how... It's crazy to me B is still in this without gold. It's just the remass of these crossbows and fighting on the defensive. Numudan's still way ahead in destroyed value, but it's also the population efficiency at this point. That's what's interesting about a civ like Sengoku. They have one of the most population efficient units in the game, in the form of the knight, of course, the mounted samurai, but at the same time one of the least pop efficient units in the form of the Yumi. So this leads to this situation where the army is both strong and weak at the same time because of these reasons. So doesn't seem like Yumi are cutting it, surprisingly, for him, which they should, really. Maybe he just needs to keep actively trading. Yeah.
That's kind of why I was alluding to maybe a mangonel or two, and I think that's kind of my thought on that, is that the efficiency of the pop just isn't really there. The Yumi are really good at these kind of, like really good in this situation on paper, but you just can't afford to have that many of them and take away from everything else you need. A mangonel or two here would just clean this up. Instead, we've got the bombards, which Numudan's done a good job of getting some vills to field and repair those up, so they are back to full strength. But again, another engagement here where the mounted samurai are getting picked apart. There's just one too many crossbows here. The Yumi, though, for their part, also able to stand up and really do a good number as well.
Yeah, the Yumi...
So we've got to change. We are no longer looking at spears. We're looking at palace guards.
Yeah, he's actually able to afford them now yet again as the trade resumes for a little bit and the taxes keep coming in. Numudan has been doing excellent focus firing onto the backline from B. You can see how rapidly those crossbow numbers thinned out, which presents a huge concern now because a massive remass into pure mounted samurai behind this, with now the limited crossbow numbers and no more spear numbers. I mean, I have to really question this Palace Guard transition because, yeah, I mean, they are tankier, but they just tickle these mounted samurai socket, and this is the result. Once again, Numudan is threatening to break through.
Why Palace Guards and not just Lancers?
I think the idea would be to actually send them on wide flanks to raid, but we need, ideally, Yuan for that, which we don't have. And the mounted samurai will clean them easily, so, like, I think it's thinking a bit longer term, but there's bigger concerns now, right?
I guess maybe another thought, too, is that they'll take longer to die, so the crossbows can do more damage, maybe,
right,
but
that too, yeah.
It does feel like a very expensive price tag cannon fodder.
Definitely does, especially when you don't yet have the optimal backline in the form of hand cannoneers here. That's what, I mean, that's what B's needed for so long, but it is tough to afford for sure. Way more pricier than the crossbows, but with the massive bang that Numudan has behind this uninterrupted trade for so very long, massive food income, also virtually uninterrupted. I think he sold a whole bunch of food as well, if I'm not mistaken, for more gold. 30 mounted samurai in queue, consistent 200 pop. We are seeing B's final stand.
Yeah, you can see the number of supply on his side was close to 200, was now down to 120, 110. That will finally end the suffering of all the villagers and units in this game. We are tied 1-1 with Numudan taking a very dramatic game 2.
Dramatic indeed. That was one of the most back and forth games we've had the entire tournament so far, I'm pretty sure.
Look at the military value.
That's just the zigzags. It's It's actually comical. Well, I mean, that's exactly what you want from an AoE game. Just nail biting all the way through. It's crazy how back and forth that was. I mean, we have a lot of back and forth games at the pro level, of course, but to this level, it's
This one felt extreme.
yeah.
Well, and it felt extreme because I don't think you could tell it was back and forth because of a little bit of mishaps and a couple of misplays that were being done. You get the sense that
Yeah.
he was winning that game, and then I mean, we counted four, I think, five different engagements that really seemed miscalculated on B's side, and that gave Nubadan that edge. Then Nubadan kind of faltered there a little bit, didn't get on the trade heavy enough, didn't really do enough damage to B's economy. B had a real shot of sticking that one through and maybe coming back. There was a couple points where I was like, ooh, maybe. But then in the end, I think that Great Wall Gatehouse getting torn down, losing the resources for that, making the Palace Guard transition probably wasn't the right play. I think he was trying to shake it up and do something to try and get an edge, but in the end, Nubadan grinds it out for the win. What a game.
What a game. Yeah, I think that was a huge detail with the Great Wall Gatehouse getting bombarded down. So much lost resources, especially the gold. I'm very surprised to not even have seen an attempt into hand cannoneers, to be honest. I mean, there were times when, like even at this stage, for example, this is the Castle Age fight, never mind, but there were times when B had a decent gold bank even at that later stage, but not a single hand cannoneer has been made, I don't think, and I think you just have to try realistically. I mean, there's a case to be made that crossbows are more cost effective against armored units, which I think is still the case today, but still,
Mounted Samurai
damage
are
output.
just so tanky.
Yeah. You
You're
need
dealing
the
with
massive
such
damage.
Efficient units. You got to get them off the field. It was tough. A tough game for both sides. I mean, we even saw relics getting yoinked from each other. I mean, we had some relics pass hands, which is pretty incredible for a game like this. I mean, just the back and forth. What I mean, goodness. I mean, lesser players would have not lasted as nearly as long in both ways. So massive battles and a massive game. But after all is said and done, 52 minutes, 55 minutes as we were in, we go now to game 3, tied up, and we got to do it all over again in just a little bit. We're going to be going to Four Lakes. B is going to have a really good shot here with Knights Templar on a water map, and Nubadan's going to be taking JD.
Yeah, B is the one with the optimal draft for Four Lakes here, right? It's always an interesting detail when it comes to the drafting of these civs. There's normally sort of, when there's water maps in the mix, there's always the question of when do you commit to those water civs within the draft. That's going to give you a big edge on a map like Four Lakes. But in this case, right, it is the only water map in the current pool that the players have chosen. So, B takes Tuklak, B takes KT. Amazing civilizations for Four Lakes. But not great anywhere else on the maps, right? So it's always a very tough decision that you have to make, and you have to really carefully think of this long term as to how it is going to affect the series. I mean, B, of course, picked up the opening game, now lost the second with one of his prime civilizations, Chinese, up against one of Numudan's also sort of best civs, I would say, but not his top 3. So now the series is tied, and B takes us to where he's at a huge advantage, which is Four Lakes, right? We have KT and Tuklak up against Mongols and JD, and it ends up in KT up against JD, which, yeah, I mean, KT's incredible on water, right? But JD's one of those civs that, they can force a fight, and JD's going to be very happy fighting. And on Four Lakes, that's tough to avoid.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. And this map feels smaller to me, so I feel like it feels like you're a little closer. The lakes take up just a lot of space in the map. There's not as much room to maneuver. Everything kind of gets funneled into the middle a little bit. So I think I'm curious to see how good KT remains here in face of JD. I think at this point B just lost I would think B would be really frustrated after this last loss. I would think he's looking to really take a really decisive win here in game 3, because you really feel like if you're going in, I always kind of wonder how the player mindset is here. You win game 1, feeling really good. Go to game 2, you're winning that game, then you kind of you almost throw that game in a sense with all those bad fights. Then you move into Four Lakes with a really good Civ. I don't hate the matchup. I think JD's an interesting choice here. Like you don't have to worry about Mongols here. You take JD. I think B's looking for a comeback win on this one. I would be ready to rock and roll. So we'll see what happens as we dive into game number 3. B in the green, but down here in the red is Joan of Arc, Numidan.
Four Lakes is the map of choice for B, who, after a very difficult fight, loses out in game 2. And Numidan ties up the series 1-1. It's going to open dock here on the south side. So no real worry of a spear opening, apparently. Numidan doesn't seem concerned about that at all, which I think he probably should be. B. Is that something he's going to opt for? But no, he's actually going to go for his own dock. I guess it's a bit trickier to go spears up against JD, because the turnaround time of the feudal with JD herself, putting on the defense, is a bit stronger than the archer transition from French. So he's going to look to outboom instead here, which makes sense. I mean, still, even today, with the 250 price docks for KT, the more fishing ships they add, the more docks they can make, the more incredible the economy is going to feel. It pays off so much. Numidan has his own bonuses, right? Every dock is also a house.
Just a fun little change. I actually like that when they made that adjustment.
Yeah, it's really good.
It's one of those things that, like, I feel like JD French on water, like, feels okay. Having that makes it feel a little nice. It's a nice little bonus. With especially with other things you have going on. I feel like that one in particular is kind of nice. Like, it saves you 50 wood a pop, but feels good though. Thanks to the early Dark Age. I feel like that for that Dark Age play feels a lot nicer. Meanwhile, KT though, just so good, because who needs lumber mills when you can just make the wood just magically appear in your wherever that goes for your storage. One of the reasons why Knights Templar is so good is just their wood economy is just incredibly well made up. So regardless, we got the first couple fishing ships coming out, and we are underway here.
Oh, a little shimmy on the fishing ship. Yeah.
Doing the little fishy dance.
You saw nothing.
So why, we're looking at here the Templar, why on the shoreline fish, not the deep sea fish?
So there's mats behind this. Don't know the distance exactly. I think it's the dock's range. Beyond it, I think, it means that shoreline fish actually get more income. So we can see the circle. The deep sea fish is slightly beyond it. I think that means that shoreline fish actually gives more income than the deep sea. Or maybe it's slightly beyond it, I'm not sure. Yeah.
Because it's traveling less to drop it off, even though it's
exactly
slower gather rate.
That's right. Whereas for Numidan, the thing is, this dock with the 50 pop as a house, it's like the only reason JD and French are actually pretty solid on these maps. It's kind of fascinating. Or the singular main reason, I want to say.
Second dock already placed up for Numidan. Looks like a second dock is going to be coming up here in a second for B as well on the north corner, unless I'm... Yep, there it is. Both players claiming their 2 respective lakes. Now, I have a theory. I was talking about this with Whammon last weekend, that on this map, it feels like everyone always goes to the lake on their left first. And I was wondering what you thought about that. If you think that's true, or if you feel that maybe that's just anecdotal, but what do you think?
No, you're right.
More often than not, everyone goes left.
And there's actually a very good reason for that. Can you think, little quiz for you? Can you possibly think why?
Whammon and I were chatting about it, and we came to the conclusion that because your villagers start at the bottom of the TC and the way the TC is angled, your villagers are closer to that lake first.
Exactly right. That is pretty much the only reason. Similar case of
everything else is pretty equidistant, it feels like. So
if you remember before the sort of wave of sheep changes, right? Gorge was especially known for this. There's a similar problem. Well, there's a bit of a sort of fairness issue with scouts, right? Where if you spawn in the north side of Gorge, you're at a big advantage when it comes to scouting because your scouts at the bottom of the TC, whereas if you spawn on the south, your scouts behind the TC. And there were always like 2 or 3 sheep in the middle on Gorge, but on most maps, Arabia as well. So the player in the north would always get there first, and they'd always have like a 2-3 sheep advantage as a result. So, yeah. It's those things.
Little details.
I know, right?
H2 on the way here for both players. School of Cav, big surprise. And then Knights Hospitaller, also big surprise. If you can't catch sarcasm there. Very expected openings here from both players. Not a lot happening here in the Dark Age. We'll move on to the Feudal Age here in just a moment when things should get much more exciting.
Hospitale, personally for me, surprises me a little bit because, I mean, I might be biased, but I absolutely love Sergeant Horseman up against JD and French on this. It does so well. Oh, God.
What's the reasoning behind it? I love picking players who are better than me, picking their minds about it. So why not Hospitalers? What about the Sergeants do you like better?
You have ranged spears that just destroy knights, and then you have Horsemen with 1 extra damage. They also do decent against those knights because of the extra damage, but obviously mainly for the archers. It's so good, Sockington. I can't go back. I can't go back to KT.
Ranged Joan of Arc though?
Not at all. She just dies to the Horseman.
Yeah.
It feels so good to play. I mean, it's a bit tricky because like you have to be really careful in the fights. You're up against JD anyway. I think it works better against French, honestly, but even against JD, I think you can do okay. Sadly, we're not gonna witness that here. But I mean,
no. So then explain to the people at home why B is not opting for the Myriad way.
Well, Hospitale is just safe, right? It's just really nice eco. Your villagers can get away safely. They're way tankier. It's going to be great, especially if you're against ranged JD. No longer would it be the 2-hit and then Divine Arrow threshold for kill on a villager, which if you have a forward wood line like B does, and your villagers also don't travel back either to drop off, you want to make sure they're as hard to kill as possible, because a couple of knights sneak in and they can be devastating, even with JD and her spin. So Hospitale is sort of like, if you're not sure what to go for, like if you don't have a specific plan, just go Hospitale, because it's never going to sort of disappoint you. It's good all the time, right?
That's probably why we're seeing it more often than not. To say, it definitely feels like that's the meta choice here on Four Lakes is go Hospitaller. I have not seen a pro. I mean, I'm sure someone has, but I have yet to cast a game where they've gone for the sergeants there. It's always been the Hospitallers. Seems to be the general choice. I think you're right. It's just the safer bet there overall. Maybe not the fun choice. Meanwhile, some body blocking here with the Pilgrim trying to stop her. She's doing a little Pilgrim shuffle and she gets in. Praise be, she says. She shuffles in and is able to get through the sacred site. Albeit had to dance a little to do it. That's funny.
I must have tripped and hurt her ankle, I think. So that happened.
Hobbling to the finish line, but hey, got there either way. Gets to 98 gold. That's a nice little boost. Would have been an excellent pickup for Numadon, but couldn't quite get there. Meanwhile, this villager's in peril. Running for the hills. Will she go down?
Great body blocking.
Going for it. Can't get to the TC in time and does fall. +5 XP. Down 1 Vil. Some good micro here from both players, but Numadon getting the edge on that one.
Yeah, nice little victory there by Numudon. Although, if he loses the knight, it's suddenly not a victory. But
throw it away.
Yeah, he was distracted by another raid on the south side that he was doing. Suddenly, a great play goes into a disadvantage. That's just not good for Numudon now. And, I mean, you can see the difference in... Actually, it's not so bad now because of the idle time. But earlier on, we saw 800 food per minute, 800 wood per minute for B, whereas Numudon was 600 because of that... sort of nuanced economy with the conversion of wood to food into even more food through the docks. And you can see the amount of military that B is able to possess as a result of it. Of course, it's much lower value than Numudon's with his knights. But B actually is just straight away.
Yeah, no hesitation there. Now, let me ask you this question, Myriad. How many Vils are you willing to trade in for a knight? Like, how many Vils? If you had, let's say you're the guy with the knight, how many Vils would you be happy to receive for trading in that knight?
I mean,
you got to kill
early on, like opening 1 or 2 knights. Yeah, like it has to be it has to be 2 vills for it to be like even. But ideally 3. Obviously, if you to actually make
Ideally
a
3. Okay.
profit, yeah. Because
Get some, yeah.
the struggle is the way you got to think about trading military for villages is that it's an investment in the long term, right? You invest military to get ahead long term, because in the 1 or 2 minutes after you trade the knight for 2 villages, let's say, you are theoretically behind when it comes to military, in theory, right? Because you traded that for a villager, and it takes a little bit for that difference in economy to actually manifest. So although in that moment you're at a disadvantage, 2 or 3 minutes down the line, you should have considerably more than your opponent as a result of it, right? If you don't take damage in turn. So it's an investment.
I like a lot of that. So you're saying 2 at minimum to break even,
Yeah.
3 to feel like you're getting ahead.
Exactly.
So trading 1 for 1 there, not good.
Never good.
And loses
Yeah.
another one here. Man, B all over them. The prickly porcupine of spears walking around the map saying, come mess with us if you dare. And Numadon down 2 knights early does not feel good.
It's very painful, especially being an age down now. And Numadon, this is classic, right? He gets kind of caught with his pants down a little bit. He gets a surprise age up and is now rapidly trying to match himself. But this is such a common spot where people die or end up falling really far behind in the game. I mean, he kind of has to, because there's no aggression point. He wasn't able to. Part of it is the investment to the docks, right? He tried to sort of match the economic investment from B. And up against KT, I mean, you have nice bonuses as JD. The 50 wood you save is huge for sure, and you can really put
Not
the
that
food to
much,
good
though.
use. It's not that much. It's not that much compared to the amount of KT, the amount of efficiency KT gets.
Yeah, Numadon quickly on a back step here. I won't say on the ropes, but definitely on the back step, as B just taking some early wins. And that night that just got left out too. I keep thinking about that. How often have most of us as players done that? It's so hard. Usually what sets these players apart from most of the rank and file players in the community is that they can multitask and they have the APM, the brain capacity, the bandwidth, as you will, to focus on multiple things at once and avoid those kind of costly mistakes. Myself, when I do that, that happens all the time. I mean, you know, I have one night here, I'm doing great, did a great job. Then when I look at my night elsewhere, then the first night dies because of just lack of attention. Like, that's such a classic tale as old as time for most average players. But at this level, you just don't see that too often. But when it happens, it just feels so bad. And here's those the Genitors. Here's the long range throw-in cavalry that you're so fond of, Myriad.
See, it's
Shot there,
interesting.
too.
Yeah, because what you said, I think, is interesting, because it doesn't seem like it happens a lot, but it actually happens constantly if you look out for it. There's serious mistakes being made by top level players every single game, constantly, even back to back, right? It's the way it is. It's the reality of the game. And you think mistakes aren't made at the top level. That's not the case at all. There's even sort of more mistakes being made, but obviously there's even more good things being done as a result of it. It's just at this sort of level, there's so much to focus on. There's so much to consider. And APM is as much of a resource as the others. You have to be incredibly careful how you spend it and what you pay attention to, because nothing can be done fully well, right? You can't do everything perfectly. So some things have to be sacrificed in how well they're executed for the greater good. And that is also a big part of what makes a great player, knowing what you can and can't do effectively at all stages of the game.
Yeah, and we do see the best of the best players. I'm thinking like the Marine Lords, the BCs, like Marine Lord in particular, is known for not making many mistakes. Even he does mess up here and there. And the other thing too is being able to capitalize on those mistakes. You know, like you can make a mistake, but if it goes unnoticed, it goes unnoticed. You know, you can get away with a freebie. At this level of play, these players are also really good at punishing mistakes instantly. So it's interesting how, like, I don't know, it's like when you like start rising the ladder a little bit, you start rising the ranks, you're becoming a better player, but the games don't feel any easier because the level of competition you're going against is equally as difficult in rising with you.
Yeah.
And we see here some knights and some Genitors getting caught out in the field, just kind of riding past each other going, hey, oh wait, what are you doing here? Meanwhile, B moving out with the army. He is sallying forth. That is a lot of spears.
Yeah, this is just a a huge blob of an army just designed to win messy fights, right? You have virtually everything you need here. You have crossbows, you have genitors, you have spears, you have men-at-arms. This is very hard to contend with for Nubudan because you need so many units to deal with this. You need archers, you need crossbowmen, you also need knights, you also really need potentially men-at-arms here, which Nubudan is recognizing. The genitors as well, like, it's a bit of a meme unit, and yeah, it is for good reason, but there's one thing they do really, really well, and that's kill backline units.
which Numenor currently has a lot of.
Keeping in mind, of course, the
Crossbows in
sacred
there.
sites as well, right? There's a Kurutai around each of those sacred sites for B, passively from the Castile bonus. And it's a great map for this commandery for that reason. The sites are all in the center. They're normally around the trade posts as well as big golds. So being able to have such a huge buff on your side there must feel good as B.
This is a good spot. Good spot for Numenor here with that tower and the Springleton placement. Able to shoo away these. In fact, I think Numenor would not mind the fight here. He would love to get the XP, would love to get JD up to level 3. Funny, both players in Castle Age, they did not stick around in Feudal very long, so JD still on foot. Has yet to become mounted.
And B, once again, forced on the
Honestly-
defensive. Numudan, I mean. Kind of similar to last
JD
game.
being H3, JD being H2 would be a huge benefit for Numenor right now. He would really be able to make a lot of use out of that, I think.
Oh, he would love it. Still so far though, right? Even now, she's only...
Yeah.
She still has a third of the way to go, which... And I mean, she steps out of line once. She gets instantly killed by these crossbows and genitals, that's for sure. So it's very tricky. Micro units and her at the same time. Double sight now locked in for B. So an engagement is about to happen here.
Just trying to rally around the tower. Look, moving JD back. Doesn't want to commit to her too much. Just wants to make sure she's close enough to get the XP. Doesn't want to put her in harm's way. You can see her just kind of pacing back and forth like, give me the XP. That's it. There we go. H3 quickly pops up, and now in come the champions. That was exactly what he needs. Now she enters the fray. Good swing right there. The heal. Good timing for that as well. And meanwhile, B has a huge numerical advantage here. He is just pushing in this fight. Maybe the XP was getting in for JD. That's great and all, but unfortunately for Numenor, the fight was being lost. JD just sitting there aura farming, as it were, and not getting anything else done. Meanwhile, B just getting down to the brass tacks.
This is just such a massive amount of units from B. An upgrade advantage as well in terms of melee, which normally doesn't matter that much, but you saw just the sheer amount of men-at-arms and spears both players had. In that sort of a case, it does matter. So the extra armor, the extra damage and extra armor for B's frontline, considering it's bigger as well, made such a huge difference in that fight. Enough so to close out the game and win out a pretty decisive victory for B here on Knights Templar. Exactly what you would expect with his draft.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was a good win for B right there. JD just just wasn't up in age, wasn't ready to go. Took too long to get up into that point, and even when she was, the army is gone. B just with KT doing KT things.
I mean, KT, since their inception, they've been a force to be reckoned with on any kind of water map. Not much has changed today. They've had a few shaves. They're not nearly as oppressive as they were. They're not unbeatable. But you can still see there's the dock bonus, the wood bonus, the sheer flexibility when it comes to their commanderies, allows them to respond appropriately to any and all situations.
This fight, JD just trying to get the XP, but the front line just was not strong enough to hold this for too long. Lots of crossbows in the back. The Genitors just picking off the back line to boot. By the time JD got to age 3, the fight was already pretty much lost.
It's going to be
Didn't do as
Numenor's
much as
choice
he might have
now.
thought either.
Yeah, even with the tower there, it's like JD doesn't have the same sort of stable, gradual economy like French does with so many discounts, right? JD, I think, is still very strong, and consecration adds up throughout the course of a game, and it's more flexible, right? You can consecrate any production building, and not just stables or ranges like the discount French gets, but it's way slower. It's way slower, and the weaker, slow early game also makes it slower in the long term. And just picking the right units is very difficult against KT in general because of how many unique options they have. I mean, the Genitor, right? Like, what do you make against that? Do you make Horsemen? Do you make Men at Arms to hold the line? It's tough because there's already Spears as well, right? So it's a difficult choice. And Umudan is going to look to
unit.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. It's another unit you don't want to buff too much because if it gets out of hand, it's something you never want to face, right? All these mounted range units.
It doesn't fit the rock paper scissors very nicely, I think, is why. It just kind of fits in a weird zone where it just like, what do you do with this? How do you counter it? It's an odd unit, so it's probably in an okay spot. Looking ahead though, Dry Arabia, Macedonian sneaking through. What is? I'm curious. It's been a while since I've chatted with you, Myriad. I'm curious. Macedonians has been, from what I've seen, one of the stronger civs post patch and since its introduction. We haven't seen it sneak through. We've seen it banned in a lot of drafts. It goes through in this one. What do you think of its use here on Dry Arabia?
It's just a monstrous civ, to be honest with you. It has no bad matchups whatsoever in the entire roster. Not a single one, I don't think. Outside of, like, Ottomans, right? I mean, that's different, but Ottomans isn't a tier of its own, honestly.
I'm looking at it right now, and actually, Ottomans, according to AoE4 World, it's got a pretty good win rate there too, 53.9. The only one that says it's bad is actually Order the Dragon.
Okay, so well, I can see that. So, I guess, yeah, the lower levels I can kind of see how that happens because you have to be really careful against the crossbows.
Let me look at rank level. You're right.
Yeah, it's above. I can see that.
Conquer 4+. Let's see, where's it at? Let me take a look now.
That's right, guys. What the area forward win rates say is law.
It's law, it's law, absolute law. Okay, yeah. So there's a little more nuance here at the high level, but you got way less games too.
Yeah, it's tough.
Regardless, I mean, I was doing that kind of be silly. Just
I
have AoE4 World open just for references, but it is a good civ. There's a reason why it's not getting through a lot of these drafts. There's also a reason we don't see Ottomans, we don't see Byzantines, we don't see Malians. Those civs are also equally good. We're at a point here where there's so many civs in the game. There's, what, we got 23 right now, I think. 23 civs. We'll have 25 by the end of the year. You can't ban everything.
No, you can't.
Some good civs are going to sneak through every single time. We're seeing that in the drafts quite consistently. Now, one I have not seen, actually, I have not seen the newest civ played. I have yet to see Jin Dynasty played at this level, and I think there's a reason why. I don't think it's actually that. I don't think it's a super strong civ by any means. So I've yet to see that one played at the highest level. Maybe get a sneak at that one of these days. But there's no surprise that Macedonians normally gets banned. Ottomans gets banned almost immediately. Malians, Byzantines often getting banned. I mean, they're really, really strong civs. But again, with 23 of them in the pool, you can't ban them all.
You can't, and you can't plan for all of them either. I mean, we just had Lancaster 2TC on Lipany against French, right? Like not like you don't plan for that in the draft, right? Like that's not something you can possibly really predict. Definitely not consistently, at least. Even against a player like B, who loves to play Lancaster very often. It's just it's reached a point where you cannot plan for all possible matchups. You cannot always get the matchup you desire. The snipe system further enforces that, right, as well. It's often out of your control. So it's down at this point where it's at this point with so many civs and the way drafting is now, where intuition and genuine deeper understanding of the game will be way heavier rewarded than in the past when planning was so much more important and thinking very carefully and drafting accordingly to what you've prepared for and what's likely to come up in terms of meta and strength, right? That's way harder now than before, and you just have to actually be good, right? Like really good.
I mean, you always had
better
to be
than
good,
before,
but now you've got to be good with pretty much anything. And yeah, with this many matchups, you can do the math. 23 times, all the other. I don't have time to do that large math in my mind.
Anybody got time?
There's enough matchups now that, I mean, I'm looking at just the chart of the win rates and the columns, and there's just so many different matchups. There's over 100
Hundreds.
now, easy. 200s, 200, 300. I mean, it's getting to the point where it's only going to keep getting bigger and bigger as we keep adding civs to the game. And then with each civ being so asymmetric compared to like Age of Empires 2, where there's a lot more similarities between a lot of the groupings of civs, it's getting pretty crazy. So, but that said, we dive in here in just a couple seconds to Dry Arabia. Roos is back and doing some 2TC shenanigans. I've noticed, and I've really enjoyed, Myriad, that with the changes to the TC cost, we're seeing more TC play. It's been a long time since we've seen players opting and then successfully playing a 2TC game, but we see it a lot more often. I wonder if we'll see it here with Roos as we dive into game number 4. It's currently Numidan 1 D with 2 points. We're looking right now at Numidan in the red as Macedonian Dynasty here in the western corner, and in the eastern corner in the green, 3DB in the green as the Roos. And there's that 2 hunting cabin opening. We've seen that quite often with the sheep. Notice that they bring the sheep in as well. So the villagers on each of these cabins are going to immediately get onto, or that's not a sheep right there. That's just a villager.
Yeah, he brought it back,
The
actually.
sheep right there. Yeah, he put the sheep right there. And then you immediately start just harvesting the sheep right next to the hunting cabin. So nice little bit of micro there. You know, Roos has always had lots of micro in the Dark Age to do. I feel like back in the days when the Roos hunt was a big deal.
Oh, God.
Then there was that one little strategy where you could chop into the woods and put your tree, your you know, put your hunting cabin in the middle of your little wood line.
That was crazy,
And
actually.
now, you know, that was pretty crazy. I don't know if that ever actually paid off, but it was pretty fun to see.
It was.
Now, of course, the meta is to drop the sheep off right next to it and get hunting the moment you're done building that up.
Yeah, I think it was worth it to do that back then, but the sheer commitment necessary to doing it, like who can actually, you know, unless, well, I guess pros did do it, right? But like we did do it, but it's
and we were all of us amazed.
it's still just so much effort, man. It's like chopping through on Oasis back in the day, like.
Did
You know,
ever
like
try it?
I just can't be asked. Yeah, I've done it a few times, and it's not easy. You got to be really careful. Considering the thing is, like, if you only had one scout, it wouldn't be that bad. But it was Roos, right? And I think that was before the bounty rig, if I'm not mistaken. So you still have to worry about wolves, about deer, about everything on the map with 2 or 3 scouts, whilst chopping 2 wood lines at once and making sure you don't over chop or you have to bring back the vills. Oh God, that's StarCraft's got nothing on that. Let me tell you.
Oh man, I tried doing the hunting cabin in the woods once, and it was so much micro. I was losing my mind. I think I like completely botched the rest of my build because I was so hyper focused on doing it that I decided it was quickly not worth it for lowly old at the time Diamond me. I was like, nope, Diamond 1 me is just not gonna deal. I don't care. I wasn't really much of a Roos main either, but I tried it. It was tough. I sometimes I missed the chop through. A couple of maps kind of got changed out with that. Anyways, we got this is kind of fun. I don't think,
Well,
is that what I think it is?
it is a
I have
Kremlin.
not seen this in some time. We see a Kremlin in a really nice spot, actually, for a Kremlin, right on the deer, right on the gold. This is a different build, and this makes me feel like, are we going to see the old 2TC Kremlin build?
I mean, we did
Some
get
of
a
the players have been going for the
chance.
Golden Gate instead, but
Well, already there's 3 on stone, so I think you definitely might be onto something with your prediction. And we didn't get to discuss it much, but that is something I was wondering, like, what exactly is the plan here for B? Because, I mean, if you look at this on paper, I'm not going to lie to anyone, this looks like an impossible matchup, right? I mean, what's like, what hope does Roos have, realistically? They have worse knights, they have a slightly better eco, but it doesn't manifest enough into a big enough army to overcome what Macedon can output. Feudal is favored for Macedonia, even though Roos has access to knights. Macedonian feudal is that strong that I think Roos with knights has no hope, honestly, when it comes to fighting. So I guess 2TC is the choice here by B. That is what he's cooking. So it's going to be a bit of a similar case to as we saw with Lancaster against French, where he just doesn't want to fight in feudal. He just wants to put the pressure on Numudan to get damage done on his side and look to overcome him that way through maybe better trades or better conversions from one strategy to the next in the stages of the game, which is very important at this point. So where's the TC going to go? Right next to the Kremlin, very old school. Maybe on the far deer back in the north. Of course, there's going to be horsemen on the field. And the TC, I think... Well, it's not later with it's not later with Kremlin than with Golden Gate, because it takes a while for the second ticket to come through with the Golden Gate, but it's not as risk-free, right? Like you actually have to gather stone here with the Kremlin. And we also have an overgather. Well, no, that's actually the passive gold, right? The 120. You could opt for a nice little double broadaxe here to help him out.
This feels like a blast in the past with a Kremlin 2TC build on our hands. I've seen recently with the 2TC meta now kind of being viable again, that Roos has gone for the Golden Gate and just bought the tickets because now it's less stone. You know, it's easier just to buy the stone you need. But yeah, sure enough, TC right there. I'm curious how long that deer's gonna stay there. Actually, no, wait, no, that was a survival hunt techniques, not pro scouts from Numadon that we saw coming in. Yeah, this is an old school build. I was wondering when I was looking at the patch notes, seeing the TC getting a price reduction, if we would see this from Roos, and then what we were seeing instead was that Golden Gate time and time again. So now seeing the Kremlin, I just feel like I've jumped in a DeLorean and gone back 2 years.
It's a defensive choice, right? Because Golden Gate feels great for 2TC because obviously the cost is now 300 instead of 350. And back before that changed long ago, Roos would always go 2TC with Golden Gate, right? I think that was, it was right before that was a 2TC meta. And it just felt great for them because it's exactly 2 tickets they need. They started off with 1 ticket. It was perfect. Everyone was happy except the people facing Roos. So now that that's back, they can go right back to where they were before. But Kremlin also got buffed, right? We now get hand cannoneers in the Castle Age alongside the levies, which is going to be amazing for a defense against something like the Ridari, right? Or even horseman dives. So the Kremlin doesn't surprise me in this instance, especially with the front there. It just makes sense against the Civ that can be very aggressive, like Macedonia. If there wasn't the Kremlin, for instance, I think Numadon would be playing this completely differently. I think he'd actually be way more aggressive, but because there is a Kremlin and the TC right behind it, he knows there's no damage to be found, so after a couple of horsemen, time to go up.
This is a nice little base here from B. I actually really like where everything's lined up. Kremlin up in the front. You've got really good command of your zone of influence here. He's set up really nice. Golden Horn Tower, however, coming in. It's going to be a quick castle from Numadon. We'll see how he translates this into some aggression, potentially. Where's it being placed? Not here.
Oh, right in front of the...
A little bit more.
Yeah, in front of the 2 deer packs and next to the gold.
Yeah. That's a good spot. That definitely shows some expansion. And why not, right? You know your opponent isn't on the map. So you could place that kind of away from your base, expand out that way. On Dry Arabia, of course, everything kind of out in the open. Having both those deer packs in one spot, very tempting. And I love this choice right here. These kind of walls, especially when you're playing as Roos, you're playing a little more of an economic game. Why let your opponent run circles around your base? Why not do this right here for the cost of, what, 50, 60 gold? 50, or sorry, wood? 50, 60 wood max there for that?
Yeah.
Probably less than that. Probably less than that, actually. But quite a bit less. Probably like 30 wood. Easy investment. That's going to pay dividends later.
And B, once again, just straight to the Castle Age. Of course, he has scouting position. He knows the level of investment of Numadon in this feudal. Besides the 2 horsemen and the 3 champions, there's nothing else at all. So he can get away with this. And it's going to be Abbey of the Trinity, actually. So he really wants those relics. There's some unique technologies in the Abbey as well that pertain to the warrior monks who, honestly, considering they are cheaper from the Abbey as well, they are really strong frontline units, not to be underestimated. Combined with the buff as well, means that if you're able to get that gold together as B, you genuinely have a really strong army here, whilst having the better economy as well, not just because of the 2TC, but just by design, right? The passive gold, the better food gathering with the bounty. There's plenty working in B's favor here, but then again, he's against Macedonia.
Yeah, he's got his work cut out for him here. Little raid jumping in through. A couple of militiamen pop out. Will Numadon get any damage done here? Actually, he gets one of them trapped. Able to trap the unit there. Someone's trying to get on top of him. That's actually a huge pickup.
It really is.
The hills are fine. Goodness, some excellent micro would be
Ouch.
Have you seen those like nature documentaries when like a wasp enters into the bee's nest?
Yeah.
And bees swarm it. On brand for bee here. That's exactly what we just watched.
Poetry in motion displayed here by B. And we were discussing earlier what's worth it for a knight in terms of villager kills before it falls. I guess it's similar for the Hippodrome Horseman. Similar price. And the answer is definitely not 0. So it's a rough one for Numudon in this position.
Yeah, 0 is not ideal. One could see important because with the warrior monks coming out, that's going to be a lot of relics in for B potentially. However, Numudon does have some time. He did have some time advantage there.
He did, of course. The relic gathering in theory favors B from the perspective of the Abbey, but 2TC always makes that trickier and slower. He should be happy with 2 relics here for sure. But if he gets 3, then that would be amazing for him. Definitely shouldn't be able to, but with the Abbey, you never know. Looks like he is heading and mobilizing towards that southern side where it's a juicy spot. I mean, there's a lot there. The 2 relics as well as later on the boar, big stone, 2 small stones, gold, large gold. It's a huge southern corner for B. Immense value there in the long run.
Don't look now, but on the north corner, B just yoinked the relic right away from Numudon, and I don't think that scout's going to do... I mean, I don't care if you're a Hippodrome scout or not. You're not doing anything to that. In fact, he's rushing units across. I don't know if he'll get there in time. Well, he's got some units rounding the corner. That might do it. But man, these warrior scouts, getting that relic at least within range and taking out the monks to boot with some of the Kremlin units, the militiamen. This has been a really good opening for B so far. Meanwhile, he's also scaling behind this. Let's not forget. He has 2 town centers, so currently up to 56 villagers to 41 for Numudon. So already eking out a little bit of an economic lead. If he gets 3 of these 5 relics, he gets the advantage on that. He'll be sitting very pretty.
I'll be honest. There's few things I find more tilting than someone stealing my home relic. It's just the audacity of the move, right? just how dare you? Every time I see it in a game, especially when they're like 2TC like this, it's like how dare you even try to steal it? And then it works and I'm tilted, but it's one of those things like you have to try it as B, right? Because realistically, if it all goes as it should in theory, right, as it should unfold based on the way the situation unfolds normally, is B shouldn't get more than 2. So if you go for something a bit crazier, like taking your opponent's relics and you get away with it, which you can easier with these faster monks, then obviously you're way more ahead than you would be before.
Nice little push here from Numudon coming in. Archers sniping out those crossbows and the militiamen in the back. This tower, it doesn't look like it's long for this world. As the units start torching it down, I'm curious when B will pull the plug and get the villagers out of there. And I've thought of something worse than having your home relic stolen. Myriad. I got something for you.
Hit me with it.
Home relic taken. It's having your home relic in your religious building, having that building torn down, and having your opponent walk their mid-battle, walk their monk up, take your relic away, and walk away with it.
You don't need to attack me like this. Yeah, that's very tilting. Yeah, that's yeah. I'm not gonna speak, or I'll be in trouble. Big trouble. So no.
So needless to say, if you want to get a Myriad off his A game, you just gotta do that to him, and you got the game in the bag. Now, if you could do that to Myriad, you probably already have the game in the bag, you know. But anyways, we digress. So far, Numudon trying to get aggressive here. He's got a window, right, where B is still kind of waiting for that full payoff of the second town center. It's coming pretty close. He's got a lot of villagers. You're gonna start seeing that income really start to soar. So this is his window where his military is bigger, though. So Numudon needs to use his advantage, needs to get some vill kills. He hasn't killed a single villager. There's one that's weak right there on the corner and goes down. There's one. He needs a lot more than one, though, to keep this thing going. Imagine, even just to delay a TC by a minute, it's 3 villagers, right? Because 20 seconds for each. You got to kill 3 villagers. You put that TC back by a minute of what it should have taken to recoup its losses, and really more than that. So he needs to get some damage done. He's got a ram in the works, trying to take down the production buildings. I actually like that choice. If you can clamp down the production buildings of B, bottleneck the production, that could really let you scale and get ahead. Numudon, again, needs to get this window going. He's got 3 of the relics, so he was able to secure his home relic. You can take a breather and be be happy to know that it was not yoinked away. But so far, a good push here from Nuadon. Is this going to be enough, though?
Well, B's struggling, right? I mean, he doesn't even have his ball taken. Not that he can safely. I mean, at this very moment he can, right? There's nothing there. Numudan is full frontal assault at this moment. As he loses a, I think he lost a Vil to the ball, right? Happens.
Oh,
But
no, actually, he shot that Vil.
he what?
Shot.
Shot?
Yeah, he lost. Yeah, it was shot. It was making a barracks. Oh, this one.
Yeah,
oh,
like
oh,
I
this
swear
one.
there's a corpse there, but
I
it's
thought
not
you were
on
talking
B's.
about B's villager. I'm sorry.
No. Yeah, I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
right there. Yeah.
I don't know. I thought I saw corpse, but then it didn't add up, so maybe I'm mistaken. But double Cairo Siphon here on the front for Numudan, and this is Macedonia manifest, right? It's so many units, so many huge value units, some of the best units in the game, punishing you in this mid castle age. Like there's just no time here for B. His production is falling. He can't get a big enough army together, really, or really struggling to do so. He's forced to go farms behind this because a lot of his food is forward, and that's a risk for Arabia. This can happen. He was able to get his first dip back, but now he has to go to the second. He's going on the board now. Now, if these don't get spotted by Numudan, and B doesn't die in the next 1 minute, this could be the road to getting the numbers together to stage a hold here. But already so much infrastructure had fallen, and it doesn't look like it's going to slow down.
Yeah, this is, we're seeing in real time why Macedonians are consistently banned, and one of the first two banned in these drafts at this level, because they're just really good. I mean, there's a lot of reasons as to why they're good too. These Hero Siphons currently just raising everything to the ground.
Even the main TC. Now, I mean, Numudan just doesn't even opt to go for the Kremlin or the second TC. He just wants to go straight in. And I think he checked his mini-map and he saw that those deer are dying, which can only mean one thing, and that means villages here.
Oh,
B knows. He
what a heads-up
escapes on
play.
the south
What an
side.
escape.
Ay.
I don't know if the escape's going to help, though, because the Knights are going to quickly realize what's happened. They don't get the jump on him. They're running straight to them. That is a lot of villagers. He's going to get a good surround here in just a second. Villagers aren't really able to run away, and now in comes some reinforcements. The villagers do indeed escape, but now the problem is, what do you do with this army that's behind your base? How do you have enough to clear it? Numbers are starting to even out a little bit, but man, B needs something to break his way, or this game's going to quickly get out of hand if it hasn't already.
That's the bigger concern, isn't it? This massive army, superior army right outside your base. And I mean, B has plenty of warrior monks, so they're going to give a huge buff for his units. That's going to be instrumental in holding here. But I don't know if it's enough, honestly. One of the Cairo Siphons, I think, had fallen, only one left, but one's enough to put fire on everything here within B's base. Villagers trying to repair, but they're actually dying slowly to the fire. A couple had fallen already. And Numudan once again moves into position to snipe it out. When Fortress falls, 9 villagers had already fallen as well for B. Still with a big villager lead at this point in time, but he's bleeding army left and right. The back line is stronger from Numudan. The front line is way stronger from Numudan.
I think we're about to have a tied series in our hands. I don't see how B survives this. And even if he did, he's just going to be so far behind. Two town centers just didn't have quite enough time to pay off. He needed just a little more time. You see that this farm transition, maybe that wasn't the ideal timing for him. Maybe he needed to get on that boar or something earlier to really supplement the food, because I feel like he invested a lot into these farms and now doesn't have any military, hasn't been able to stem the tide of what's coming in. Now, that said, this force right here is starting to dwindle down, but numbers still show that Numudan is very much ahead, massing out outside the base, reinforcements walking across the map, more production buildings going up. It's not looking great for B.
And just a little bit of tunnel vision from Numudan towards this northern side, right? Means that B was able to get away with that ball, even so far, completely scot-free. I don't even think... Okay, he does have a fortress, but really he shouldn't be able to get to that ball, right? Numudan,
That's going to save him if he has time. I mean, that could be his saving grace. If he can keep
yeah,
going,
already.
and if he can get a massive military going, he could get back in this game, because Rus is a decent economy and he's got two town centers. So he's not out of this game yet. He just needed to slow this down. And now that he's gotten a moment to catch his breath, Nubadon's walking the long way around that wood line to get to the base.
Yeah, I mean, there's berries and deer to the north, and there's that berries there. So like, I mean, I don't mind this too much. Like, he can, I guess, ignore that boar in this position if he denies all the rest of this food. That might be okay. Still feel like just one Ridari back and forth to Isla of the Veils would be so much value here for Numudon. Instead, he really wants to go for it. Coming all the way from behind the base here, which is a bit of a zealous. As we mentioned, B is remasked quite healthily here because of that boar. Plenty of farms now down too behind us.
I think Numudon's about out of food. I think that boar just finished up on the north corner. I don't think he's got... What's his next source of food? This could be really bad if he doesn't have a good follow-up to this. He is currently not gathering any on food at the moment. Oh, this
it looks like it's quite the timing for it, right? There's the 2 additional berries in the far forward of Numudon's base. That's where he's gonna really have to go. He's making some farms now, it looks like, but he's gonna need way more. Yeah, like, this is a good time for B to push, and I think it's his instinct telling him so as well, right? Like, there's probably not as many units as he expected from Numudon. He must know the food is a problem.
Food dried
but
up.
We also have to be careful how far we go here as B. We've seen this once before in this series, moving with full infantry up against the cavalry civilization on their side. This can end very badly, very quickly. And the Ridari are taking the white flank.
Starving right now. He's literally starving, but he has units on the field right now. B, meanwhile, look at his food income. He's at 2,000 a minute. That is insane. So he has recovered and recouped. The farms are now paying off. He's got the boar. He's got the food. He's got the gold. B just needed some time to stabilize. Numudon might have run out of food at the worst possible time. The wheels just immediately fell off, and now a crash and burn. He's finally got 20 on food somewhere. I'm guessing it's the berries in the middle there. Maybe some farms as well. Boy, that is such a bad time to have to make that transition. This is what we were talking about last game, too. B was in a really good position, even though he lost that game. He was in a good position because he always has the plan ahead, right? He always has what's next coming up. He took some bad fights because he got a little over-aggressive, as he almost did right here again. But B always has the what's next. I think Numudon might have forgotten what to do about the food. It kind of feels like it came out of nowhere.
Yeah. It's that tunnel vision, right, we spoke of. He was so dead set on killing B, which, I mean, you want to do. You want to kill him with that 2TC for sure, but you can't forget about the macro behind this, right? Can't forget about that boar. Can't forget about your own food situation. Or this happens, suddenly B gets a surge of confidence, and with the inspiration, with the aura from the warrior monks, he's able to press through this position before these towers are fortified. Stone gathering isn't even underway here for Numudon, and this position is compromised. The backline is working overtime to try to thin out these men-at-arms, but B has a very healthy backline of his own, almost up to 40 crossbows, and with the inspiration from these monks, they are going to be way stronger. The Saint's Blessing, so much extra damage here. And Numudon's just losing his backline against B's backline despite having archers. Plenty of idle time on the gold here. This is slipping quickly. Numudon.
This is definitely an instance of hold the line, hold the line, hold the line for B. And now that he's broken out, The economy numbers they just are basically doubled of what Numudon has. And now the military numbers quickly start to skew that way as well. This has been a dramatic hold from B. It did not look good for a split second when Numudon was crashing in, but man, what a time to run out of food, and what a time to then just crater as your opponent breaks forth and is just storming the field.
Just an incredible strategy here from B, and again, absolutely flawless execution, I want to say here. Just understanding this transition point so well, knowing exactly when Numudon is at his weakest with Macedonia here, after his transition is finished, be able to secure that ball when he needed it most. And now there's nothing left for Numudon here. He just has a few archers and crossbowmen. He cannot hold under his own Golden Horn Tower. And GG is cold as B takes the victory. 3-1.
Man, what a game. What a game that was. It felt like it was Numudon all day until about the 18-minute mark. He just started running out of steam, and he was going around the back way. I think also getting the boar for B was really huge. Having that injection of really fast gather rate food to rebound that. He didn't lose too many villagers either. That's another huge point. Didn't lose a lot of economy. You could see it stagnated a little bit between minute 16 and 20. So for a couple minutes, it wasn't going great, but he'd already built such a lead that when it started going up again, once the steam wore out from Numidan, B was able to then just immediately rebound and then just win the game, essentially. I mean, that was pretty incredible. What a terrible time to run out of boar for if you're Numidan. Like if he'd had, let's say he had a second boar ready to go, or if he had like another deer pack he was on, or if he just had, 2,000 more food, he probably could have kept the advance up and maybe done something, but instead falls to the economic power of Rus with enough time to get going.
Yeah, it's also the angle of attack, right? I don't think it's very difficult to just ignore the Kremlin and go all the way around it from this side. Just compare the distance between Numidan's base to this point of entry into B's base, which is basically from behind B's base, right? There's just going to be, it's so difficult to reinforce here. Your reinforcements are also at risk of running through the Kremlin if you don't rally them properly, which he did, to be fair. You can see them going around the northern part of those berries below the wood line, but it's such a long distance. Just look at the streamline. So keeping up this aggression effectively is so tough. I think targeting the Kremlin might have been the better choice here for Numidan, potentially, in hindsight, and obviously putting a bit more respect on the boar income. I mean, denying the rest of the food is great, but the boar is there, and likely the most of the farms are being placed around that side as well, because it's the other side from where you attack. It's hard to kill an opponent outright a lot of the time like this in Castle Age, at this level at least. Even as Macedonian, even against Rus. Although Rus defensively now are better than ever, right? Especially with the Kremlin.
I feel like we've learned some things here, right? With some of the changes in the meta and with Macedonians still being a new civ and being considered so dominant, people ask, well, what can you do against Macedonians? What can be done? Like, sometimes people kind of get fatalistic about it. Like, who can stand up against the Macedonians, right? Rus 2TC was not easy, was not an easy defense from B, but he was able to outplay Numidan here, able to get on that boar, able to stay alive just long enough for that payoff. Because then again, the 2TCs, it's a investment where you're behind for a little bit, hoping to springboard later. It just is a matter of, can you hold long enough and not lose too much to get that springboard? And even though Numidan denied those resources on the side, what he didn't do is he didn't kill that many villagers. And so that meant B's economy was alive and well. He just had to find a source of food, which he had. And that's all she wrote. So then that means this series comes to an end. B 3-1. Well-fought series, some good games back and forth, both sides.
Indeed, that is the first series of the day concluded. Well done to be there. The next one will be Beastie up against Lucifron. That is the next series on the schedule today. After that, we will have Marine Lord against Vortex, and then ending with Beastie up against Puppy Paw. So we'll just be taking a short break here. So don't go too far. Get your refreshments that you need, any snacks, and we will be back shortly. That will be with Beastie against Lucifron. So see you soon. As if we didn't go anywhere, we're back once again here at the Elite Classic 4. Welcome back, Sokoton. I missed you.
I missed you too. Although I didn't miss. I was willing to leave you for a moment to get my water because after an hour-long game in the last series, I needed it. But we're back, and boy, we've got another great series. In fact, every series today is pretty top-notch in my opinion. This one, Beastie versus Lucifron, best of 5, starting right off in a dramatic game on Coastal Cliffs, and Ottomans has snuck through. So it looks like Beastie did not ban these. Both players banned Malians. Not surprised there. Obviously, Lucifron is not going to be allowed to have French here, and Beastie also making sure to get JD to boot. But Ottomans allowed in, and we dive right into game number 1. Lucifron in the yellow, Beastie in the pink. Playing as Ottomans, Lucifron here in the southwest corner, already starting with the Dark Age barracks, and in the northeast in the pink, Beastie as JD.
Insane, Sokoton. We actually have Ottomans making it through not only the draft, but also the sniper to open us in this game here on Coastal Cliffs between Beastie and Lucifron. And I mean, you know, people hear us talking about this all the time, about how crazy Ottomans is. It cannot be overstated. This civilization is incredible. Not a single bad matchup, not a single weak age. They have one of the best feudals, one of the best castles, and one of the best imperial ages. So for good reason, they are virtually always banned and never allowed through. And JD up against them wouldn't be my first choice, that's for sure. But this could all be planned. I mean, this seems like sort of a textbook, I don't want to say throwaway game, but that's kind of what it is, at least in strategy speaking. Like,
so you're saying
don't know
Ottomans
if
all day then, huh?
I would bet my house on Ottomans here for sure.
You bet your house on Ottomans. Wow.
I would, I think.
I mean,
it's just,
I don't know if I disagree is the problem, but I'm going to make it sound sensationalized anyways. Wow. Myriad betting the farm, betting the house. He is putting it all on the line right here, thinking Ottomans is going to win. Well, you're going to have such egg on your face if Beastie pulls off.
I know. Here. And I wish I didn't say anything like because of that, right? Because at the end of the day, it's JD.
Call your shot. We see the first spears diving in. Beastie quick as ever to pull them away at half health. We'll see how this goes. Second spear arrives in the case. That's going to make them all flee back to the town center. Can't stand for that. And then spears immediately going on to the mining camp instead.
Yeah, I mean, I already lost my half my house in the Macedonia game, right?
The Macedonians won?
See if I lose it here.
Yeah. Well, now it's the house. You know, car's one thing. House, I mean, betting it all, dude. Yeah. Got to tell the wife, hey, that mortgage is up. We're moving.
The thing is, right, don't count Beastie out yet, though. I mean, at the end of the day,
that's true.
We're all human, right? These are not AI piloting these civilizations where it's, you know, unlimited APM AI like Alpha Star or whatever. So anything can still happen. Anything can still happen. And and it's always to keep in mind, right? Like Ottomans, yeah, they're not the toughest civ to play, but like any civilization, if you do not practice them and you do not play them, you will not be aware of the finer timings around stuff like Vizier points and exactly how that goes with something like a JD level 3 timing, right? These things is not, you just don't practice for with this civilization because you never expect to play it. So that lack of experience has led to situations in the past where we have had a very dominant civ like this. I mean, Sengoku have lost pro games at their peak, right? Ottomans have lost games
Macedonians
before.
Lose. I mean,
exactly. So please,
but the tricky thing here, tricky thing here, if I can interject, is that Beastie and Lucifron are both easily top 8 players in the game right now. These guys are almost, I mean, I'm not sure what the all-time head-to-head is, but right now, Lucifron has been playing incredibly well this year. Beastie, as always, is playing really well. So if you count them as kind of like equal skill level, which in my mind, I think generally they're definitely in the same tier of player in my mind right now. Yeah, for sure. The Ottomans does look very imposing here, especially on a small map. He's already gotten some damage done by getting onto that mining camp, delaying the age up just a little bit. That said, we saw Macedonians fall to roost last game, so I'm not going to count Beastie out until, you know, the cows go home. But I'm gonna make you own this house debate here. I want the house if you lose. That's
You don't want
Twin
this
and
place.
Redressa comes up, and cavalry, school cavalry coming up here in just a second as well. We'll be in feudal age in just a couple seconds.
One little caveat for Ottomans on this map in particular is the distance of the stone, right? Lucifer had to travel a little bit extra in the southern corner to get the stone. Obviously more idle time walking for the vills. The stone comes in a little bit later. By design though, the map sort of fits, well, it's kind of both good and both bad for both of them. The lack of space due to the limited width of the map usually hurts something like JD with their knights. But for JD specifically, she loves forcing fights. And forcing fights is easier on a narrow map. Similarly for Ottomans, they love space to run around with their Sipahi, but when they're against another strong cavalry civilization, well, you might appreciate that slightly narrowed space when it comes to fighting in choke points with spears and archers, potentially janissaries. So that leads to interesting dynamics here.
Yeah, this is true. You're right. I think it's JD wants to force the fights, but they also enjoy emphasizing the advantage they have in speed. Now, Ottomans have speed too, though. I'm thinking Sipahi's spear is just a very frustrating combination to deal with if you're playing with knights and horsemen, as JD is going to have, as BC has under his command. So, I look at what Ottomans have in the toolbox, because in feudal age, I guess knights win against Sipahi, but Sipahi are faster. They hit really hard, and then the spears to boot make it difficult. Plus, the military school is giving some free units. Then I look ahead to Castle Age, though, and I've got one word for you, Myriad, as to why I think your bet might be safe, or at least a reasonably safe bet. And the answer, that word is Janissaries.
Yes, the Janissaries.
That is just a huge problem for a Cav-dominated Civ like French or even JD. How do you deal with those Janissaries if you can get this into a reasonable Castle Age position?
That's the question, isn't it? That's the $1 million question. So,
So
yeah.
you're saying if you had an answer, you'd be playing here right now, is what you're saying. All right,
Well,
gotcha,
kind
gotcha.
of. It's brutal, right? Like it's just such a strong unit, and I mean it's even worse against French because you basically have to go on the archers and cav every game almost. A bit less for JD. They have the option of going infantry and not feeling bad about it because of the consecration, which is generally the approach against Ottomans in Castle, right? Most civilizations do play full infantry because they just, I mean, Janissary is the anti-cavalry tool, probably the best in the game even to this day, even after many nerfs. It's just incredibly potent, and you can get them for free from the school once you have the Vizier point as well. And I don't know how you deal with it, frankly. I just don't know. Archers as well as Jean's companions, the special men-at-arms, that might genuinely be a pretty solid composition here for Beastie. But again, like, you need level 3 to start producing them. And, you know, their armored units, they're still going to fall pretty quickly to Janissaries, crossbows, and your archers are not going to do much up against the Sipahi. It's always been a big part of the struggle against Ottomans, besides all the bonuses, has always been the compositional question. How do you deal with that army?
As we see already, a porcupine of spears standing guard right next to that wood line makes it hard for Beastie to want to push in and do any damage. He's going to circle around and try the other side, but the spears have a much shorter walking range. They just kind of hobble on over. And, yep, nope, not on that side either. So Beastie being denied on both ways. Just kind of back and forth, looking for an angle of attack, not finding one. Meanwhile, those Sipahi are slowly circling around the side of the map.
Yeah, no archers being added yet by Beastie at all. This is something Beastie does very often, with JD especially. He loves the double stable play. And JD does it even better than French. Able to get that discount way early means you save a lot of food in the feudal age on all these knights. Beastie's going to look to take full advantage. It's good in the sense that it keeps Lucifer pinned in his base. Not able to venture out too far. Even now, hasn't yet taken his relatively safe back there, just because of the danger it presents. JD is a big aspect of this as well. A single cleave on all of these spearmen, and suddenly the knights can brute force a fight pretty easily, I want to say. So Lucifer does still have to be extremely careful. Like, historically, the opening 10 minutes here are very scary even for Ottomans.
Yeah, we see that tower going up on the gold. So Lucifron is aware he can't be he can't be reckless here. He needs to be calculated, he needs to be safe, maybe even a little bit on the cautious side, like you said. So there is that tower there to keep those villagers safe. He needs to be on that gold. Spears, though, in a good position to fend off Beastie's Knights once again. Beastie just kind of circling around, looking for an angle of attack. He's not pushing the issue yet, and we do see the first archery range coming down. So he realizes, hey, there's enough of these here. I need to do something. But a sneaky Sipahi coming around. Sipahi now taking a look. They're going to see that archery range. So Lucifron is going to be fully aware of what's coming. More knights chase him away, however.
Yeah, it looks like we have Iron on the Mesh now finishing up for Beastie. So he's going to be able to look for dives a bit more actively and go a bit deeper without worrying too much about the TC fire. But, of course, still no move into archers as of yet for Beastie, so... Which presents a bit of a problem because the mass from Lucifron is climbing very steadily right now. And eventually he's going to reach a point where he's comfortable to move out. Ooh, that's a big charge, yeah. Scout falls down.
Some free XP right there. Only gets one, but man, that was a good opportunity, and Beastie's quick to try and jump on it. Sipahi, though, faster, able to get away. Meanwhile, Spears, ever the defending thorn in Beastie's side. Man, one Sipahi up. I mean, at this point, Beastie will take whatever he can get his hands on.
Yeah, for sure. You need to look for those little advantages constantly, especially in this matchup. Any single scout kill, single spearman kill works towards your grand design of level 3. Another Vizier point has come in for Lucifron. Maybe have a look to see what it is. We do have the Imams on the field.
Hills. I think I heard the sheep there. I think that was Anatolian Hills, which is now tier 2.
Oh, yeah.
That looks like it. The sheep count went up dramatically, so... First one, the Imams. The second one, Anatolian Hills. That seems to be the general meta choice from what I've seen.
Yeah, Anatolian Hills in spots like this is essential, really.
Huge.
You would love to get away with the additional mill school, but that's a bit greedy, right? Especially in this position, so...
And there's no need to be greedy when you've got the better comp. Like, he's fine right here.
It's definitely 5.
Run.
The archers, though, being added presents a slight concern here in the longer term, especially because of these front wood lines. And the other concern is JD herself, right? Like, this is the right comp against Knight Archer. There's no doubt about it with Ottomans. But JD is tricky because how are you going to snipe her with melee units, right? So that's something Lucifron has to be very careful about when it comes to this fight, which Beastie clearly wants, and quite soon at that. He'd love to delay for his Janissaries. If he's able to get the Janissaries, then they can easily snipe JD. But in cases like this, we see other civs mix in range units specifically just to deal with JD safely as well. Lucifron's yet to do that, however.
Here's a game theory with me here for a second as we see Beastie getting slowly pushed back by this mass of Sipahi and Spears. Is Woman at Arms the right choice here for JD, or would it have been maybe more valuable in this instance to go for the Archer and try and pick off some vills when you get some vision?
It's tough to say. I mean, it would be nice for the wood line, but JD becomes so vulnerable to the Sipahi with their extra range, right? It's
good point. Good point.
Like, the only reason Lucifron hasn't wiped this way earlier is JD.
Good engagement here. JD able to stand and fight here and able to get some swings in because she's not an archer. So to your point, the engagement happening, then comes the heal. This is a really good time for a fight for Beastie, actually. Archers in the background trying to pick off the Spears. Losing quite a couple of knights, though. Maybe not so good. And suddenly catastrophically bad. In fact, terrible. Losing everything. JD goes down, and what was initially an okay engagement ends up being just devastating as the Spears get on top of the knights, and Sipahi now chasing the archers back. Like you said, this was kind of a throwaway game if this happens. And sure enough, initially was a decent charge, ended up being an overcommitment, and now Beastie has got nothing left behind this, really.
And it's so painful for Beastie on top of it, because look at JD's experience. She fell moments before having enough for that level up. I don't think it would have turned it around, but it would have still made a slight difference there. Getting a level 3 cleave and getting out the companions there could have definitely helped a lot in that fight. But you can still see just, frankly, how one-sided that fight was there for the Ottomans. Even without a good way of actually taking down JD, just a brute force fight, and they won it pretty decisively there against so many cheaper knights. And JD herself, one of the powerhouse fighting civs. When it comes against the Ottomans, well, it's a different metric.
And you know, the sad thing is I did like that initial charge to get a couple of, pick off a couple units. It was then the commit and stay that really ended it. Like, you get the charge off, get the XP, then keep pulling back. That was a good recipe right there. But Beastie deciding to commit to that fight, which the spears got on top and it just all went south. Now the MIA coming up. So Castle Age for Lucifron. Meanwhile, Beastie trying to recoup the losses, but still only has about doesn't have enough numbers to deal with this. This is going to be just real bad. Even JD having a hard time standing up to this, gets surrounded and might just get picked off again, and does. This game is effectively over.
Over indeed. His army wiped, an age down. Beastie is scrambling for solutions in this game. But the worst part is there are none to be found at this point.
Well, Myriad, I might need to take you to Vegas because I think you make some sound gambling decisions. I think you get to keep the house at this rate. Your gamble's looking good. Your initial statement looking pretty good right now. Aging like fine wine.
Yeah, up until like 1.5, 2 years ago, I hadn't lost a single bet on a pro game. I think I have a pretty incredible record. But
good for you. Nice.
Twitch chat bad, that is, of course.
No, okay, yeah.
It's not flawless anymore.
The moment you were to put any kind of serious money on anything, if you went to Vegas and actually went to go gamble, then it would be all just gone. That's 100%. How it goes.
So I did have a good record. It's not perfect, but it's definitely up there, I would say. And I mean, this is definitely not one of the harder bets, right? It's Ottomans at the end of the day. Like, it's
when you're talking about guys like Beastie, though, it's never a surefire thing. But Ottomans, there's a reason they have been consistently banned. It is surprising it snuck in through here, but we discussed this last series. With so many good civs, there's always going to be one civ. Everyone's going to be like, how did that get through? It's like, well, you only get 3 bans total. Like, stuff is going to sneak through. You can't deny, if you don't deny Ottomans, then you're going to have Macedonians come through, which Macedonians lost, I guess. And maybe Ottomans is probably the one you should prioritize right now. But, you're always going to have at least 1 or 2 civs that you would really rather not face slip into the cracks. The hope is that you also get 1 or 2 of those civs. As Beastie trying to mount a defense to stay in this game. It's not completely over yet, but man, it does not look great as Lucifron now well into Castle Age here, getting his upgrades in, Janissaries on the field, and that's, man, we were talking about it from the beginning. What do you do? Like, it's already a tough matchup as it is. What do you do once it gets to Castle Age and then Janissaries just completely counter your knights?
Pressing the escape button can lead you to finishing your suffering quite quickly. After that, you can guess the rest. But yeah, there's just not much. Even if you go there from a even position, the Janissaries are going to come, and you're going to really struggle to deal with them. And they're going to be free as well from the military school. So it's just a brutally difficult matchup. How it always has been, and especially when you enter there from a position of weakness, I mean, you can see this. Like these Sipahi alone can probably actually deal with the army just because they're veterans. I mean, maybe not. It's a lot of knights, but it's just so much.
Fight. It'd be a reasonable fight still, and then you add in the Janissaries, add in the spears. Yeah, not.
And the thing is,
for Beastie.
the Ottoman economy is also nothing impressive, right? Like, all they have is the mineral address. They have maybe a little bit of a mining speed on some vizier points, but their economy is terrible. Look at the collected resources. Beastie's way ahead. But then look at the army value and the destroyed value.
The military schools, yeah. It's because their economy doesn't come in traditional ways, right? Their economy is the military schools, so it's hard to calculate that on paper because you just get the end result. It's like you just cut out the middleman. Like, why gather resources when you can just gather military for free? As now, oh no, villagers running for the hills. If there was ever a sign that it is time to call it quits, this would probably be it right here.
Beastie has always been a fighter, and he has made some incredible comebacks before, but circumstances were very different than in this game. And I don't really see the possibility for that. This game is going to look to do a wide cut of the reinforcements and maybe look to actually trap this army from Lucifron. But that all boils down to whether he can actually defeat this army with his current forces. Keeps going ever deeper, though.
Not done yet. Yeah, gets an Imam. That's a nice pickup.
Does he want to
his credit, he's not willing to give up game 1 just yet. He's going to make Lucifron fight for it tooth and nail every little centimeter of the way. There's a gap in the trees. Is he going to exploit that? No, he's going to go for the wall instead. Meanwhile, they're just going to go for a base trade now. I just don't know that if there's anything Beastie can do to get back in this enough. He's lost so much as it is. Even if Lucifron loses his military or loses his villagers, he's got the military schools at this point. So base trade now, just going straight for the TC. Lucifron not mincing words. In fact, Beastie sending out the Vills. Is he just gonna try and like landmark snipe something or do something crazy?
It looks like he's going on the berries, I think. But
Oh, okay. Oh, that makes sense. I was gonna say like that was like the kind of look when you just kind of Control Shift A and just send it all. You get the heal off, man. Base trading now happening between the two players. Lucifron's entire economy is basically idle. Loses the Mangonel, but meanwhile back at home, Lucifron's just gonna take out his 2 landmarks, his 3 landmarks, and call it a day.
yeah, I mean, you gotta try what you gotta try, and Beastie is trying here. But I mean, it's a great show, that's for sure. But Lucifer, he's just parked up and torching landmarks. Like, there's not much stopping him
not busy
realistically.
with it,
yeah, like
he's not worried.
his reinforcements can deal with. I mean, he's actually just running past the army with reinforcements. That's the level we're at here. But I mean, Guildhall's neck. This is the last landmark. GG.
Yep. GG.
Ottomans.
That one was brutal fight, but maybe like you said, kind of a throwaway game perhaps. Not much Beastie could do there. I still wonder if he'd have taken that fight a little better in the beginning. You can kind of see minute 13 where it just was devastating. I wonder if he'd just taken the charge and then backed off and be kited a little more. I mean, the odds were still stacked against him, but the way he kind of threw that away really put him on the back foot and just behind the 8-ball, and then it was just kind of over. But why it's a 5-game series, not a 1-game series. We go to the next game after this. It's going to be Beastie and Lucifron on Jiraiya Arabia. This time it's going to be, interesting matchup here. Lucifron's going to get his Zushi. And instead of Byzantines, which went through the draft, it's going to be the Golden Horde for Beastie.
Quite the matchup here because, I mean, Golden Horde has been a powerhouse for a long time now. Since shortly after the release, when they got that very first buff, it's been only upwards for them. Jushi, on the other hand, after a recent change, they have been reinvigorated in their playstyle and have now made a name for themselves as one of the most hyper-aggressive blob civilizations in the entire game, able to output an absolutely obscene number of military very early into the game, courtesy of the Jiangnan Tower. With those free batch productions, every time you spend enough resources for it, can that hold up, though, against the mass that the Golden Horde is able to put out? Which, I mean, they call the Horde for a reason.
Yep, they are. It'll be an interesting matchup. It's an interesting matchup because Zushi has been, in my opinion, really good and able to do a number of things pretty well. But with the changes to the way the Civ works fundamentally with some of their landmarks, I mean, I feel like Zushi's landmarks got one of the bigger updates that I've seen a Civ get in this game of all time. I mean, how often do you have both your feudal landmarks completely reworked? Not just tweaked, but reworked. I can't think of too many times that's happened, really. But Meditation Garden's completely different, really. Zhengjing Tower now quite different than what it was. But we'll see how that pans out. But then Golden Horde, yeah, with the way they produce units, I feel like once they get going, they get very scary as well. I don't know. Which would you pick if you had the choice between the two civs? Which side would you rather be on this coin?
Honestly, I haven't played too much of the new Jushi. I know many others have. So I'd favor Golden Horde personally. The question is one of timing, I think, here, because Jushi has a great feudal, there's no doubt about it. Many pushed by the Zuganu and Palace Guards, but the issue is Golden Horde is able to answer both of those units with one, right, in the form of the Keshik. So that's a struggle, right? That's always a struggle in feudal when you have the weaker cav compared to your opponent. It's never easy. So then, can Jushi turn around into a fast enough castle age after a feudal in order to punish Golden Horde's slower age up, which Jushi historically does really well, right? The cheaper age up, the faster build speed is perfect for this compared to how slow Golden Horde is. So I think if this is to be a Jushi win, then it would have to be in the first 20-25 minutes at the latest, I would imagine, because if this goes along and for the long term, I don't see Golden Horde really starting to falter once they're fully set up with stockyards, triple production. It gets out of hand so quickly.
Mm-hmm. A little, I'm almost a little surprised to see Zushi being used here and not on, say, Bald Land. I feel like they excel on Bald Land with the Pro Scouts play, grabbing the sheep. I feel like that works out really well. We've seen actually that matchup a couple times in this tournament already, where it's been Golden Horde versus Zushi. But here on Dry Arabia, I'm curious. I mean, the sheep, the deer for like Pro Scouts are usually more on the edges of the map, a little further distance to go, possibly easier to defend and deny if you're playing as Golden Horde. So perhaps a pretty good opportunity by Beastie to pull out the Golden Horde here and maybe deny the Pro Scouts, maybe get going and slow down Zushi. Because like you said, if they get slowed down too much, and especially if the food gets kind of dried up a little bit, it's going to be a tough go for Lucifron. So I think I agree with you. I think I like Golden Horde just a little bit more, especially on Dry Arabia as opposed to maybe Bald Land. But even then, I think it's a close matchup. We'll see. We dive in about 5 seconds here. Lucifron up 1-0 over Beastie after getting the legendary Ottomans. But we dive into game number 2. Beastie playing in the magenta this time. A nice hot flaming pink as the Golden Horde in the eastern corner here. Then that bright, nice and saturated color. And then we've got in the southwest, we've got in the yellow Lucifron playing as Zushi's Legacy here on Dry Arabia in game number 2.
Double retracted despawn for both players here. Quite a rare sight on Arabia. Especially Lucifrons. I mean, you can't ask
like
for a
almost
better.
in space.
You can't ask for a better despawn except if it was on the left side, I guess. But Beastie meanwhile should be pretty happy himself. Double back there against early horseman raids from Lucifron. That's definitely going to be nice and easy to defend. Tiny wall up in the north, maybe tower down here. Gonna feel pretty good. Of course, Golden Horde tends to be happy with just one deer pack anyway, and then go into stockyards. It's a bit tougher now, costing 275 instead of the previous 250. Still amazing value to be gained there, saving every stockyard essentially saves you 50 wood in the long run.
And this is a really nice spawn. The more I look at it for Lucifron, all the food just nicely tucked away on a map like Dry Arabia.
That's absolutely insane, man.
Things in the center is so dangerous, which is why I was talking like Pro Scouts, you know, being better on Bald Land because the food's forward. You do not, as Zushi, want to be forward. You want to get it in your base nice and safe. Here, it's like already there on his porch. I mean, that's awesome for him. BC's going to have his work cut out for him to deny that. He's also got a forward gold right here. Both players with gold more towards the front of the base. We'll see how they go about it.
Yeah, I mean, in the strategy here is the main question for Lucifron, especially because we kind of know what to expect from the Golden Horde. It's gonna be, you know, Torgods and Khan going on there while staging up, and then probably archers to help the Torgods, maybe with barracks potentially stable if it's a slightly longer feudal as well for those Keshiks. Lucifron, though, I mean, Pro Scout is still very much an option for Jushi. They still do it great. Just like China, not as well as China, but close enough. But it slows you down a bit, right? It slows down your initial pump. It gives time to the Golden Horde to get themselves up and running with production around the fortified outposts, as well as, of course, on the deer pack if they so choose, which you can't stop realistically here as Lucifron anyway. But how does that play out in the long term there for Lucifron? You can easily get your deer packs, that's not a problem. I guess you have to age up very quickly to the castle age because you don't want to fight in feudal, but your gold is very central forward here as Lucifron. So that's not going to be easy either. So it's a tricky spot, I think. The food's not going to be a problem, but there's bigger concerns than that. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm saying is like it's easy to sometimes whenever you have like a really great spawn with food, the gold's going to be up front. Like I'm looking at this spot right here. This just looks very, very exposed. I mean, there's no wood lines anywhere nearby. The TC's to the south of this, just below our screen right now. He's going to need to do something to secure that because if that is pressured too heavily, and if he, I mean, he does, I'm just trying to think of what he can do with that. Like that, not having access to the gold right there is a very scary thing to have.
It's huge, right? Because, you know, there was a bit of talk about how how insane this food spawn is for Lucifron, which it is, but honestly it doesn't really matter that much, right? Because he's still gonna need a couple of units to secure those deer packs, either way, whether they're all the way at the forward or at the back. And the level of investment needed is gonna be relatively similar, honestly, because of how delayed Golden Horde is. But the main problem is that gold, like we highlighted, and it's all forward. And he's never going to be able to get up to the castle safely if he's not extremely careful with his engagements and the amount of unit commitment. And that's always been the tough part with Jushi Pro Scouts against civs that keep up the aggression, like Golden Horde or French is another example. Finding that perfect sweet spot of the amount of units you need to survive whilst also not investing too many to age up, that is what makes it so difficult to play them effectively.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at, like, where's your secondary gold? You lose that gold right there in the north. Where do you go? There is, anywhere you go is going to be in the direction of the enemy. Like, there's just nowhere safe. So that spot is going to be so vital and important here if BC decides to push the issue at all.
Double production now under the Jiangnan. Gonna start off with some horsemen, Lucifron is. Even now, only the 2 left on gold. And actually going for a wheelbarrow first, so I think Lucifron might just skip it. I think he sees this this double deer pack and is like, I don't even need it. I can just throw up a few walls, like 3 walls all around those 3 wood lines, and it's secured. That's all he needs.
Honestly, saving the gold might be more imperative anyways, because if you're that worried about the gold long term, maybe you need to make sure you can keep that in the bank so you don't need to mine nearly as much to get to Castle Age later. Because again, that's going to be just a major concern. It's that, or he's going to need to really defend that point, maybe with some towers or something. Maybe just park a bunch of units on it. But it's just one of those key points. As we see, they're kind of skirmishing right now here on the far side of the map. Lucifron very happy to keep Beastie in his base right now. He doesn't want anything to do with Beastie on his side of the map at all. He would much rather keep Beastie busy there. That's why we're seeing him kind of just run around in circles, just trying to keep Beastie away. Does not want him on his side of the map. Wants to get some time. He needs to buy himself time. Eventually, though, Beastie's going to get fed up with this little skirmishing. It's going to get on the other side of the map, and then things are going to get very interesting in about 30-40 seconds.
We already mentioned that, but the stone delay from Lucifron has been absolute, like a stroke of genius. I want to say it was incredible for how long he has denied that stone with the scout. Makes the villager unable to build on top of it if the scout is close enough, similar to a Malian pit mine, enough so to actually force Beastie to just concede defeat on that stone mine and go north, placing it there instead. Great play there by Lucifron, buying himself that time as we spoke of. But Beastie now has that second Uvo up and running. Has archers, even Keshiks on the field now for Beastie. So he's playing kind of a style that's not so popular anymore with Golden Horde, but people used to do this a lot. Just playing pseudo-Mongols, essentially.
Spears coming in to deflect away the horde that is amassing outside of Lucifron's base. And where do they go? Where do they go? Straight around towards the gold. We see the first instance already of that being delayed a little bit. Lucifron pulls off entirely, sends the villagers straight to the wood line. Again, I keep watching out for this. Beastie's going to circle this like a hawk throughout the game, knowing the importance that it has. He's also going to try and wrap around this wood line. Thankfully for Lucifron, he's already... Oh no, that wall's not done yet.
No, not quite yet, but Beastie pulls back. Doesn't want to commit too deep. It's very easy to get trapped back there, right? You run into a wall, suddenly those 10 spears chased you all the way back, and I have to run through them to escape. It gets very messy.
Yeah, suddenly
so he's not going to take the risk.
With you. You're stuck in with me kind of deal, and then it gets really dangerous.
The very first batch is soon to hit the field here for Lucifron. You can see the bar almost filling up. That's going to be 4 spearmen and 4 horsemen out of nowhere for him, or almost doubling his military numbers afterwards. And that is a timing for Lucifron to hit. And if you look at the military count just now, you can see how strong that really is. As it has been non-stop investment by Lucifron so far. And there the batch comes, 26 military to 8.
That's big. This could swing the tide of things. He's been waiting patiently to get some military mass on the field. Beastie's going to see that and say, oh, I'm going to just go around that. No, thank you. Lucifron might push this, though. He's kind of heading across the map. This is going to force Beastie to do something about it. Instead, his unit's going around. Where does Lucifron want to push this? Now, Beastie has walls around the Ovo on the north side, which is an interesting choice, I think, to invest in that. He's got also is that the boar right there?
Oh, it's because of the
must
boar.
be.
Yeah, that's really good.
Really smart choice, which would explain the walls there. So nice and safe. Kind of a fun. It always feels a little weird to see Mongols with some walls, as the Golden Horde does. But meanwhile, here's that raid in the back line. Gets a Vil for the effort. Beastie obviously can't wrap around, but able to keep some presence in the back side of Lucifer's base. Gonna go back for another dive. Get another one, maybe? No, into the village they go.
A massive idle time though here on the sheep, right? Huge food stalling there for Lucifron. Barely has enough in the bank for a villager right now. You can see the slowdown in his production as a result, whereas Beastie is just fine, right? He has the ball. He's got that forward outpost there on the gold as well. The mass though is still so scary here from Lucifron.
Yeah, knocking on the door here, trying to get this wall. They don't want to go into TC range. It's still taking some pot shots at the horsemen. Meanwhile, this gold vein here for Beastie, well fortified now on top of that. In comes the charge. Get back off the Juganu. Sending some volleys. Not doing much damage, though, given that the Torgoods just don't take much damage from ranged units. Wall goes down, so the front door is broken open.
Lucifron being very...
storms the beaches, as it were.
Yeah, he's going very deep, isn't he? I think I'll
Yeah,
do
get
boar.
Beastie off the boar. Yeah, denies that food entirely. How much is left on that? Yeah, still quite a bit left. And on to the Ovo.
Incredible guts shown here by Lucifron. He's not worried about being trapped here at all, it feels like. He just wants to take down the Uvu, and I guess he wants to make an escape through that northern wall. Already putting the Zuganu behind the Uvu, just in anticipation of getting backstabbed by Beastie's army. Who, I think he really wants to trap it, but even now he's questioning it if he actually has enough here. You can tell. He wants to wrap around to his north.
It's gonna be close.
He does now have the breakpoint of archers to one-shot spearmen. Yes, Steel Arrow.
Madonna, or Lucifer, excuse me, just breaks out in the back door and escapes that way. Gotta be mindful of the archers there. Walks it back. This is gonna be a close fight here. Torgood's trying to get on top. Spears on top of them. And the horsemen get on top of the archers. They're trying to wrap around, and they do. Good micro from Lucifron gets on top of them. And the blob is just completely surrounded here. Signal arrow is shot. Will it be enough to counteract this? Horsemen going down in droves. Juganu trying to stand up. In fact, the Torgoods will be, looks like, victorious on this. Oh, but the archers are all but gone. But never mind. Oh.
Yeah, it's just a massacre on both sides, right?
Yeah, absolute massacre, both sides. Yeah, just about completely wasted away here. Looks like the Jugs will be the last ones standing by a hair.
Yeah, the lack of a little bit minimal micro in that fight by Beastie, right? He wasn't too worried about kiting with the archers to maximize the amount of space he kills, but there's also the concern of the horsemen, right? Like, there's not that much room to kite, and you want to make sure you block the horsemen with your cavalry there as Beastie. So he's kind of forced to stand his ground to make sure those archers do stay safe, but of course that means that the Zuganu can fire upon them freely, so they die very quickly anyway. The lack of Karash is starting to be a real concern, though, right? We can see why people don't do this too often with Golden Horde anymore, because like sneaking in a barracks, like alongside the stables and archery ranges, whilst you're also trying to still get stockyards, it's quite expensive. But I do think you really need that Karash, honestly. Like, it's the extra armor is just massive, especially against something like the Zuganu. But ideally, would have needed them in that fight, which had already happened, and there's no doubt Lucifron came out of that on top. Ultimately, there's so much value lost there for Beastie, his expensive Torgoods as well as the Keshiks, and Lucifron is showing no signs of stopping.
The biggest difference in that fight for me was the follow-through, the follow-up afterwards. Like, it was kind of a wash in the battlefield. A couple Zoogs live, but that's not a lot of value. The biggest difference is the follow-up. Lucifron immediately remasked, whereas Beastie really struggling to get that done. I mean, remember, he's off that board. He got pushed off that board for the entirety of that fight. So that food income that he was relying on wasn't there for it. And you can see that reflected in the food per minute. 400 a minute for Beastie versus 1,000 for Lucifron. That's the difference in this game right now, is that he has the ability, Lucifron does, to replace this army and put fresh troops on the field. And now we see it's 2-1 as far as military numbers go. Army value also reflecting that.
The power of the Jiangnan Tower as well here. You can see just the sheer amount of numbers here from Lucifron. Although Beastie's army is in theory better, just the sheer amount of units is too much for him to withstand, especially after the initial fight. And it reached the point where Lucifer was just diving the main TC in Feudal Age with unarmored units with impunity here, and he can't be stopped. Beastie cannot hold underneath the TC. It's too many units here, Socrates.
2-0. We go to a very lopsided series so far. Lucifron looking incredibly well poised to win this series. Beastie, man, some bad choices there as far as micro goes, as far as where he was at. Those walls felt nice, but then there was just no defense mounted outside of those walls. And then he sent the units up after the fact, took a terrible fight, has no follow-up. Lucifron, meanwhile, just scaled and scaled and scaled. We were so worried about that gold vein for Lucifron, but Beastie didn't really push that issue too much. And man, within 15 minutes of game number 2, Lucifron takes it, and now it's match point.
Match point just like that, right? Typical Lucifron fashion, these games are quick and snappy and one-sided, either way or the other one. I mean, sometimes he's got back and forth games, but normally this is very typical of the Spanish brothers. They don't waste time when they're behind, and they don't waste time when they're ahead either, especially. So when Lucifron smells he can kill, oh, he's gonna kill, and kill he did.
Spanish brothers been smelling blood in the water for a while. They both, I mean, Lucifron has been, I mean, they've kind of this last year just gotten better and better and better. They've really, I mean, you look back a couple of years ago, they were always good, right? The Spanish brothers were always in the mix. They've been playing on EGC for years now. They've gotten much better in the last year. There is something that has changed, and Lucifron has been especially looking really good. I mean, Vortex as well. Both players, just the aggression they show, this has been working out really well. I mean, I'm very impressed with Lucifron's game so far. However, looking ahead, I was looking at the draft, and I know Beastie grabbed HRE specifically probably for this map. 4 Lakes coming up here. He'll have a really good civ to answer that. However, Lucifron with House Lancaster, no pushover on a map like 4 Lakes either. So Beastie on the ropes, 2-0. Can he get a game away from Lucifron, or is this going to be a sweep?
It's going to be a very interesting matchup to determine it on, right? Because, I mean, Beastie's HRE is a menace. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
His most comfortable civ, his signature civilization. He's made HRE. He's pulled off miracles with HRE at their weakest in previous tournaments, and he's gonna absolutely need to do that again here, right? Otherwise, he's eliminated from this series, and well loses the series, right? And up against House of Lancaster, who they're not as scary as they were in the past on these maps, right?
No, but
kind of also still reasonable. And B has shown how strong they can be on land maps. Historically, though, Lancaster's done even better on hybrid maps, which 4 Lakes, of course, is. So it's likely to be another very aggressive game, to be honest. Although fast castle shenanigans are very possible between these two civs as well. On this map too.
What do you think the odds of a burger rush would be on this map?
High. Quite high.
I'm excited for it. I'm kind of like, I'm going to call a shot. I'm kind of like hoping to see some burger action come up in here. I could just see it because, I mean, that's one of the fun things with HRE and why they're so good is you can play the relics, but on a hybrid map, when you've got the food income, you can just springboard into castle, get the time. If you can get a timing attack going with that, it could be really good. I'm a big fan of burger rushing with HRE just in general, but especially on maps like this. So I'm excited for that. We'll see that. Man, what a series though so far, huh, Myriad?
Crazy quick
crazy quick compared to the last one.
The first game, it's Ottomans. It is what it is, right? And some maybe not the best fight taken at that point by Beastie. But the second game has been just... I wasn't sure what to expect exactly in this matchup. As I said, I haven't played as much Jushi as some of the others. But I know that they're incredibly strong. But this felt like it's not like Beastie made any mistakes either in that game, really. He got some really nice idle time on the food, for instance, and picked up a villager. Mm-hmm. I think we probably just need Karash, to be honest. Like, I think we just have to have a barracks at all times with Golden Horde. I've started feeling that as well. But we'll see if BC can recuperate in this third game, because he does have to. Lucifron leading 2-0. Indeed.
Beastie in the northeast corner in the pink. I've been jumping between pink and magenta. Kind of nice. Makes the pink look really washed out, though, next to the deep, rich magenta. Playing as Holy Roman Empire, and we see a Dark Age barracks coming right out from Lucifron as the yellow House of Lancaster in the southwest. Been pretty standard to see early spears from House Lancaster on hybrid maps like this. I've seen this play a number of times.
So no
There he
dock
goes.
opening here from Lucifron. Straight for the spears. And it's going to make quite a lot of sense for Lancaster, right? The faster sheep gathering means that they can output a lot of spears and still age up faster than most civs in the game. However, up against HRE, if Beastie does decide to follow up with a barracks after this dock, again, that could be tricky for Lucifron because Beastie spears are, of course, faster, and he can heal them in the Dark Age if he needs to. So gotta be careful how far you extend. Beastie's gonna be very happy with himself, though. I mean, the wood line towards the back on the dock, that's what you love to see against the spear rush.
I feel like this is going to be a tough thing to pressure for Lucifron. Like, look at the spears. In fact, is that a wall? That's a wall. This is
Yeah.
basically untouchable. Not just one. If you order right now, you can get 2 for the price of 1, plus shipping and handling. There we go. 2
Wow.
walls built up. And all that spear can do is just kind of go, oh, man. That was, hey, this is basically just untouchable.
Yeah. This is the kind of
This is a
situation
great start.
where I
Great start
think...
for Beastie.
Yeah, it's exactly what you hope for against a spear rush like this, right? Like with the wall, that's exactly what you want. An option here for Lucifron, which has really fallen out of favor recently. I don't see people doing this a lot anymore, which makes sense because the upfront cost is just huge. You could do a counter dock and transport ship underneath the wall, but it takes so
That
long.
feels,
Well,
I don't think that's worth it.
it's not the best map for it either. It's more of a Holy Island strategy as well, right? We have seen it here, but it's tough in this position. Lucifron's also going to press the issue on the gold here from Beastie. Did he trap a villager? No, not quite. Almost, though. I think that one's
Almost.
trapped, though. Yeah, that one's trapped, and it's over for the villager. Big pickup.
And you know what? BC does not have the gold. Oh, he's got just enough. He's going to have just enough gold. That was that. Can you imagine if he hadn't gotten that last little 22 villagers worth of gold right there? Could have been the difference. Abbey of Kings comes up for Lucifron, beating up Beastie to the age, but Beastie doesn't have that secure dock. Those spears, getting a villager early could help a lot, especially when you didn't get anything on the dock. There has been a lot invested in that dock. The extra wood, of course. Maybe about a boat's worth of wood, if that. Taking this down. Getting some value. So not a complete loss here on Lucifron's opening. But Minework Palace coming up for Beastie now. Gold has been spent. The nice thing here, though, is if you can just keep this gold denied for a little longer, you're really going to slow Beastie down from any kind of castle age or anything like that. So a little window of opportunity here for Lucifron.
We're going to have emergency repairs come in. Doesn't look like it. Nope. No emergency
Oh, man,
repairs
feels bad.
on the mining camp. Little slip up there for sure, I would say. And behind this, though, Lucifron, right, like you mentioned, Beastie does have the dock up and running, and Lucifron does not. That's already very visible in the food income. Beastie more than double this stage. Okay. It dropped right as I said that to below double, typical. But yeah, it's
About double, roughly double. We'll call it. We'll call it good.
it begs the question of what's the follow-up from Lucifron, because I mean, I feel like if you did want to counter dock, you would have done that in the Dark Age with the transport ship, right? Like that's sort of the purpose of that play as well, is that on top of it you counter dock and can keep the aggression on water and feudal, but that's not the case here. But he hasn't went a dock himself while aging up either. He has pulled off of the gold. So I'm not sure what's going on, because there's no dock dropped yet, but there's no gold gathering.
No,
So
I think there is. I think there is a dock.
oh, there is,
Corner,
yes.
right there. There it is.
Very
So
sneaky.
sure enough, Lucifron has the follow-up. You were asking the right question, Myriad. What's the follow-up? Well, there it is. He's been so sneaky. He snuck it right past our noses.
Indeed.
There it goes.
So that's not going to get
He's up.
spotted. Immediate galley.
There's
And
the galley.
oh, Beastie knows, though. Unless he's just, expecting the possibilities. I don't think he knows about the dock, but he recognized that this is a very real possibility. So he's going to open with his own galley. And this tower's taking so much torch damage. It's barely getting out-repaired, out-built, I want to say. No,
It might
actually.
go down here in a second.
It might go down. It's going to go down on this volley. No, one more volley. It's definitely going down. Oh my god, that's so painful. Beastie disaster. Beastie yet again in this game. That's so painful.
Man, this has just been rough going. It takes the death. That's another loss of wood right there just by taking out the outline. Getting on top of another Vil. He might
He's
take
gonna lose the villager.
kill. He does. And I might trap another one. Trying to run around. It's going to be about half health. It's going to survive to tell the tale, but I think her husband is down on the ground dead. Rough day to be a Beastie villager right now as they are just getting raided time and time again. These spears relentless, getting so much value.
This is just one of those days, I think, for Beastie. And it happens to...
Yeah.
I have lived this. Every pro has had this. It's one of those days where it feels rigged from the very beginning for you to lose. Where, like, everything is going wrong. Your hands aren't working. It's... Yeah, I've lived this. And we all go through this as players every once in a while. Yeah.
Rough day for Beastie out in the game. And, you know, he can't even build ships anymore. Even if he wanted to. If he can only build fishing ships. He's got no gold access. He's completely boxed in. Now his dock is under siege. This game, what looked like a great spawn initially, has just turned into a disaster as Vils are dropping left and right. He's lost 3 already. Trying to keep alive. He's going to start losing fishing ships now. There's
Yeah.
just nothing he can do. He might even just be boxed in. This might just be game. I don't know how... He's just so circumstantially boxed in.
Oh, it's definitely
Not much
game.
he can do.
Make no mistake. I think this is
Oh, yeah,
over. Unfortunately, it's just so much little damage across such a short space of time, adding up to the point where now we're so far behind as Beastie. I feel a little bit. I feel a little bit sorry for Beastie, right? Because this just happens sometimes. And you can't do anything about it, right? Sometimes these days
The
happen.
analogy I think of is, and everyone in Europe will forgive me here for the American baseball reference, but in baseball, the guys who pitch the ball and throw the ball, you get days where these guys will be the best in the league. But every
Right.
now and then, they play so many games that they'll have a day where they just cannot seem to throw it straight. They just cannot get it to where it needs to go. And it just happens. You just have a bad outing every now and then. This seems to be very much along that kind of line. You just have a bad day. And I think that's exactly what we're seeing here from Beastie. And Lucifron, to his credit, is not having a bad day. He is on point today.
No, Lucifron is
Combining
looking.
those two together.
Yeah, Lucifron's looking just immaculate today. It's very impressive to see. He's had Beastie's number every single game so far, just a step ahead, catching the villager on the gold. Ahead timing with the dock aggression, catching the northern pond villager as well. Just a step ahead at every instance of the way. And it results in this. Before 10 minutes, Beastie already has an insurmountable mountain to climb to recover in this game.
Yeah. You know what the funny thing is about this Myriad is, despite how bad this might look to viewers at home, Beastie could still just absolutely destroy me in a 1v1. Like, I have no chance. I don't have a snowball's prayer in hell of beating Beastie, even on his worst days like this when he just doesn't seem to have it. But we can't discount Lucifron. I mean, for as much as Beastie's having a rough go, Lucifron equally having just a really good day. I mean, already proving, and we've been saying it too. He's definitely in the top 8. Lucifron is. He very well might be in the top 5. I think he has a real chance to go to the semifinals, if not the finals of this whole thing. I mean, he's that good.
Yeah, this is the tournament that's going to answer the question in terms of the current placements of players, right? Every tournament, it's different. People go up, some go down. Spots are exchanged on the ATR and the rankings. So far, we've yet to see exactly how it's going to conclude. We're still in the group stages, of course. It's going to come down to the main event to see the upper echelon form itself. But for now, I mean, Lucifron is definitely looking in position to cement himself back to his previous peak. Because, I mean, there was a point in time when he was the best. Taking out Marine Lord in the finals long ago. I forgot which tournament it was. But he was one of the first in sort of... he was the first, actually, in Marine Lord's sort of era of dominance recently to take him down prematurely. That was, of course, followed by Oppipo, I think. Or was it Louis next? I forget.
Look at the, sorry, I'm going to interrupt you real quick. Look at the western corner. He's diving the base, but the western corner, I see some pink dots there on the western link. I think Beastie made some fishing out there too.
Okay.
You know, credit to him, man. He does not give up easily. He will see it through to the bitter end. I think this is going to be too insurmountable, though. He's doing everything. I mean, to be fair, that's exactly what you got to do if you want to give yourself a chance to try and get back in this game. But when you're hemorrhaging bills like this, there's not enough you could. No amount of makeup is going to get you back on track here in this game. But still fun to see that the tenacity of this guy pushing through as villagers are dropping like flies, down to 9 vill kills. I guess 9 eco kills if you can count fishing ships. And they run for the hills. This one's just about over, but man, what a series.
I mean, he's a fighter, that's for sure, right? Even now, under so much pressure, under just disaster unfolding every minute for him this game, Beastie still fights, but it's too much. GG is gold. Lucifron takes Beastie down 3-0 here in the Elite Classic 4 group stages. An unprecedented result. Well, I mean, people would think Lucifron's very good, of course, but 3-0 is crazy.
We thought we were expecting like at least 3-1, maybe a 3-2 somewhere. But you know, Beastie has a chance to bounce back. This is not the last game he has played by a long shot. In fact, we're gonna be casting him in just a little while. We've got after this one Marine Lord versus Vortex coming up, but then after that, finishing off today, Beastie will get his shot at redemption right away. And you know, to go back to my pitching analogy in baseball. When a pitcher has a really bad outing, the thing they want most in the world is to get right back out on the mound to throw again. So getting a chance to get right back on the horse and get back to it sometimes is the best medicine. So Beastie will be playing Puppy Paw at the end of our stream today. We'll be casting that series later. Before then, as we wrap up this series, we do have Marine Lord and Vortex coming up. Another Spanish brother facing off of another top 3 player. So we got good games all day coming right up.
Exactly, it's not slowing down at all. It's going to be the other brother next up against, well, the man needs no introduction, the one and only Marine Lord, of course, like you mentioned. And yeah, it's just absolutely stacked lineup of series today. This is only a taste of what's to come, I'm sure. You see a replay here of, well, I mean, by this point, it was already too late, right? Pretty unfortunate for Beastie. As we mentioned, these days happen and things just don't come together, right? It has happened in every sport, to every player. It's just a reality. You cannot be 100% all the time. And, you know, you just got to brush it off, not let it affect you too much. Check the replay, see what went wrong. It's routine for us players by this point. This happens and you come back stronger the next day as we're going to come back stronger after a short break, of course.
Actually, I think we're gonna actually jump into looks like we have a game still going on right now. Looks like Vortex is still in his series against Kiljardi. It's 2-1. We might jump into that one, finish that one up real quick, and then jump into a break and then go to the next series. Give us a little more. Otherwise, we're just gonna be taking a really long break. So if you don't mind that, Myriad, I think that's what we'll jump into.
Yeah, that sounds very good.
So that said, you know, with Beastie having that last thought on that for that 3-0, I would not be surprised. I mean, I'd be a little surprised because I think Puppy Paw is really good. I would not be surprised if that series ends up being a 3-0 for Beastie. You know, it can happen. Anyways, let's dive in and take a preview here at what we're going to be seeing here of Vortex as he's going against Kiljardi right now. Also on 4 Lakes, looks like we got Vortex as the Japanese in the blue and Kiljardi in the orange as JD. What a nice color combination this is. I like the blue and orange. It's nice on the eyes.
Yeah, we have a little bit of quick time speed here as we catch up to the live point of this game. As you already mentioned, JD once again here on 4 Lakes. It's a very possible pick here. You know, as you mentioned, the dock bonus is nice. The crossing distance between the 2 bases is quite short compared to other maps, so that lends itself to great aggression, and there's heavy wood committal because of the dock. So plenty of good here for JD. Whereas Japanese is just a classic all-time pick on this map, right? There was a back at the release, they were yeah, you had to ban them here or you were just dead, right? Back when the Koka Township was so oppressive. Gone are those days, but Japanese can still do a lot of the shenanigans that they did in the past. So it's gonna be Koka Township here for Vortex, and Kiljardi with the classic School of Cavalry. It's going to be range JD, which is going to be quite nice up against those Shinobi.
Villager goes down there. First kill of the game. Nice pickup. Nice little bit of XP as well.
Now, the woodline walls will keep Vortex safe for now from any night entry, as well as JD looking to pressure Gardi. Slowing down the night production, and Vortex doing the classic. He loves doing this with Japanese here, and I don't know how every time he does this, he has a back gold Sokoton. This is disgusting. Every single time he has a back gold, and he gets away with this.
Yeah, he manages it every single time, but no, not every time, but it feels like it. It feels like it. Maybe it's because that's the only time he pulls it out of the sleeve is when he's got that back gold. But quickly into Castle Age within 8 minutes and 15 seconds almost. That's crazy. Sub 9-minute castle. That is what we call a fast castle. You know, there's fast castle and there's, you know, fast castle. And this definitely fits under the latter.
And what's Kildare going to do to respond? Yeah, he's doing a quick transition himself, right? It looks like nice little fast, semi-fast castle for him as well. Fishing ship count, Kildare does have the lead, and he does have 2 ponds compared to Vortex's singular one, and looks like he is keeping a bit of an eye on that northern pond. There was a patrolling knight there, I want to say, but he gets distracted by the scout, actually. Oh no, the Shinto priest. Vortex could use this timing to actually get the dock up, but doesn't opt so yet. Finds a nice pick on the gold instead.
Mounted Samurai doing Mounted Samurai things, getting in there, getting a Vil kill, and getting away mostly scot-free. Meets up with another buddy of his and another. Ooh, that's looking like a scary mass. Yeah, that's going to have to be answered by Killjardy with some knights of his own. 3D in there to help the defense. Meanwhile, more villagers going to go down, and one does. An excellent single focus by Vortex to get that pick off. Now 2-1. Those little wins add up over time. Meanwhile, Shinto Priest grabbing the first relic in for Vortex behind all this. And now, Samurai thinking, hey, we got ourselves a little dock in this corner.
Still just Mounted Samurai for Vortex, although now the Onimusha switch is on the way. A bit surprising considering the fact that without Bloodlines, his knights are still superior to the French knights. But he wants to keep that mobility all over the map and make sure every skirmish goes in his favor. Relic advantage, I think, is definitely in favor of Vortex by now as he gets another 3rd pick on the woodline and gets away with it too. The horseman might be able to pick off the...
Just the 2 horsemen. To see.
Yeah.
I want to say he got away and got to go see his children again. Have we seen any Shinobi yet?
Oh, no, you jinxed it. You just had to say
his children he loved them. Have we seen any Shinobi yet? I mean, he went for the landmark, but he hasn't made... I don't think he's made a single one.
We saw one. He did not have a great life expectancy. Yeah.
Especially at double speed, you know. Probably was just a blink.
Yeah. It didn't last long. He tried his best. Bless him.
Rest in peace, Shinobi. You will not be forgotten. Marlatrie now on the field. A good unit for this comp. We have reached live from 4 Lakes. Man, this is not where you want your arbitrator to be at, though. Just getting swallowed up by the Mounted Samurai. Vortex just surrounding them, just not even worried. Onimusha behind, just picking off the horsemen. This is a sweep of crossbows. In fact, JD's in danger, too. They need to watch out. I was already trying to get her back home, but she will go down.
Yeah.
Huge fight for Vortex here. And this is looking very good in his favor at the moment.
That's a sort of game-determining fight, I even want to say. I mean, just losing the Arbitrium like that is absolutely painful. Words can't even describe it. It's just an unfortunate mismacro there from Kildare behind it as well. Way too much food. He underestimated the amount of additional wood and gold he'll need. He's trying to make the transition into horseman fully now. We saw a few earlier, but now he's getting the veterancy for it. But there's just a massive amount of damage sustained in that fight. The Arbitrium as getting reset back to 0 is a horrible position for JD to try to play from. Just a great read on the timing there by Vortex, knowing the amount he has is enough. At the upgrade lead as well. Even now, Kildare, not a single blacksmith upgrade yet. Now he's getting his steeled arrow. But is it too little, too late?
We were worried about this matchup going into it, saying that Japanese, while maybe not the #1 Civ on a hybrid map, is still definitely in those upper tiers. Especially against a Civ like JD, just feels like the matchup leans in favor of Japanese, especially with a good spawn, which Vortex had. And it is, he's not looking great for Killjardy right now. However, not done yet. He's still got fishing on both lakes, fully online. So quite a bit of food coming in for both players, but a lot more for Vortex. Look at the numbers. I mean, about 1,000 1100 for Kiliardi, but 14, almost 1500 for Vortex. In fact, if he just waits a half second, it looks like, okay, I was wondering if he was going to go for Castle Age. He just spent a lot of his resources. Looks like he's going to double down on the production and just kind of keep forcing the issue for now. Oh, wait, he's already in Castle. Excuse me. Man, this game goes quick. At double speed, it's hard it's easy to miss those things. He's already been in Castle for a while. But yes, of course he invests in resources. And now getting the circle on the crossbows once again. The horsemen just wasting no time getting onto their targets. There's nothing Kiliardi can do. He's just trying to stutter step them away, but the horsemen cleaving through and just shredding them to bits. Onimusha picking off their targets behind the line as well.
Yeah, it's a massive compositional advantage here from Vortex, leading to another successful fight. The Arbitria are just useless now against the current composition from Vortex. And this is just the hilarious part of this matchup for me. It's the same with French, Japanese as well. It's just the back and forth between unit switches here. I mean, we have French Archer first for Japanese, for French, right? Then Mounted Samurai come out and suddenly you need Arbitria. And then because of the Arbitria, Japanese now switches into Horseman. And then suddenly JD has to switch into Horseman. And then back to Mounted Samurai again now. It's, yeah, hilarious.
It's like a dance, right? It's like a very coordinated dance. However, I think it's Kiliardi whose feet are getting stepped on every single swap and step, because Vortex has been just ahead of the game each time. JD goes down, Onimusha finally ending her, and what little units Kiliardi has left are forced to retreat and die as they do so.
Not a single knight left on the field for Kiliardi. Only 4 Arbaletria and a Dream. Guildhall must be quite stockpiled by now in terms of food. But again, it's a case where, it's a case where the food is just, you need it to survive, not to actually get ahead with an Imperial Age here. As Vortex is at the stage where you can just dive endlessly now. The horsemen are tanky. And this is... Look away, please. Just look away. This is not safe. Oh no. Oh no.
An absolute slaughter. 13-1 as far as economy kills go, but it feels like it might as well be 130-10 because, goodness, the amount of destruction that Vortex has done. JD on the map once more, but she is not going to be able to do much. In fact, all she's going to do is run around and die, essentially. So this game is going to go to Vortex. It will be 3-1 in his favor. He'll be moving on shortly after to face Marine Lord here in the next series. We're going to give a short break after that one, though. We'll be back in a little bit, but a well-fought series looks like from Vortex takes this last game very convincingly with Japanese, and it has Marine Lord on the horizon to look forward to. So we'll see how that goes in just a little bit.
Exactly. So don't go too far. It's only a short break for us here. And Marine Lord up against Vortex is the next series on our hands. So plenty to look forward to still. And we are back yet again with our third series of the day. We're here to see Marine Lord up against the Vortex, so another incredible matchup on our hands. The other Spanish brother up against arguably the best in the world, and has been for such a long time now.
Don't feel like it's a huge argument to say that, right? Like the consistency that Marine Lord has been at the top is just incredible. I mean, you can't say enough. And it's because we mentioned earlier that even the top players make mistakes. The reason Marine Lord has been at the top for as long as he has and is consistently winning tournaments more often than not is because he doesn't make as many. And the ones he capitalizes immediately on mistakes enemies make. So there's a reason he's where he's at. He also drafts very well. But Vortex, again, I mean, we just saw him take that decisive win against Kiljardi just a moment ago. Vortex and his brother Lucifron have both been incredible. The Spanish Bros, I mean, it's been the Canadian Bros on top for a while, and now the Spanish Bros given a run for the money. They are, I mean, they're the reason we talk in terms of top 8 now, because they are so good. But we go first to Baldland. We got 3 minutes to discuss and think of what we feel about it.
I mean, speaking about
Ubids.
Just before we address that matchup, if you don't mind, I think it's an interesting detail to mention is a big part of like it's such an amazing tool to have. Well, it's weird calling it a tool, but having someone so close to you like your brother playing alongside you at a high level like this, and your practice with them, you talk about them. I mean, they live together, I'm pretty sure, right, if I'm not mistaken. Like it's absolutely a massive advantage, and it must feel so good, not only from an emotional perspective, to have someone you can lean on and talk to and who understands exactly what you're going through like this, but also from a competitive standpoint, just you know, a literal blood brother when it comes to practice, someone who won't you know, give others tips against you or anything like that, right? It's a huge advantage, and it's a great thing to have for the Canadians as well as the Spanish brothers here.
How incredible is that we have 2 sets of brothers who are in the top 8 in this
It's
game.
wild,
I mean,
right?
It is wild that we have that, and all 4 of them are all incredible individually as well. I don't think I think I've spoken with both Lucifron and Vortex at some point. I think I've done an interview with them at some point, but I've gotten to meet the Canadian brothers in person, and man, I've always been impressed when I meet professionals in person and get to chat with them and pick their brains. Like, all these guys are just so incredibly talented at what they do. But yeah, I mean, what a benefit to have your brother. I mean, I can't even get my brother to download the game.
Same.
I hop in. My brother doesn't want to learn the game. He gets mad that I just wipe the floor with him. It's like, no, I'm willing to teach you, dude. I'm willing to teach you. Both my older and younger brother want nothing to do with it.
Oh, we can keep trying. We can keep trying. Right? But you're right. That's the thing. Like I mean, we've seen this before in other esports and regular sports as well, right? There's often siblings playing a similar level, whatever. But it's normally very clear that one is sort of just a little bit better than the other one. That's not the case here, right? I mean, there has been, right? There's been like maybe a month or a tournament where one is like tiny bit better than the other for both Canadians and Spanish, but generally for like 95+% of the time, I want to say they've been like very close in skill, which is also pretty incredible.
It really is. I remember like a couple of years ago, Puppy Paw was like a guy. He was the guy. And then now Wham is now the guy, and then Puppy Paw is the guy. Like, they're just Vortex and Lucifron, the same thing. I mean, they're 2 peas in a pod. They're both so good. I think what's interesting too is that we talk about play styles of players, and Vortex and Lucifron are both very aggressive play styles, and they're known for it and are super exceptional when it comes to that. So it's fun to see that the brothers, both pairs of them here at this top level, each have like similar play styles as well. But really fun. Anyways, we dive in here in just a couple seconds. French versus a Ubids. Typically, if I'm playing as a Ubids against French, I'm feeling pretty good. I like that matchup as an Ubids player. But going against Marine Lord, you just gotta wonder, like, okay, like, you can have a favorable matchup all you want. When you're going against the best, it's never going to be easy. So we dive into game number 1 of our best of 5 set. Vortex in the blue as a Ubids in the west. In the east, we're looking at right now Marine Lord in the French as pink. We are underway. Game 1 of 5.
Yes, indeed. The opening game here between 2 titans of the scene. Marine Lord as the French against hybrids, and we were speaking about drafting, about how good these players are at drafting as well, right? Which you kind of have to be at this level. Which begs the question, at least if you ask me, how did we end up with French against Ayubid?
That is interesting. I genuinely think Ayubids is a really good choice into this.
It's like one of the best choices, yeah.
It's one of the best.
Sure.
Like, yeah, like you feel so confident going in. I mean, even down, and it's like up and down the ladder. This is one of those matchups that like is just always favored for Ayubids. Now, not to say that French can't win. Like that's totally possible. Now, when we talk about like favored matchups, we're talking like no more than 60-40%. Like that's usually about the as drastic as it gets. Maybe there's some outliers to that, but I feel like overall, but even still, like this is one of those matchups that as an Ayubids player, you just feel okay going into. You've got a lot of tools in your toolbox. I think the biggest reason for that though is just one word: camel. You've got camels.
That's right.
The camel and ease that inflicts upon the French knights. Basically, I mean, it's 20%. So imagine if you've got 5 knights, really, he's only got 4. That's a huge debuff.
It is. It is an absolutely massive debuff. And combine that with a dervish, right? Which is probably what we're going to see from Vortex in the Feudal Age. It means that he's going to be in such a huge advantage when it comes to these skirmishes, especially early on. And they have to be early skirmishes before you have bigger fights, right? I mean, obviously, numbers of units goes from low to high as the game progresses. So you're never skipping that initial stage here as the French. You're going to have to fight against the dervish healing, whether you like it or not. Well, never mind. No, you don't, I guess.
Economic wing growth. This is... Now, I have to be very careful here because I'm an Ayubids main, but I am not a good enough player like Vortex. So like I've got thoughts on this, and my thoughts are, what? Normally I would go for the dervish because the healing or even the desert raiders could be a good option just because you have units to deal with the knights early, initially anyways. Economic wing growth, I mean, this plays into a good fast castle, which is probably the plan for Ayubids. I feel like that it can be very good. Getting the 3 vills here, while it's always a good option, I don't know if this is the best option. I am genuinely curious as to what the thought is behind this for Vortex.
I do agree with you. I'm just a little bit perplexed by what the plan is, and it makes me very, very curious. I mean, I was going to say, like, I was wondering initially what the plan is for Marine Lord as well to end up in this matchup, because I think it's such an interesting thing to consider, because when we look at the draft, right, like, is this a case where Marine Lord didn't expect Ayubid because it's one of Vortex's potentially few hybrid civs, let's say, and then he forces it here instead of a hybrid civ, leaving himself potentially weaker for one of the hybrid maps later? So that's why Marine Lord maybe didn't expect this. Or is it actually just a gamble situation where this was a real possibility, but Marine Lord just didn't potentially expect it? Right? Or is it sort of actually maybe a bad pick by Vortex because it weakens his draft later? And it's only something we're going to know after this game, but it's something I want viewers to keep in mind because it's a very interesting thing to look at, and it's going to give you deeper insight as to how these players think about these decisions and why they make these decisions in the first place. As to growth, though, well, that stumps me, to be honest, Sokoten, just like we mentioned, because I'm not sure the reason, like... we have Wheelbarrow, which is great choice, right? It's going to be useful against the Knights. I wonder if this is a case where maybe Vortex tested this and he realized that he can actually get away with growth and still win in Feudal with just Desert Raiders without needing the Dervish, so he can have better economy. That might be the case, and looking at Double Stable, that seems to be the idea.
Looking like not a fast castle play, but instead he wants to just duke it out in Feudal Age. But that still begs the question of why not go for the Dervish? Because then you can heal up your Desert Raiders and your stuff as you go. I feel like the ceiling for that is so infinitely high and not terribly difficult to achieve. I don't know. I mean, 3 vills is 3 vills. I guess that what that does is it counteracts the slightly faster villager production speed that Marine Lord gets with the French. But again, I'm with you 100%. It's not, and I don't feel like I can really say I personally would not have done that because I'm not Vortex. He's a far better player. But as a guy who really likes Ayubids and really loves this matchup, I just don't know. I mean, it can work. It just doesn't feel optimal on paper. But Vortex is an aggressive player. We'll see. We'll see what he wants to do with this. One thing I want to point out, though, is that gold is very far forward, and so are those berries. A lot of the spawn for Vortex is very exposed, and even as a French player into the Knights of, or even as a Ubits player into French, you don't want your stuff exposed. That can be a weakness, an Achilles heel, even if your gold is not easy to defend. The same with your food.
100%. So that is the question, right? I mean, is growth, like, do you need the dervishes to actually win in feudal here as Iobits? That is the question we're definitely going to have answered here today, unless there's any, severe micro blunders from either side. That should be the case. So I'm very curious because it's a great question to ask, and this is the game where it shall be answered. So we shall see.
It's like, when you think
so
about
far,
it,
though,
right? Like the Knights have chivalry, so they can heal up in feudal age. The dervishes give you that option now as well, because otherwise you're left with no healing capability as a Ubids in feudal.
Yeah.
So there's definitely I can give you a lot of good reasons why Dervish Wing would be preferable. It also gives you a one-up when you get to Castle Age to go grab the relics faster. You've already got them in hand. Your units are ready to go. So again, I can list a couple of reasons why I would do that. But again, the 3 extra villagers does scale. It's only just now, a minute or two later, 28 to 28. So villager lead, you can still see he's about half a villager up. But that disappears the longer you play in feudal. So again, it's like the 3 is nice. It bridges that gap, but it doesn't give you much more. And if you happen to lose some villagers, then it's kind of a wash.
Yeah, it's tricky, right? Because that's what you think, that the healing is almost necessary, but it might not be. And that could be what Vortex has deemed to be the case. Pure Knight from Marine Lord as an opener is bold, right? I mean, having the few Knights is very useful, especially on this map. It's always going to be a raiding threat. So it's going to be a quick Archer transition after. It was actually double stable before the first range, it looks like. But not that many Knights produced, so Marine Lord looking to sort of make a decision here as well. I feel like his finger is itching to start switching into Horseman, but he's hesitant.
Desert Raiders, an incredibly versatile unit here. Some archers that do counter them. They are, of course, the counter. But when you got that numbers, I mean, there's not enough archers here to contest this. The Desert Raiders doing a great job. If you can't heal these guys up, I am impressed then that Vortex is microing them as specifically as he is to not take the charge damage. He's just chipping away slowly at these guys. That's a really good. And one thing to remember too, another reason why these Desert Raiders are so good into these Knights, they do have a little additional melee armor. So I believe I want to say it's 3 or 5 melee armor. I might be 5. You can check on that real quick. I want to say 5 feels like a lot, but I want to say it's 5 melee.
Tell you what, I'm going to be that guy and say it's 4 in between.
You got 5.
Oh, it's 5. Okay. Yeah. Which is a lot, right?
Not bad. It's a lot. It really helps. Which everyone says that Horsemen counter Desert Raiders, which pound for pound overall in mass is true. In small engagements, that bit of armor can actually kind of help edge out a win when the numbers are scarce.
And I'm quite impressed by the mass from Vortex here already, to be honest. I think this is just growth wing, right? Like, I think I see the vision here from Vortex. The idea is, yeah, he doesn't have the healing from the Dervish, but he's just going to have way more Desert Raiders because of it to offset the fact that he doesn't have the healing, even going up to a 3rd stable now. And on top of it, he's just going to have more berries. He's going to have 3 extra villagers working for him from feudal age and keep the French pinned in their base, which the Iobid, to be fair, can't even do early on, really. They can for a little bit, but then they're always forced on the defensive, right? But doesn't seem to be the case here.
Well, I'm worried about the number of archers that are going up for Marine Lord. However, Vortex has the answer in Horseman. I just feel like the comp looks better long-term for Marine Lord because Horsemen just don't play nice against the Knights. Now, of course, you're hoping that you can micro in a situation where the horse end up on the archers, the Desert Raiders stay on the Knights, but you don't get a guarantee for that, and especially against someone as skilled as Marine Lord. You're banking on a lot of powerful micro skills, which, for Vortex's credit, the aggressive player he does have. It's going to come down to how precisely these players can play, how accurately they can make these moves happen.
You're completely correct. Long term, the composition heavily favors Marine Lord. But look at this, right, from Vortex. He doesn't plan on this going long term, right? He just wants to keep Marine Lord scared in his base, idle out here, idle out there, bring the army back yet again. All the while, there's grander designs at play here. Although, a bit of a reinvestment. Yeah, a bit of a reinvestment from Vortex means he's slightly scared from clicking the age up just yet.
Does he have his, he's getting, okay, he does not yet. So Desert Raider just do 8 base damage. Okay, I'm trying to calculate how many Desert Raiders it takes to one tap the villagers of Marine Lord.
I think it's
40, 50 health. So
5?
5.
I think 5,
6,
right?
7 to be safe. So that mass he's got right there will one-shot Vills.
Indeed.
They almost two-shot, I think, the archers right now, too.
Engagement
Right
goal.
here. Horseman's trying to get onto the archers. They wrap around and do get some hits here. Desert Raider's able to front line against that. Remember that melee armor coming into play. Meanwhile, the archers get swallowed up. The knights reposition, trying to keep them safe. You know, they could always, the Desert Raiders could also switch to melee and do some good damage as well against the archers, and they do. This is kind of a tough fight here for Marine Lord. The knights are going to be able to stand and be okay, but the archers get completely wiped off the board.
It's an absolutely beautiful engagement here by Vortex Red. Marine Lord, a bit like a book, I want to say. Just baiting him forward in the center of the map, thinking he's going castle, but actually having reinvested into plenty of horsemen behind this, wipes a massive chunk of Marine Lord's army, who keeps most of his knights alive. Credit to him, but nah, he's just bleeding even more. Now the villagers are forced to retreat.
Suddenly the numbers are in favor, and with only a few knights, these Desert Raiders are tanky. They do hit pretty hard as well. The melee is not bad. I mean, the fact they can switch between the two is good. Meanwhile, Horsemen cleaning up the replacement archers, getting those reinforcements pushed back, and Marine Lord just cannot get on the offensive here. He is forced back on the defensive side. Villagers running back into the base, and now you can see those Raiders deal okay in the Knights when they get them low health, taking them down here, trading 1 for 2. That's a good trade any day if you're a Ubids.
Marine Lord suddenly on a big back foot here. Behind in military, struggling with economy and food access especially. Vortex has absolute free reign to age up now.
I've seen the light on the economic wing. I gave him time to not fall behind what French wants to do. But to be fair, this works because Vortex is really, really good at using what military he has. That wraparound on the archers, if he doesn't take that fight as precisely as he does, it might not have turned out quite as well for him. The comps were pretty comparable. It came down to the micro here, and Vortex, I mean, ever the aggressively, I mean, the reputation precedes him, right? He's an aggressive player. He's good at doing this. Takes a good engagement off of an incredible player in Marine Lord. I'm looking for more blood too. Meanwhile, Culture Wing Logistics comes up. So, oh man, this is a really, really nice game plan from Vortex.
Yeah, the execution is just absolutely flawless here from Vortex, right? This was clearly planned, and planned very, very well indeed. Just a growth wing to get those extra Desert Raiders, not even needing the Dervish, instead opting for them in Castle Age, where he gets 3 instead of 2, and the healing is even stronger than in Feudal Age. That is cake and wants to eat it too, which I never really understood that saying, to be honest, because if it's your cake, wouldn't you be the one to eat it anyway?
It's an odd saying. Bill goes down. That's the first villager killed on either side in this game. I get a second one too. Trying to body block it, cannot get it done. So 2 for 1 knight. That's still half health. A good raid from Marine Lord. He needs something. He needed a win, even if it was a small one. He needed a win there. All those weak dervishes are going to get healed up in a bit too. Or sorry, those Desert Raiders. Excuse me.
I mean, even the confidence here from Vortex, not opting for military wing reinforcement for the extra raiders, he just feels like, I don't even need it. I can just get even more ahead with the logistics. So great, great confidence. Yeah, it's great in this position for sure. Definitely the right choice.
Not enough to deal with that. That's enough knights alone to deal with them. Meanwhile, the archers to add some chip fire. Another knight gonna go down, maybe? One more hit would do it with the sword. Maybe the bow would take a couple shots, though.
Yeah, 2, 3 maybe. Should be enough there.
Yeah. Their Desert Raiders have that arrow, but it's not very powerful.
And
7 damage, it's not bad.
There is still a little bit of danger here for Vortex, right? Marine Lord pushing him very aggressively now, and he has decent forces on the field still. You can see Vortex is not overreaching here. He's delaying this fight as long as he can, knowing there is no need for him to take a risk. Although I think he could actually win the fight outright. Why risk it when you don't have to? Dervish, though.
Losing one of those is really not good, though. Losing a Dervish. He's got 2 more on the field, but losing one, again, such an interesting wing, and that potential that those things can give you as far as value is infinite. But if you lose them, it's such a catastrophic hit. Thankfully, he's got 2 more to work with. And you're gonna have to be careful here. And he will be. He's gonna have those Desert Raiders upgraded in just a couple seconds, and you'll see him turn and take the engagement probably.
Yeah, this would be the time for it.
Would be the
Moving
time now.
towards the outposts.
We'll buy some time. Filling up too while he does that. Nice.
Yeah, and Marine Lord is still. It's kind of crazy how carefully Vortex is playing this. Like over careful, I want to say at this point, because I think he can actually take this. Although space in the mix now from Marine Lord, because it's going to make it a little bit tougher here for Vortex. Archers now focusing out the Desert Raiders, but an age behind, they don't even really counter them any longer. As you can see, they barely do damage. And with the Camel Lancers in the mix as well, some horsemen peeling off to the back line. Everything Marine Lord has here will die. A very painful death to these camels. The horse is scrambling as they fall, bodies everywhere. And Marine Lord has very little left in this game.
Those Desert Raiders, one thing that they can do when you only have 1 or 2 spears and you've got a lot of Desert Raiders, you can pinpoint the spears, which is exactly what Vortex did. Micro is the way to go, it seems. He wins it and takes a really good game 1 over Marine Lord. Now, granted, the Civ was definitely in favor of Vortex, but not only that, he used it to perfection.
Yeah. Perfectly planned matchup with equally perfect execution here from Vortex. Very, very well played indeed. But now the real question begins is, how did this happen, right? How did we end up in this matchup as Marine Lord? And I'm very curious to see the draft as to what led to this, because you know, and having spoken with Marine Lord about this, he's not a believer in the throwaway game, especially in a best of 5. He's not the type of player. He thinks every game can be winnable with the state of the civs now and the meta. So there's no reason to have throwaway games. I'm curious to see when we do eventually have all the civs to understand why this matchup had happened. We can also have a look at the upcoming one, which will be China for Marine Lord, probably the best Chinese player currently. I mean, well, he's kind of the best player, right? But yeah.
Marine Lord probably has that under a couple different civs.
But I know the thing is, yeah, it's true. Marino specifically, though, right? Like I've
yeah,
he's told me this as well. Like he still thinks China is like arguably the best civ in the game. Even
I mean, in his hands, it probably is.
Yeah, it's perfectly designed for him, right? It's just rewards control so well, but also understanding of the transitions within the game, knowing when to back off from your aggression. We've seen B give a very good masterclass in that as well in his China game. Didn't quite work out in the end, of course, but you know, in that mid game with the Knights and then building up the defenses, that was exactly how you have to play China in most matchups, and Marine Lord just does it exquisitely well.
And what a good start for Vortex, though. We haven't had a lot of time. We've been very good. And shout out to the production here. Shout out to, of course, Myriad being here. We also have our production, our Observer Vodka and Cow behind this as well, making everything go. There's the confetti. We've been so bang, bang, bang into the next game. It's been just, nonstop action, not a lot of sitting in the lobby, which is nice. But it means we haven't discussed the importance of the draft or really gone in depth onto the draft for both of these players. We've talked a bit about Ottomans getting banned a lot, Malians getting banned a lot. Usually it's Byzantines or Macedonians getting banned after that. But the draft matters, and being able to snipe the other civ, because you offer 2 and one of them gets sniped by your opponent and you get what's left over. So kind of like you were talking, like, how did this matchup end up? And you can see it right there. It's because Macedonians got through. It's that, or you face Macedonians, which most of these players at this point are saying that's just an auto win. We can't let that one sneak through. We see it being, again, sniped in the second match. So when you let one of those civs sneak in, you're sniping it then every time, which means you're left at the mercy of whatever's left. And I guess to Vortex's credit, I see I can play against Golden Horde or the French. Give me the French. And so you can kind of see how that kind of culminates into a really good match for Vortex in game 1. Looking at game 2, you don't want to deal with the Torgoods and Golden Horde? Okay, let me throw that out along with China on Gorge. Suddenly, you get a decent matchup then, or a spot where Marine Lord should perform, I think, a lot better than he did in game 1.
It's also the long term, right? We have 4 lakes there. Vortex has a couple of civs there, right? We have Mongols, we have Japanese. JD even can be played, even Jushi. So it's an interesting expectation for Ayubit to go through in game 1 there. Makes sense, looking at it in hindsight. But Vortex, actually, leading the series now up against Marine Lord, who spawns in the color pink as the Chinese here on Gorge. Facing, of course, Vortex in the color blue as Jeanne d'Arc. Quite the matchup on our hands. JD getting a lot of playtime today, a bit more than I anticipated.
Yeah. I think there's like a thing to where like those civs that aren't quite the top 2 or 3 civs, sometimes you get some of these civs that are kind of in the middle, kind of end up getting a lot of playtime randomly just because they're kind of what's left over and you want that kind of play style. It makes sense, I think. Of course, another French civ, very good in the hands of Vortex, an aggressive player as always. This is definitely something right up his alley. You know, I mean, this matchup right here, not the civs, but like the player matchup we have, this could very well be the finals. You know, like these two players could really go all the way. I would not be so if you told me, hey, the final or the semifinal is going to be Marine Lord versus Vortex, I'd be like, yeah, totally. No questions.
Yeah, 100%. This is very, very possible. So this could be a hint of what's to come. We'll have to see. But it's, yeah, I mean, JD against French, right? Like it's, the thing with JD is French is better. There's no argument, right? French is definitely just a little bit better. But there's no other civ. Exactly. There's no other civ like French that does the sort of the same job, which is great feudal prowess with also reliable scaling. That's quite rare for a civ, actually, in AoE4. And only JD, the variant, ironically, is the only other civ that can do that like this. I mean, there's a few others, right? But they normally suffer in one or the other. Like, for example, I mean, Jushi might not be the best example because it's a bit unclear. But yeah, Chinese, for example, right? They can also be fine in feudal, but they're not as strong as French or JD, but they scale better than either of them, right? So it's more lopsided as opposed to balanced in their power curve. These are all very important considerations at this level. So the JD pick makes perfect sense in that regard. And just like French can do great up against China, JD can also do quite well if China missteps here.
With JD, I mean, on that, with JD being so similar to French, that's one of the biggest complaints I hear, you know, in the community about JD is that it's too similar. And sometimes you see people posting things on like Reddit or whatnot saying we need to have a rework of the civ. Where do you stand on that?
I mean, it's definitely too similar, right? It's the playstyle is completely identical outside of the fact that there's also JD. Mm-hmm. So I guess from a design perspective, yeah, that might not be ideal if you have two civs that are virtually identical in playstyle and identity. I mean, still there's tiny differences, right, here and there. But ultimately, it's definitely, I think, a little too similar. And I'm curious what they do with the rework in the future. So I don't think it's as simple as just doing something like a School of Infantry, right? Like, I don't think it's that simple because yeah, like if JD doesn't have knights in the feudal age, then the issue is I think they become the worst civ in the game, right? Like easily. So you have to be careful how you balance this. But again, if they have knights in the feudal age, then they're always going to make knights in the feudal age, no matter what they have, right?
Yep.
So it's tough to think of how to change this. It's definitely not easy.
In a way that doesn't just ruin the civ entirely, right. Yeah. School of Cavalry almost up here. Chinese, of course, always quick to get to the age up. Going pro scouts against JD is interesting because you're liable to being exposed to her attacks early and giving her XP if you drop a scout, which, I mean, these guys are so high level that maybe they just do it anyways. But I'm curious to see how Marine Lord goes because, I mean, more often than not, we see Chinese and Zushi go for pro scouts, get those sheep in. China doesn't have to, but it just tends to be what they do. We see 3 IOs though. So 3 IO opening for Marine Lord today.
Yeah. And I do think, sadly, like we talk about how strong China is very often, right? And they are, and they have been for a very long time. But the truth, I think, is that most cases they actually have no choice but to go pro scout. So they're sort of a victim of their own power in a way. They're like consumed by the fact that they have no choice but to go pro scout every game, which is strong. But Yeah, like there's so rare instances where they skip it and actually end up better for it than before. At best, they can hope for is even in most cases. It's just the way the maps are and the way the matchups work. Like here, for example, I mean, in what world could Marino possibly skip Pro Scouts against JD here, right? I mean, the two deer packs are there. Like, it's so easy for Vortex to be very aggressive that side if there's a bunch of vills and towers, more experience for JD. Whereas if the deer is under the mill, at the
Safe,
back towards the wood line, well, yeah, way harder to strike. So it's tricky, and I think it's tricky from a balance perspective as well, right? Because imagine if there was no like before Pro Scouts was the thing. I'm pretty sure China was struggling a lot, if I remember correctly.
I still think even with Pro Scouts, it's not easy because there's a good chance that Vortex has the ability to contest this. There's a reason why we saw that barracks go up first from Marine Lord, not stable, right? He knows he can't make the scouts first. They has to get the spears out first. So even just going against a French or JD, it fundamentally changes the build order because you have to respect it. And now we see he also has to respect that there's a hero unit who can actually do a lot of damage to these spears and give a lot of XP. In some ways, I almost like JD better than French against Chinese because of this interaction right here. One Vil goes down. Nice pickup.
Oh, that's a really nice pickup there for Vortex, showing his exemplary night timing and micro. Very well played. I see your point about JD against Chinese, though. It makes sense, right? The ability to feel so good about these fights and wanting to actively force them for big reward later down the line is not a luxury French has. They're great in Feudal, but they don't have a direct reward for taking good fights, right? Outside of just having even more knights. But here, you actively get rewarded for it as JD. So it makes it also way easier from a decision-making perspective because you know you want to fight and you should fight. Whereas French has more of an option to pivot earlier into a Carcelage, right? And try to get that keep up ASAP with a discount, guild hall pumping. For JD, it's like, well, you better fight because it's so good for you. Whereas you scale a bit slower.
How do you describe it with the Pro Scouts of China? Like they're almost compelled to do it because they have to for their own power. Like they have to. So it makes this matchup very predictable, though. So both players know what's going on. Like there's no like beguilement to be had here. Like there's no cloak and dagger shadowy stuff going on. It's I got a Pro Scouts. You got to come and fight me. Like gauntlets come off, let's go. Like that's what this game is. That's what this matchup is. And it's fun to see. And it all comes into the execution then. Like there's not a lot of strategy outside of that to be had. I mean, just some small things, some tactical decisions, I suppose. But overall, like the grand strategy of what each player is trying to do and accomplish is laid out almost in stone. It's just how they execute it.
The game knowledge, right? The understanding that this is what matters in this very matchup, on this very map, and in this situation. And it's all about the execution for this early section. Strategy, of course, opens up a lot more later in this matchup. And Vortex is perfectly aware of this, as is Marine Lord. He's just sitting right on top of the deer pack, and he knows that if Marine Lord can't get this, he's gonna win. And that's just a fact.
Nice back and forth here. I like that Vortex has the 1-1-1 comp here. He's got 8 archers, 6 knights, 2 spears. Those spears pretty important because there are a couple of horsemen here. He hasn't overinvested into them. He's got just the right amount of mass and the healing to boot. And what a powerful tool to have in your toolkit. Able to sit on this deer pack, pushing back. JD trying to get out. That she might go too far here. It's a swing, backs up in time, doesn't take too much damage. That was dangerous. Lots of XP coming in. She's about a third of the way up. Needs a little bit more though to get closer.
Ooh, and the Impale on the Spears catches 2 of the knights in their charge. Big catch. However, the JD commitment means that she does end up falling. However, problems for Marine Lord. He picks up JD, but at what cost? His front line is gone. He lost a bunch of his scouts as well. Food, I bet, is starting to be a bit concerned. There's a bit in the bank, but I don't think there's many sheep left at all. Okay, there's a bunch still left. But that's going to run up pretty quickly. Yeah,
that's not going to last much more than a couple minutes. And the tricky thing is that where Vortex is at right now is actually strategic. There are 2 packs of deer on this side, not just the one. So it's not like Marine Lord can pivot and go take the other pack and contest the other one later. They're both on this side. So there's not much he can do. This is where the battle has to be fought. There's nowhere else to go unless you want berries.
Which, yeah, you definitely don't want as Marine Lord here. He's going to look to press out again, but Yeah, I mean, Vortex buying this is just on good food. He's taken his first day back. That's finished. He's now on his second. More and more horsemen and scouts falling here for Marine Lord. It's starting to get very painful now for Marine Lord, I want to say. Like, he hasn't
not
even been
looking
able
good.
to get a single deer, Sockleton. Not one. Normally, you're like guaranteed at least one as China, but and look at that. Villages are starting to go idle. The next point of food here for Marine Lord is that forward berries right where Vortex's army is.
You might really need to go get that boar down in the south corner, but it's so risky. But it might be worth sending a couple vills down there. But how can you do that when you got a knight coming in the back, getting another pickoff? That's the second vill. But just reminding Marine Lord, hey, if you sneak out, I will see it. I will find it. Which puts you in a bind, right? Like, you know, that boar would be just a godsend right now to get you back on your feet in this game. But you can't even go. You can't leave your base. You need the safe food, which means you need that deer. Meanwhile, Vortex, ever the aggressive player, he's not going to let up. He smells the blood in the water.
And just look at this. Marine Lord is so desperate for food, as he should be, because he doesn't have any. He's actually trying to take Vortex's there on the far right side of the map. At the same time, though, Vortex is pressing in, putting pressure on this village. He's just going to try to steal it. Issue is, of course, even if he somehow makes it all the way back to the base with those deer, which I doubt, the amount of decay, like, there's going to be less than... There's probably around half of the food left on those deer.
Oh, those are scouts.
The scouts and horsemen.
Yeah. Really can, but yeah, this is desperation mode. Boy, this is, I mean, if you're Vortex right now, you're just really having a good day right now. This is exactly how you wanted this to go. Taking some good fights. You lost JD earlier, which kind of stung, but again, at what cost? And now almost about a third of the way there left to get to age 3. Almost loses JD. Pulls her back at the right time. Knights now getting onto the archers. Backline, however, for Vortex looking a little thin. There's a lot of archers here for Marine Lord. But with those knights, there's just nothing to counter them with all the spears gone.
Only one knight has fallen. That marks the second knight that falls. So only 2 knights in that entire engagement is something Vortex shouldn't be very... He should be definitely be quite happy with that one. He lost a little bit of military tempo, now forced to remass further back. So this Marine Lord does have a tiny window here to pick up those deer. But guess what? The scouts are busy bringing back the far deer. Oh, are they? Oh, no. They actually got backed off. Yeah, they got pushed away by some units. So now he can take this deer, and I don't know why... Okay, well, I know why Vortex actually... It's chivalry. He has so many low HP knights here. He does not want to commit. But it's a massive delay placed on Marine Lord here. Now is the first deer coming in for China at minute 13. I never thought I would utter these words in a China game, but here we are. And I know, right? It's crazy how much the game has changed. And
barbecue to boot, man, that almost
makes sense.
That up earlier would have been huge, but this is the first opportunity Marine Lord has had to breathe, and now that he has a chance to breathe, everything else being equal, like, he's gonna have food now for a while. So if he can just get his feet under him and, you know, stabilize, he's not out of this game yet. Vortex has been on the warpath, but there's a chance to breathe, and that's sometimes all you need. However, Knights, taking a look, Barbican's going to actually shoo them away along with all those archers. Wow, that is a lot on the field. 36 of them in total. That's a force to be reckoned with, even against the Knights. They 2 or 3 shot Knights with that amount of firepower.
Zuganu has a follow-up immediately from Marine Lord as well, so he's not taking any risks here. He's of course going for the song for the safety, securing that deer back and get the passive villager. You know, maybe you can even start going granaries nice and early towards the back left side there, on the left side of the wood line. You have some big open space there, but it's also the Zuganu, right? They're gonna just be way better than archers here up against knights and spear and the knight archers from Vortex. So it's huge on the defense, especially beneath that Barbican. And considering Vortex reinvested once again, actually though, this is just feigned aggression. He just wants to force Marino to reinvest a little bit because Castle is on the menu for him.
Yes, it is. 900 food, over 930 gold. He is like just a point away from JD hopping on a horse. So as soon as she gets mounted up and suited up, it's going to be a really good Castle Age for Vortex. At least he'll be set up for a good Castle Age. Whether or not he can establish that is to be seen. But Guildhall does go up. And meanwhile, Marine Lord continuing to produce units. He's got a little ways to go to get to Castle Age himself. But he's getting the gold, getting the food. I don't think it'll be too far behind.
No, he shouldn't be at all. Especially because he's able to actually get his deer packs now. I kind of wish Vortex would have kept up the pressure here on these deer packs, especially the second, but
it was a win
it's also tricky. It's also tricky though, right? Because like with so many low HP knights, it would hurt so much to actually lose them. And then you're probably not in a position to deny it anyway. So he's taking the safe approach, which is prudent, right? Like that is ultimately the right way to play it, I think. There's no need to risk. He's already got enough of a lead, I think.
Yeah, he's gotten ahead enough. He's got the tempo on his side. Some weak horsemen heading over to the corner here. There's the Imperial Palace going up. So Marine Lord will match that castle timing with one of his own. And he survives. It was looking pretty dire there for a moment. Thankfully, he had just enough food in the form of those berries. The couple of sheep he had left. It was getting close. I think he managed to survive enough. Getting that deer pack in was just massive. And now he should be able to secure that second one as well. So we go into Castle Age on relatively even footing here. Nice raid here from the horseman. Gonna get a Vil. Maybe two? No, it got two. And it's gonna now try and torch down the tower. I don't know if they have enough HP between the three of them to do that.
No, they won't. Big greedy from Vortex, right? Going out with the 8 villages as opposed to 5 for the tower. And he's actually being very overzealous here, going in after Marine Lord reached Castle Age. I think this might be very aggressive here from Vortex in this choke point. I mean, it depends whether Marine Lord can actually take out JD quick enough. Veterancy is now in for the archers, but additional
Big
armor
heal
coming in for Vortex. His own veterancy, a massive heal. There is very few spearmen left here for Marine Lord. It's actually too much, I think, with the companions from JD. She's not going down. There's not enough turnaround time here for crossbows or lancers from Marine Lord. I think it's over.
I think he might have got caught in an awkward farm transition right here at the worst minute. He's got his food coming in, but no units to deal with this. There was a choke point there, maybe a chance to hold that, but not enough. These knights with JD fully upgraded now come crashing in. And even with the Jugs in the backline, there's just one too many, and those armored units are just too tanky. This was a timing attack of timing attacks. Vortex chose his moment perfectly here.
And who better than Vortex, right? Such an aggressive, tempo-orientated player, playing to his strengths exquisitely here, just punishing Marine Lord's defensiveness. He's been from the back foot all game long, and it leads to this in the long run. Just scrambling in his own base for escape, for cover from these rampaging knights and archers. His villagers are running everywhere, trying to find some semblance of safety, but there's none left, and GG is called. Vortex now leads 2-0, taking out Marine Lord's China here on Gorge. An incredibly powerful position here for the Spaniard.
It looked like Marine Lord was starting to finally get his feet under him, but I think he needed just another minute, another 60 seconds maybe to get some more spears, get some more counter to those knights, get a little more safe. Instead, Vortex that was probably the best time to push in, was right at that moment. That was the perfect timed attack. I mean, you don't get timing attacks better than that, because you can see the military graph. It just got completely swept in favor of Vortex at the end. What a game. I mean, and it was not easy for Marine Lord the entire time, but boy, just as you start thinking you're getting ahead and you're starting to get into the game, the wave of blue crashes in.
Impeccable play by Vortex so far in this series. Really having Marine Lord's number. First with a great matchup in the opening game, playing it so well. Now again with not a favorable matchup, but not a bad one. This is definitely playable for JD, and I mean, he proved that for sure here. Still not easy. And even more credit as a result of that great cleave there at the beginning, and just one cleave like that makes it so difficult. And even though like these fights aren't, I mean, they were definitely good for Vortex. It wasn't like hugely in his favor, right? But this is what really hurts China. The delay on the day coming in is hugely painful for them, especially against the Civ like JD. And sure, eventually he got his deer, and you might think, oh, that's fine, but just look at the result of what that caused. Castle Age, after the JD as China, like we've pretty much never seen that before. and then unable to actually survive the timing attack from the French, which normally China doesn't have much of a difficult time holding, really, considering they're normally an age up ahead first. Just exemplary play here by Vortex.
The delay was just massive. And I mean, both deer on the same side. Like, that's just, sometimes you're just kind of victim of a bad spawn. Not this was a particularly egregious spawn, but just Vortex saw strategically what was up and exploited it to the max. And that's what you got to do to win games. And, you know, sometimes that falls in favor for you, sometimes it doesn't. In this case, it did not fall in favor for Marine Lord. Did what he could, but man, you think that I imagine that delay, it was a minute. A minute was the difference here. Had Vortex had a minute to get some more units up, get some stuff going, get some more spears ready, you know, that could have been the difference. But when you're delayed by that much, it's just tough to crawl back when you have the wave flood through your base like it did. But we now go to a match point game with Vortex up by 2. This could be a very quick series. I was expecting this one to go a little more back and forth, but so far it's been all Vortex through 2. We move on to Hill and Dale coming up with Macedonians sneaking in. Last time we saw them, they didn't win. They've been touted as the Civ you got to ban next to Ottomans, but they sneak in through here. And they're going to be facing against the Golden Horde on Hill and Dale of all maps. What do you make of that one, Myriad?
Well, first off, there's a lot of civs to ban, right? As we mentioned, like
Yeah,
Ottomans, Macedonia, Golden Horde, Malians, Yushi. There's so many amazing civs. You can't ban out all of them, right? And the Vortex just wants to end it here and now. So he pulls out Macedonia, right? I'm surprised he didn't go for Jushi alongside it. Maybe he's not as confident in their ability and the potential matchups specifically. As we have a look here, that's some very nice statistics for us. And you can see, as you guys can tell, all the Mongol haters undefeated. It's 4 games.
Malians also looking really good. Malians have been banned 46 times. What's the most banned here? Looks like Ottomans 52 bans, but they've got a pretty high win rate. And again, these are small enough sample size. It's hard to extrapolate too much. We can definitely extrapolate what players don't want to see. They don't want Malians. They don't want Ottomans. They don't want Byzantines. Macedonians has been up there a lot. The win rate for Macedonians is actually really low given our small sample size.
Yeah.
9 losses to 3 wins. I mean, we've seen, maybe there's more to that. I wonder if we're going to see that one sneak in more, or maybe it's just really matchup dependent, perhaps. But then poor Jin Dynasty down there, picked once, lost once. I don't think we'll see too much of that one. That was Corvinus apparently was playing as Jin Dynasty. I've got Cow in my ear saying.
Makes sense.
I'm glad he gave it a go, but unfortunately it has this is the first time I feel like we've had a DLC come into the game where one of the civs, this is also the first time we've only had one civ come in on its own as opposed to 2 or more. But usually when we've had past patches, one of those civs has been like broken, right? Like it's been just really, really good. I'm thinking Sengoku in the last one, right? Really, really good. This time, Jin Dynasty's just kind of been like, meh, whatever. Yeah. It's here. It's there. No one cares. Like it's there.
The only other time I think we had this was the very first DLC with Ottomans and Malians, where if I remember right, they were okay, but like Malians, I think no one played initially. People didn't think it was good, and Ottomans, I don't remember much about Ottomans. Obviously this was before Sapahi and everything, so maybe it was
okay. I remember them being all right. I don't remember them being bad. Whereas Jin Dynasty, everyone seems to kind of come to the consensus that they're just not great. But anyways, we move on to match point for Vortex. He's up 2-0. Immediately on to the deer he goes. He's playing as the Blue Macedonian Dynasty. Marine Lord with his last chance here as the Golden Horde in pink down in the southeast. I say last chance in this series. Let me be specific. So what does Marine Lord need to do, Myriad, to take this one and continue the series?
Well, it's a very intriguing matchup here because this is another one that really goes back and forth a lot. Sometimes Golden Horde wins, sometimes Macedonia wins. There's some very fine margins here because in feudal, they're both strong, but I think Golden Horde just wins out in a long feudal, right? Just a better army, right? Keshiks, Torguds, the buffs from the Khan, it's just better. Even with the silver upgrades from Macedonia, I think Golden Horde is going to be fine. Castle Age, though, things change, right? We have the Redari, which is going to make raiding a big problem for the Golden Horde. Obviously, on this map specifically, there's the gold axis, which is going to be incredibly important for both players. Like that double gold with the sight in the middle. Oh my god! By the end of this game, there's going to be so many bodies around there that we're going to lose count. And the gold's going to be a huge issue there because Vortex would love to get a Golden Horn Tower in one of them, but for that he needs to fight actively in Feudal, which he kind of doesn't want to do a lot of. So then he might have to be forced to place it in his base, giving Marine Lord space to secure the center of the map. There's a lot of different avenues this matchup can go, and it's mainly dictated by Vortex because he's the one with sort of flexibility when it comes to his approach and strategy. It's either Feudal or Fast Castle, really, here. It's those two possibilities, or like an in-between. But Marine Lord, it's always going to be the 4th units, right? That's kind of all Golden Horde does, and all they kind of really can do, honestly.
Well, Vortex has been accustomed this series to being in the driver's seat. He has been the man in charge through 2 games. Here in game 3, 2.5 minutes in, still starting out. This map is interesting because it's so turtly sometimes, but also the middle of the map matters so much. With all of that gold, there is a lot of wealth to be had on this map, and control of it matters immensely, as we see the Imperial Hippodrome being dropped down in front of Vortex TC. No surprise. Man, it would have been very surprising to see the other landmark. I don't think I've ever seen a Macedonian player not pick Hippodrome. I don't know when you would. Meanwhile, Khan and the Toro Goods, also the go-to meta pick for Marine Lord. Again, no surprises here. The question to remain, though, like you said, what does Vortex do after this age up completes? Is he going to go for that fast castle, or is he going to sally forth in the feudal age?
It's a very important decision, right? Because on most maps, I think this matchup is very close. On this map in particular, I'd probably give the edge to Golden Horde a little bit, just because of that gold control potential. Golden Horde loves staying feudal anyway, so the fact that they get rewarded even more for it here, just keeping control over that center is going to be very important here for Marine Lord, and limiting Vortex's gold access as much as possible. And the tools are there to make sure of that on this map. All the gold is in the forward there, in the center of the map, well, spread out in a strip across the center of the map. So Marine Lord just has to be very aware of his flanks here and keep a careful watch over that gold. Make sure the Golden Horn Tower doesn't get up anywhere valuable for Vortex, and then he should be in a great position from then on.
There's a lot of places it could go, right? I mean, obviously we're just salivating at the center of the map with the 2 gold right there on the sacred site, but there's also a couple other spots it could go. There's the upper sacred site has like 3 around it as well. I mean, imagine right there. I mean, goodness, that's 8, 16. I mean, that is so much gold right there. Just wealth to be had. You could really you'd be a happy prospector on this map.
You'd make leprechauns jealous.
Yes, you would.
Yeah, so it's the gold ultimately, right? I think that's actually what's gonna determine this whole game. Well, if I was a betting man here, which sometimes I am, I guess.
Sounds like you should be, the way how well your record sounds.
It's just like without gold access, Macedonia is a useless civ, is the reality, right? Like in Castle Age and beyond, at least. They can't do anything without gold. They can't get military upgrades even for their trash units if they don't actively gather gold. So that's the high risk, high reward part of this map for them specifically. If they can get one of those big golds, they're basically set for the rest of the game. But if they don't, I think it's a horrible spot to be in.
Well, there's definitely a chance. I mean, there's what am I looking at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's 12 8K golds on the map. They're just all kind of far from home. So there's plenty of opportunity there. But like you said, if Marine Lord can clamp down control on that, it could get very dicey. So we'll see how this plans out. We've got some units on the field, just a couple of skirmishers mostly. We've got some spears, a couple archers, a couple of horsemen. See a scout going down to those spears as the second OVO being built by Marine Lord.
Nice little catch there by Marine Lord. Of course, there's a champion scout, or Hippodrome scout, out still for Vortex, so not a huge loss, but loses 1 angle of vision. Does get the information he needs, though.
Parents. Tell that to that scout's parents, you know. Not a huge loss.
Oh, no.
But you're right. In the grand scheme of things, very expendable.
And looks like it's just going to be castle for Vortex, actually. 8 on gold already, 3 on wood, no additional horsemen. Which...
Is that playing it? Is that playing it right? Do you think he should be more aggressive? And this is very anti-Vortex as far as aggression goes. But on this map,
it's
be kind of hard to do aggression, right?
Exactly. Like, the distance is fine. That's not an issue. But the angle here is, like, what are you going to strike? You can hit the gold, but Golden Horde doesn't care too much about gold early on. You're not hitting the Uvu. That's at the back behind the wood line.
All the way down
the other Uvu. Yeah, that's in the corner as well. So, yeah, it's hard to actually be aggressive here, although Macedonia does have the early military tempo. But the fast castle is equally risky because the gold's forward. It's going to be pretty secure with the 2 strongholds, but the gold's not going to last a long time. So where's the access going to come once it's over? You're only going to be able to make so many Ridari, right? And so many upgrades with it. After that, once you're out, you're out. I guess you could still get a stone for upgrades, but yeah.
To your point, Marine Lord pushing the issue. He's already kind of sitting, and that gold is forward too. So of all the spots that it could be, it's not safe. In fact, if Villager goes down some nice focus fire there, you would easily exchange a archer for 1 Vil. You'll give that parents a medal and say your son died at killing a villager. We're very happy about it. As you take the trade any day of the week if you're playing this Civ. That gold is forward and exposed. But moreover, it's kind of telling us what's going to happen here in the future. Vortex is not going to be allowed to send those villagers outside the door. They're going to be stuck in that base. Marine Lord is not going to let it happen. So even if they go out to the flanks, it's a forever long journey to get to any kind of side flank gold.
And Marine Lord is excellent at this as well, right? There's few players that are so good at spotting and punishing greed like Marine Lord, and it's something he spoke about before. He's always entertained by how greedy some players can get sometimes, and how he loves punishing it. And that's not going to be the case here. Vortex playing it safe. Golden Horn Tower right next to the TC, but even that might not be safe enough.
Diving in. The Vils go in to hop in to stay alive. Tower's delayed, but meanwhile, on the back of this, raids happening on both sides. Boy, keep your head on a swivel. Villagers trying to run away from these Torgoods. One of them getting a little low. Running out of archers, though. Not as much firepower as there was, but those spears trying to body block. They're going to walk around to the Golden Horn. Cav's going to wrap around as well, trying to get on top of them. They could have had a Vil kill instead. The quick pop out keeps the Vils alive. Man, that Torgood had a shot instead. Maybe a misclick there by Marine Lord. Rare error there. Clicking onto tower instead of the Vil. Could have had another kill.
Yeah, definitely a little misclick there causes Marine Lord to miss out on 1, maybe even 2 villager kills. But the delay is still massive, right? There was a huge delay on the Golden Horn, and he cleaned up a lot of the raiding cavalry from Vortex at the back of his base. So still, I think overall a positive result here for Marine Lord, despite throwing away so much military underneath that fire, even without undermesh. Of course, the issue now for Golden Horde is, you just got to keep investing now for Marine Lord, right? Like, this is like less experienced players do this a lot, where your opponent goes castle, now you feel the need to go castle yourself. That's how very often players die. And Marino's going to be perfectly aware of this, right? Like, we're going to see continuous unit investment for a while longer here before he even thinks of macking to castlage.
Which he needs to do. And we've been talking about ad nauseum this entire game. The gold is the key point. It is the win condition. At gold vein, how much is left on that? It can't be more than like 1,000, right? Okay, actually, wow, quite a bit. I thought that was, for some reason I had in my mind that was a 2K, but it is a 4K, so a full gold vein right there. Still enough. The problem is it's under some serious duress as Marine Lord pushes in here, trying to get some more Vil kills. He gets 1, might get 2. Nope, backs off in time as we see some more spears coming back in. But still, the idle time here is huge. I mean, delaying this more and more and more is just putting Vortex more on the back foot. So I think Marine Lord actually is in a really strong spot. I mean, he needs to keep the pressure up. He needs to keep Vortex boxed in, but so far, so good.
Yeah, he's definitely in a really comfortable spot here. That's what's nice about this map too, right? He can have that safe day perfectly fine, nothing to worry about in terms of raids. He can take it whenever. It doesn't even need an outpost to secure it. That can also, of course, allows him to delay his stockyards. And this is the trouble here with the forward goal. The strongholds help a little bit with the arrow fire, but look at the idle time here caused. And there's a few Ridari on the field, but not really enough to stop this mass from torching. And he has to be careful not to lose them too early. The mass is important to retain, and of course it's important to actually regain control of this gold mine, which he's gonna be able to do barely here at a heavy price with the first crossbow batch arriving especially. But Marine Lord he should be fine. He's about to click up soon. He's still got active spear production behind this. But a little bit of map control now available for Vortex.
I might have been just a little greedy. I mean, there's like two schools of thought, right? Like one is reserve units so you don't lose the mass while you're waiting to go up in castle, because you don't want these units to be, all over the place. You want to keep them for your age up. There's the other school of thought being I should lower the numbers now while I can. And it's kind of what he went for there as the Muscovy Yasak come in 90 seconds away. But these units are still alive. That was not a great engagement from Marine Lord. Despite the delay, like it was good. It just wasn't great. These units prowling around now, looking around to see if there's any easy picks.
Wheelbarrow on the edge up here from Marine Lord, who skipped pretty much all his economic upgrades. Only recently did Double Broadaxe come in favor of the timing of the undermesh and now the castle age timing. So very deliberate decision making here. Vortex on the other side. Also still no eco upgrades at all, of course, having needed all his gold so far just to mount a defense on that gold mine. Now likely relics are going to be on the menu for him, which he should definitely take advantage of given this position he's in.
Well, a gold would be huge from that, wouldn't it? I mean, that'd be such a good, extra failsafe to have, as now Vortex diving into Marine Lord's base, getting met by a lot of spears and quite a number of archers. He'll be forced back here. He is castle-aged, but that's a lot of numbers to face off. You got to be really confident that you don't lose your castle army with this. Gonna just kind of kite them back.
Yeah, Vortex just continuing to mass Ridari for now. We don't see any archer pivot yet. Has to be careful though. These are trash units from Marine Lord, but they're gonna trade pretty well against this expensive luxury from Vortex. I mean, the crossbows will die very easily to the archers, even an age behind. The Ridari still countered by spears, of course, so they're gonna take heavy damage despite being so much stronger.
To the wings now, running out of food at home, so out to the wings. That's very raidable if Marine Lord wants to go after it, but again, the main focus is the gold, right? He's going to try and keep the center under wraps. But more important than that, Marine Lord finally now up into Castle Age himself. Gonna start focusing on some of those upgrades as we see his spears immediately the first choice and the correct choice. They can try and break through the wall down here. There's enough numbers they could do it in relatively quick order. Looks like that will indeed be the choice. Gonna try and break through and get onto that Ovo in the back.
There's no Hippodrome Scout present, so it's gonna be a bit longer of a burn than normally. Of course, there's nothing here to actually prevent this from Marine Lord. No villages to repair, but, I mean, there's only an Uvu there that's gonna take a long time to burn, and Vortex realizes, it ain't worth my time. Of course, there's always a danger that you're getting wrapped around from behind and you get walled inside, and I mean, that's just GG if it happens, right? So, yeah, definitely very high risk there, not worth it.
Sometimes the walls are psychological, sometimes it's a psychological wall, just I'm putting it there, let him rethink his decisions and he walks away. That's why we build walls.
Wise words.
That gold vein just had the villagers drop off real quick. I'm curious how much it's got left. Once that gold runs out from Vortex, that's when things get really interesting. Meanwhile, Marine Lord positioning himself in that Stealth Forest out in the middle of the map. Third Ovo on the field. Gold vein looking like it's about to dry up. Maybe 1,000 gold or so left. I kind of wish Vortex had prioritized the relics a little more. Looks like he's got 1, 2, 3, 4. They must have gotten one of them in. There's number 2. That's actually Marine Lord grabbing him.
Yeah.
He's got one. Okay.
I mean, Vortex was maybe just a touch delayed on the relics, right? More than necessary. He was probably looking for a timing with the Ridari to find some damage, which I also understand. Yeah. He cleaned up a lot of the military. He wasn't sure how committed Marine Lord is exactly. If he's able to spend extra res on 2 extra Ridari for a few kills, well, that would have been worth it. Just didn't come to be, of course. But of course, now, because of that, his relic count is going to suffer slightly. Not as many as he otherwise would have.
It's a good
though.
mass though from both players, and a lot of the Radari. Numbers are looking pretty good for Vortex here. Looking at the army value, it definitely reflects that too. He has the superior contingency here, whereas Marine Lord, a little more trash army, equal numbers, just a little edge there, but not as valuable. In a head-on fight, you would expect Vortex to win.
I mean, yeah,
completely micro it.
Yeah, that's what's crazy about this position, right? Like with our God Vision, we can see that. I mean, realistically, Vortex can actually A move and wipe everything Marine Lord has right now, like easily, to be honest with you. But he doesn't know this, and I don't think Marine Lord knows that either, or he might have a suspicion of it potentially. Because, yeah, I mean, there's a big delay on the crossbows here from Marine Lord, which I find just a little surprising. Only now is the first match out, second on the way. He's still making archers actively, which, oh yeah, this stronghold. Vortex should definitely go right now because I think he can genuinely win this series. Yeah, but he's careful. Right?
There we go.
Doesn't want to overextend, but that might change now.
Amidst of the fight, and in they go. Spears running right into the front line, which is actually the back line, more or less. A lot of crossbows and archers in the front. Thorgoods kind of dancing around the flanks, but in come Cav. Boy, they just sweep things beyond the feet. The front spears are not long for this world. They're doing some good damage, but they won't last long. Backline trying to hit as much as it can for Marine Lord. He's going to start backing off this position. He's got 5 villagers inside that tower. Radari realized that, start torching it down. Meanwhile, the archers trying to contend with Thorgoods in the front. Backline for Marine Lord still alive and healthy. If we get a Wolvo out of this, or is that Relic going to get back in? As he's nope, instead Radari get on top of him. Yeah, he is going to lose that one. Archers continue to press in. This is a great fight for Vortex. Lost a good number, but I think he got the better of Marine Lord here.
You can definitely say that against Sokoton, because this is disastrous for Marine Lord right now. The outpost position, even after it went up, he was unable to hold firm to the extent that Vortex was comfortable enough to go past it to keep chasing down the army. It's insane what I'm witnessing right now, Sokoton. There's no way Marine Lord can come back here. The 5 villages will fall, and he knows the transition time is not there. GG has scored them 3-0. Wow.
I mean, we watched Beastie get 3-0'd, and now we've watched Marine Lord get 3-0'd. These Spanish bros, there is something in the air right now in Spain. They are cruising, and it's not. These games have been. Some of these games have been closer than others, but there have been a lot of easy wins for both brothers. This has been a good day for them, and I was not expecting both of those series to go 3-0. I mean, that was incredibly quick. 19 minutes, 9 seconds, it was over. And just like that, man, what if it's the Spanish Bros in the finals? I mean, if they keep playing like this, they're going to be in a very good spot. Now, part of it was the draft, part of it was just kind of the circumstances, but they've been taking good fights.
Absolutely. Just the Spanish brothers are on a relentless tear today. And I want to say, I wonder if we can get a fact check on this. Is this the first time Marine Lord has ever lost 3-0 in Age of Empires 4? I think so.
Ooh, I was checking up on that. Check. This might be the first time the brooms have been brought out for Marine Lord.
Yeah. We're going to have a little check behind the scenes.
It's rare. This is a rarity at any rate. I mean, it does not happen every day.
Yeah, I mean, Vortex has beaten Marine Lord before in important series, right? And the finals as well.
But a clean sweep. I mean, it's only a best of 5. This isn't like a best of 7 sweep. Those would be really rare, but still nothing to sneeze at, winning 3 in a row.
Definitely not.
It's a huge victory here. Checking for us because I am very curious.
Oh,
okay, so in EGC Masters Finals, was it 2025 you said? Marine Lord lost 3-0 against Wham. So it has happened before, but that's it, right, Cal? That's all. That's the only other time, or we have to go back into the long lost ages of RTS tournaments?
I think that's probably it. I mean, we're not going to look at like StarCraft or anything, right? Or
that'd be too far. That'd be too far. Let's keep it to Age of Empires.
Too far back. Like we're not gonna bother with that. But Thank you for looking that up for us, Cal. Shout out to Cal. But do blame and praise. Make sure to cover both bases.
Okay, 2-0 hardly counts.
Wow.
So we lost 2-0 to CSO in Slapfest. 2-0 doesn't. That's two games does not a series make. 3 games is what I'm going to say is viable series that counts. But still, a rare day here. And, you know, I don't think this takes anything away from Marine Lord. I think it just speaks to. And I think seeing Beastie lose in similar fashion, frankly, to the series of 4 to the other Spanish brother, I think it just tells us just how good these Spanish bros are right now. I think they're just playing good. Maybe it's just nice weather in Spain today or something, you know? Maybe they're just cruising. Maybe they had an extra shot of espresso or coffee or what have you, because, man, very impressive stuff from both of them.
It is. This just incredible execution from both of them so far, and such clear planning as well. Not just the mechanical execution, but they seemed to understand what's happening every step of the way in all 6 of the games we've witnessed them so far. So massive win for the Spanish brothers here. And here we get a little sneak peek at what's going to be our next series today. It's going to be... Is it actually B against Puppy Paw? Or it's...
It was...
Okay, yeah. We're jumping into... Oh. Yeah, it's going to be B... a Beastie against Puppy Paw as the main source series, but B and Puppy Paw are still on the way. So we're going to jump into this one.
Oh, they're still underway. I gotcha. My brain took a moment to catch up. We're doing the speed run again. Okay. Where are we at here? What map is this? This looks like Lipany? UGC Lipany? Yes, indeed it is.
Indeed.
Puppy Paw up 2-0 over B. Unless if I'm reading that correct. Playing as Ayubids. Man, you know, the Canadian bros are really good with Ayubids as well. That's another, like, good civ for them. And B with Roos. That's been a good civ for him as well on the flip side. So, on Lipany, let's see. Is that, what's the, we don't have another, did he go for,
he went for Industry Wing Soccerton in Feudal.
Industry. I haven't seen that one more and more.
Crazy.
That one is less surprising to me than it was to see the Economic Growth Wing against French. That one was a real surprise. I feel like Industry Wing, I've seen plays built like that before. That's normal enough. In Feudal, yeah. I mean, it's not common. Not super common, but
what
not
games
unheard
have
of.
you seen Soccerton?
I've seen some. Let me tell you, Rad, I've seen some games.
Oh God. Yeah, I mean, this is like, I actually really love doing this on water maps in a lot of cases, but I mean, this is a first for me in Feudal, honestly.
It is odd. Usually you do it for a 2TC kind of play, which again is not been the meta, but with the changes, maybe is the case. Does Puppy have a second town center by chance? That would be what you'd use it for.
But for what?
Oh, he does. Oh man, called it.
That's
yeah, there it is. So but again, it's reasonable because it's not unheard of because of the decrease in cost of the town centers. Maybe it's viable, maybe it's not. We'll see. But it's not super surprising given the reduction of cost to stone for the TC. The timing is better than it was.
Yeah, but
what that does is it matches the 2TC of Roos, because if they're going for that Kremlin, we've seen it's kind of hard to do much against the Roos in that regard. They're a really difficult civ to destroy when they've got that Kremlin. They can, or even the Golden Gate when they do the 2TCs though. It's a tough play to deal with. I prefer myself just to go full ham into castle and then just punish it that way. But given how far the TCs are from each other on this map, because on Lipany, you're kind of on the very edge of the map, both of you. It's a longer distance to get across. It's harder to get that tempo attack as a Ayubids. I don't hate this here from Puppy Paw.
I mean, yeah, I don't know what to say, frankly.
It's odd. It is different. It's new. We'll see if it works. If it doesn't work, I'll disavow it completely. But if it works,
Puppy was one of the first to actually do the Castle Wing Industry wing with a second TC follow-up afterwards with the stone that you get. That makes more sense to me than this, no? Surely. Like, we just go for the Industry Wing and Castle, we get a second TC, and we have the Dervishes to gather relics then immediately. Now, I mean, we can still go for the Dervishes now, but we're just later to Castle Age. We might not get all the relics. This is crazy to me. Like, I don't know what to say.
It is weird.
Because I feel like if you do this, aren't you just playing worse Abbasid? If we're being honest.
I won't disagree with that. That definitely is kind of the problem. I feel like Ayubid's I will. This is a kind of play style I would never play. I'm assuming Puppy Paw has practiced something with this and knows something we don't to make this work. But I would definitely prefer more of an aggressive, either fast castle, do something really fast, maybe get greedy with a fast castle and punish this 2TC from Roos. But the distance is kind of far. I agree. It is kind of a worse Abbasid, but
It is.
if it works, we won't be calling it stupid, right?
True.
If it doesn't work and it blows up in Puppy Paw's face, then you'll have every right to be like, yeah, that totally didn't work. But I can see the thought process here from Puppy Paw. It's just a matter if he can make it work. I'm hoping he makes it work just so we can be blown away by it, but we'll see.
We'll see. We'll see. It all remains to be seen. And well, the follow-up is the question. I'm very curious what wing Puppy's going to opt to go for. Okay, that's not one I would have predicted. That is not one I would have predicted.
That is not one I would have predicted either. And I am okay. Has someone checked in on Puppy Paw recently? Is he okay? Is he all right? Because Master Smiths is just not very common at all. I mean, if you're going to go off the wall, if you're going to go off meta, you might as well, go all the way.
I mean, you might as well go Adabegs or Bazaar at that point. Like, come on.
Oh, Trade Wing. Oh, Gamba Wing would have been real fun. You're right.
Like, it's the thing is this just a, oh, I'm up 2-0, let's mess around a little bit situation, or like, is this actually a prepared build?
Do players ever do that, really? Like, aren't you playing to win every single game? I mean,
yeah, but there's like a tiny element in the back of your mind that thinks that when you're up 2-0, we're like, let's just try something. Why not?
you gotta
Sometimes
be
it
real
backfires
confident in
horribly,
yourself.
and you get sometimes it backfires horribly, and you get reverse swept. But
I suppose you're right. This would be the time in the tournament to do so, because if you drop a series, it's not the end of the world. You're still probably moving on. So maybe you're right. Maybe this is a chance. Man, this is such a strange thing. And to see Roos going for this build out of B, where we've seen this once before from him today, going into the Abbey, the Trinity, like it feels so strange to see this coming out. Like, it's just odd seeing Kremlin and Abbey. I feel like we've jumped into the DeLorean and gone back to a couple of years ago.
there's I guess there is a possibility that this was a misclick instead of the Desert Raider wing. See some people
Do you
mentioning
think?
that, but
Can you imagine? Oh my goodness!
I mean, it makes sense because, like, why? Like, we're scaling already. Why are we trying to save resources on second-tier blacksmith upgrades? You know what I mean? Like, it's incongruent with the 2TC play. If you get what I mean. Like, it's not actually in line. They don't complement each other. Like the Desert Raider wing would, for instance. Yeah, I don't know. Puppy.
If it
He's got
works,
that dog
it'll
in him,
work,
man.
and he'll be
He's
a
got that
genius.
dog in him.
You know,
Yep.
the difference between a genius and a crazy guy is whether or not their thing works or not. Like, does it work? If it works, then I will sing the praises. But if it doesn't, well, then okay. Here's the thing: if it works or doesn't work, then we still have to raise the question: did it not work because the strategy is unsound, or did it not? Will it have worked or not worked because of a misplay somewhere else? Like,
See, that's the beauty of
there's
it.
going to be
It
so
covers
many
all
questions
angles.
posed.
Like, if Puppy loses this game, he can be like, I was memeing. If he wins, he's like, I won what I was memeing. You know, it's a win-win.
We have horse archers on the field of play, by the way. What am I? This is like old school Roos. This is like 10-4 Tim levels of
Yeah.
Roos play. If anyone used to watch him back a couple years ago, like, this is something he would do all the time. It's so fun to see again. But Relic's getting snatched up in an instant. B wasting no time here. 11 minutes in on this game. I'm glad we got to catch this one. We're excited for the Beastie Puppy Paw series afterwards, but this is a fun game. I'm glad we're getting a preview of what Puppy Paw's been cooking. Horse archers, now Puppy is fully aware of what these are coming out of, knows that this is here. What is going to be the response? Man, industry wing. I guess. What a strange. And then the smithy tech. What on earth? And then walling up like the entirety of the map. This is so strange from an Ayubid's play.
I mean, I think we have to accept the fact that this is no longer Ayubids. This is Abbasid right now. This is actually just Abbasid.
But there are a couple of differences. Abbasid don't have Manjanique or Camel Lancers, so there's some differences here. This would still be a preferred Abbasid in my book. I'd rather have Camel Lancers than not.
Would you rather have a weaker eco though? I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah, that's why I usually don't do what Puppy's doing here. But I'm also not Puppy Paw, so I can only say so much, you know.
Yeah, it's
regardless, it's unorthodox. So,
but the mind games as well here with the horse archers, right? Like he clearly expected Desert Raiders, 100%. He expected like Desert Raider wing or something, and Puppy expected knights, so he went spears. It's ridiculous.
So weird.
Actually, this is what happens in these games when meta is thrown out the window and things are being tried. It can lead to the players playing more standard, let's say, which is crazy saying about 2TC Rus in the current year, but that is more standard right now than what Puppy's doing. But it's this, like, it throws so many spatters in the mix that you don't even know exactly what unit to go for. Like, we go for the horse archers here, which are going to be fine against Desert Raiders, but pretty much useless against Lancers. You know, Puppy goes spears up against horse archers. Like, can you think of a worse unit? Like, it's all because of this start, which is great fun.
This is just absolutely like, this is the Wild West out here. I'm like almost expecting a wonder play later on. It's just, we're that into weird territory here. Spears running around trying to catch up to that, oh, what's the word, man? My brain's so scattered after all this craziness. Trying to catch up to the Warrior Monk. There it is. Good damage done. Is he going to go down? That charge from the Camel Lancer might catch up.
Oh, the charge will definitely finish it off. Wait on the other side. Catches villagers. Up to 3 now. Make that a 4th one.
Yeah, 4.
Great picks by Puppy.
Wait, he walked away.
He just gave up. He's like, nah, you can live.
Ow! Finish him off. There we go. Okay. Doesn't leave the job undone. That's good. I was going to lose my mind otherwise. Or start just coming back to defend.
It's big idle time here caused by Puppy and a lot of damage actually. And this is the problem, like, horse archers are just useless against camel lancers, and you can see why. Not only the low damage, but they're even better than normal knights because of the charge. However, the Kremlin militia are called, hand cannoniers as well as Levy are here. You could look to cut off in the left. Oh, if you trapped them just a little bit earlier, that could have been way worse for Puppy.
Wipa otherwise, though, gets out relatively unscathed, given how dangerous the Den of Wolves is amongst the Rus base. It's 5 villager kills for his effort. He's going to lose most of these spears here on the cliff. Actually, that is open to walk down, so he'll still lose most of them. But the Camel Lancers, the expensive part of the army, gets out and alive. It's a pretty good raid. He's got a wall to fall back on behind, so a good speed bump to slow down B. What is our relic split right now? I've seen a couple go either way. 3, and then it's going to be 2 then for Puppy Paw, because he's got 1 in hand and 1 in the base. We're pretty even there. Streltsy? That's not Streltsy, is it? What are those? Those are called...
They're hand cannon militia.
It's the new... Yeah. It's the new ones. That's right. My brain sees Gunners and Rus, and I just want to go say Streltsy, but they are not.
Yeah,
first time I've seen those, actually.
Early
Streltsy, I like it.
There we go. Yeah, imagine that was a thing. God help us.
I mean, we're looking at them, kind of, aren't we? In a certain point of view. Kind of. Not doing too much damage, though.
The war's been instrumental for Puppy, right, to prevent the onslaught of these militia, because they're very scary indeed. I mean, they lose health over time, but it's just great firepower for very little investment for B. Look to skirmish on the right side here with the horse archers as well, finding some infantry. Be careful though.
Spears go down. Good chunk of little crossbows right there. They should be able to harass them quite a bit. I have to do some math to see what that's a good trade right here or not. I feel like it is. Horse archers for crossbows feels okay. If you're not playing horse archers anyways. That said, though, B is still queuing up more, so I guess he is going horse archers. Maybe not a great trade then.
Yeah, I don't understand the horse archers investment, the continuous horse archer investment, right? Like I mean, beforehand, Ayubid, like at Rus's peak, they struggled against Ayubid because of the answers they have against horse archers. Now we're going for them again. I mean, with the Warrior Monks, the damage is great, sure, but it's still, like, Puppy could just go Desert Raiders, and the Desert Raiders just win against the Horse Archers, so I'm a little perplexed by the investment here, as opposed to mass infantry. I think you're missing the fun
factor, Myriad. That Horse Archers are just fun, you know, you gotta remember that, like, it's all about the enjoyment of the game, you know, and not just winning and losing, right?
I mean, with mass infantry, he'd
Silence is telling.
Like, he has the better infantry than Puppy, right? If we consider the Saint's Blessing from the Warrior Monks. I don't know how that map fares up against Sultan's Mamluks especially. I feel like Saint's Blessing should be better, but it should be close, I guess. Still though, continuous horse archers, now adding some spin as well upon seeing the horseman. Poppy taking firm control of the map though. He's behind a relic, but now has 2 sites ticking for him. Soon to be a 3rd as well, if he doesn't stop it.
He's also got more eco and military on the field as well. So he's definitely gotten himself ahead here. He's in a good position. The question is, how does he finish this game off? Can he finish this game off quickly, or is he going to have to grind this one out for a lot longer? Probably going to be the latter. I don't think B's ready to throw in the towel just yet. Not a winning edge, but an edge for Puppy Paw right now.
Also, it looks like B has a better farm transition behind this, if I'm not mistaken. Food is looking quite close, but Puppy is spread across a large chunk of the map. And B's food income will scale way better with the bounty.
That is the benefit of being on Lipany, though, for Ayyubids, is there is a lot of food to be had on the map. Yeah. But you're right. Once that dries up, you've got to have that plan B for what to do afterwards. And if you don't, it can get you caught in a spot where you're not ready to fully focus on food, which can be really bad. And that's usually when Ayyubids really falter and fall, is once the food runs out, the tempo just gets swallowed up. And that's kind of what they live and die on, you know? Ayyubids lives on the tempo, dies when the tempo is not there. So gotta be more mindful, but Puppy Paw should be on top of that. 44 on food right now. He is just raking in the dough.
Yeah, the composition is rounding up beautifully here for Puppy. He has everything he needs. The camel lancers, the crossbows, spearmen, archers, even ghoul arms and horsemen. He actually has every single unit that he can make in this castle age. Actually, every single one. That's
he's
like
just stunting on us unit right now. He's just stunting on us. He's just doing everything he can. You know, I think I would still take a slightly less economy for the units that Ayyubids has. I mean, it's proven to be pretty effective so far. Now this fight, let's see how these crossbows hold up against the horse archers. The front line on the upper side there, going pretty well for Puppy as well. Camel Lance is doing a lot of damage. Horse archers starting to dwindle in numbers. The crossbows holding their own pretty well. Reinforcements trickling in for Puppy Paw as this goes on. Man, those Camel Lancers in the top of the wood line right there, just continuing to do some good work.
Honestly, the horse archers did way better than I expected in this fight, holding their own somewhat. However, as the reinforcements come in and the Sultan's Mamluks gets activated, you can see the golden glow of the additional damage, the additional movement speed as well on these units is going to be massive against the horse archers especially. Quickly forward they run, but well, tough part here for Bees. It just didn't work, did it? The horse archers were not enough to cut it. And now
Archers now in mass for Puppy Paw. He's got 36 in the field, 7 more in the queue. Villagers now in the line of fire. This is going to be a costly trade. He's going to throw everything at this. This mass right here from Puppy Paw might dwindle away and die eventually. But even if it does, and it's not a guarantee at this point, even if it does, the reinforcements just north of our screen are trickling in, and there's a huge fight happening just above us.
GG. It's cold. B.
All right.
This is game 3.
You called him a madman, Myriad. You called him a madman, but then look what he did. But now, did he win because of that, or because B only went for horse archers? And then, that's the question.
We'll never know. We'll never know, Suckerton, and that's the most painful part of this experience for all of us.
This could be a sound strat. It leaves it to you, the viewer, to decide and to practice with this and see if you can replicate the results. Against horse archers, anyways, the results seem conclusive. Puppy Paw takes it 3-0 and will get to move on with a nice sweep of his own to now face off against Beastie. So a really fun series coming up here in just a little bit.
Yes. Welcome back to the closing series here in EGC, Elite Classic 4. And we're about to witness the draft. Yeah, even now, as we see, it is underway and live. So, a bit better. Yeah, so
I need to turn my light away.
yeah, it's like, I don't know why, like, what changed? I guess the sun's gone. It's just
It's been a couple hours, you know. That said that we've been cruising through these series. We are going to our final one today. They are still drafting Puppy Paw, having just finished his last series. We'll give him some time. We finished up the last one. Ooh, French and HRE for Beastie. It's going to be Lancaster and Zhu Shi for Puppy Paw are the last couple picks. We've got tons of time to actually talk about the draft today. So, ooh, hey, Malians for Beastie coming in here. So Ottomans and Byzantines being sniped. We have not seen Malians sneak through, and that's a civ that I feel like Beastie is exceptionally good with.
Yeah, that's true. And that is a very strong civ as well. So he's going to be happy with that one. KT first pick by Puppy Paw is crazy to me as well. There are 2 water maps, so
I said there's 2 water maps.
Yeah, it's not the most outlandish thing, especially if he's. I mean, Puppy is a KT land enjoyer, so if he actually plans on picking in our land, then this does also make sense. But that would be pretty crazy. But I mean, by now we can expect it from Puppy a little bit from what we've seen in the last game. But also
expect the unexpected.
Yeah, true. Expect the unexpectable, even. But what surprises me most about this draft is just how late French is picked. It's Beastie's. Is that last or second last pick? It's either one of the 2, but either way,
one of those 2.
Oh, it's banned.
True. Yeah,
it's
I was saying Beastie banned it on Puppy Paw's side, so he had the luxury of waiting on that one.
Yeah, that makes a lot.
That's why Puppy Paw also had Zhu Shi at the very end because he banned it for Beastie. So.
Yeah, I saw the Zhu Shi ban, but I missed the French ban. So, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And in classic Beastie fashion, HRE marks the honor pick at the end. I mean, from a drafting perspective, I do want to say Beastie is looking pretty comfortable. At least, just in my opinion, I think he just has the better draft. Oh, you feel Puppy is the better draft?
I think Puppy Paw with the Ubids, I mean, that's a comfort civ for him. Obviously, HRE is a comfort civ for Beastie. So is Malians. I actually like both drafts quite a bit. I don't see any sneaking in that are. I mean, Malians and Macedonians is pretty big for Beastie, but seeing a Ubids and KT for Puppy Paw is also like pretty good. I don't think there's anything that rocks the boat too much. The fact that we have 2 water maps, most of these map drafts we've seen have only had 1 sneak in. This one we got 4 lakes, but Lakeside is another choice. We've yet to cast a game on Lakeside today. I can see that coming in, but we start off on King of the Hill. Macedonians versus Rus on King of the Hill.
We've seen this once today.
I've seen this exact matchup before. We've seen this matchup today. We have not seen it on this specific map, though. Changes things on King of the Hill, I think.
Yeah, I've seen it a couple of times, this matchup here, and it's never went well for Rus, to be honest, even though it is like the best Rus map. But after what we've seen today, that might shake things up because it looked pretty comfortable when B played it. I mean, you can make the argument maybe the food control wasn't perfect from Numudan that game, but it was still pretty difficult for him to recover after he lost his push on the tempo. He lost his tempo on the push. Excuse me.
Yeah.
But on this map, it's obviously very different because Rus has so much more passive income and is way more defensible. So in theory, it should be even better for Rus than a normal map. But then
Macedonians.
Again, the fast capture on the sites, and you have like the spot for Golden Horn Tower here in the center, which Rus should never really be able to stop. I wonder what Puppy
That's
has
my
in
worries.
store.
I feel like Rus against any other civ would be pretty good here, but against Macedonians, the speed at which their castles are going to come in, be able to plop that tower wherever they want, probably on the top of the hill with those huge 2 8K golds. I mean, denying that's going to be paramount. So then if you're playing as Puppy Paw with Rus, do you fundamentally change what Rus would normally do on this map? Do you do something different? Do you play Feudal Knights? Is that even something you would go to? I just don't know that'd be enough. I feel like Macedonians is going to be a tough task for Puppy Paw as the Rus, even though Rus are really good on King of the Hill in most matchups.
Yeah, I don't think Feudal is the way for Rus. I don't see them ever really winning against Macedonia unless Macedonia missteps. And looking at the head-to-head, I mean, We can't
Wow.
really ask for a closer series, can we? 11-11. Beastie leading by one singular game and has a bit of a win streak going on in their last encounters, leading 2 series now in a row. Poppy's last victory was in the Crack Cup, the second one, 3-1.
This is impressively even. This is just genuinely impressively even. Just a slightest of edge. One game difference here between them.
This is as even as Puppy against Wham. Like it
really is.
That's also, I mean, like,
this
50-50.
This is incredibly even. I mean, this is flip a coin. It does not get any closer than this, which means we should be in for an incredible series. Let's take a look at the matches here overall in our group stage. This is Group A. A lot of numbers to look at here, but let's see some of the top performances that stand out. Vortex having just an incredibly good series, a good tournament so far. Wham likewise having won all 5 of his series. I think he's got the best record of the bunch there with the 5 series wins.
Yeah, Wham is looking absolutely unstoppable here in Group A. He's definitely gonna be the leader in his group soon enough after he...
Currently 2 up over Goalie Deckelt as well.
Yeah, that's looking good for him. Of course, after winning every... He's yet to face Marine Lord, which is gonna be tomorrow, I believe.
That'll be good. That'll be a good one to watch. Looking at Group B, we've got B as one of the top performers here, as well as Lucifron, who's been just... I mean, the other Spanish bro, man, they have been really good. A couple series that have been dropped, though. B took a series from Lucifron, it looks like.
Yep.
Beastie as well, 12-6. Had that surprise sweep against Lucifron, but otherwise has been very, very dominant. We'll see how he fares against Puppy Paw today.
Did. Big win there for MSN up against B, taking down his record.
Yeah.
Shout out to my teammate.
He's been playing really good. Getting a couple wins out of that feels good. We got 2 minutes before we dive in on King of the Hill. The players getting ready. In for a good one. This series, Beastie just got swept earlier today. Wasn't too pleased by that from what it seemed, but who would be? Puppy Paw coming off of a good win against Kiljardi. So the momentum, if we think about like momentum during the day, Puppy Paw definitely feeling good, is settled in, ready to go. Beastie, we'll see how he feels and how he resets after that loss 0-3. That's a tough one to swallow. What do you do, Myriad, when you need to reset in a tournament setting after taking a brutal loss?
It's tough, right? Like if it's like an opening game, right, in a best of 5, a lot of things can happen in a game that go against you. You make a misstep here and there, you misread a strategy, whatever, and your game down, right? I think it's important in those cases. I mean, something like, go for a short walk, some fresh air, just for a couple of minutes is going to help, of course. But also from the game perspective, it's like, if your draft is solid and you're comfortable with what comes from next, you can't let it affect you too much, right? You have to trust your ability and your strategy when it comes to what you've picked and for where you plan to play them to win out in the end, no matter what one isolated game is, right? At the end of the day, it's just one game in a series, so you can't allow it to affect you too much. And sometimes that's very difficult because it might be, like in the past series, right? It might be a case where you're something like Macedon against Rus, right? And in theory, you should be very heavily favored. So if you take a loss like that, that hurts even more and way harder to recuperate from those.
How hard is it to, rebounding from a game is one thing because you jump right back into it. How hard is it to rebound from a series as a whole that you lose?
Well, that depends on the importance of the series, right? Like if it's in the qualifiers for a tournament, well, that's a rough one, and you might need to take a couple of days off or something, or or determining elimination match. It depends so much on the gravity surrounding the series.
Yeah. Obviously, these series are a little bit lower stakes. BC's been playing very well for the tournament so far, but drops a series, gets swept, but back at it again with a fresh chance. Right back to it we go. Game number 1 of our final series we're casting here today. Best of 5, Beastie in the yellow as the Macedonian Dynasty, and over here in the eastern corner, Puppy Paw in the red, which is only proper for he is playing Rus.
Fitting color for Rus and the Rus map as well. It used to be Highview back in the day, right? But we don't see much Highview anymore.
No, not
Good
recently.
riddance.
But man, of all the matchups to have Roost, this is the one you might not be so happy about. Normally your home map as a Roost player, but going against Macedonian Dynasty, which has been just a thorn in the side for many a player. Sneaking through the draft here. Already onto gold. Beastie starting out his build.
Struggling in this tournament more than expected, though, right? We saw the record earlier, 3-9 currently for Macedonia. Just, I don't think many people would have predicted that one.
I wonder sometimes we get these perceptions of what civs are or how they will act and play. And then sometimes that perception goes far beyond the actual stats. You know, I feel like that's definitely the case with Macedonians. Like they definitely can be very dominant, I think. And maybe in certain instances they are. And obviously, if they're have a dramatic losing record at this level, that means there's something else afoot. Maybe that means there's been some misplays, but over enough data, you'll start to see that. Maybe we start seeing it sneak through more and more. Or maybe it's just that it's new enough. Players don't want to have to do too much work with it just yet. I don't know. There could be a lot of factors into why it's been banned.
There are, right. And it's like, stats can be a little misleading as well because of sample size. I mean, a good example is like a Homestead Cup, right? We had Japanese, I think, like 1-9 or 0-9 record, but then half of those matches were against Golden Horde, which is one of their worst matchups. So it's, and this game, I don't remember what Japanese stats were, but it wasn't as bad, right? It wasn't nearly as bad. So it's like, it can change tournament after tournament, just depending on the map pool, the matchups of players as well. There's so many factors, so it can't always be taken at face value. I mean, if we do, then we have to say Mongols is the best civ in the game, which, you know, yeah, I don't know about that one.
Isn't, but it's good. Yeah, it's one of those things where like I have often wondered how many viable strategies are there per civ in general in the game. And there's a lot of things. Once the meta gets, this is a topic unto its own, right? Once the meta gets established, it does change over time, but who sets that meta? Oftentimes, it's these players right here who are experimenting and building things they think are good. But these are just people as well. I mean, Beastie, Marine Lord, Puppy Paw, Lucifron, all these guys, they're really, really good. But they're not perfect. And they don't know everything. So the innovation that each player brings to the table, sometimes you see new strats pop up. They innovate something new. And then everyone obviously copycats. It's a copycat, game, essentially. We all follow along with what the best guys do because that's what we describe as the meta, the way to do it. And then you see these like B, for instance, always the Maverick has always come up with very interesting new plays that we just don't see. And then suddenly that becomes a meta unto its own. So I'm often wondering how many civs just need to be figured out. Just need to have, the counter figured out. So I wonder if Macedonians is one of those where they had a really strong strat to start, but the more we see it played, the more it's counterable.
It's all because of the state the game is in now, right? So many civilizations, so many maps, and it's reached a point where the variables are almost endless. It's almost an endless amount of matchups and map combinations in these tournaments, which change every single tournament, and that keeps things so fresh and exciting. And it leads to this case where it's quite simply, even some of the most common matchups we will see played wildly differently from one player to the other, and that is what we're here for.
Yeah, exactly. Man, think back a couple of years when it was only 8 civs starting out in this game. You could count, pretty easily how many different matchups there were. It was much easier to keep track of. Nowadays, with 23, soon to be later this year, 25 different civs. Do the math. There is over 200 plus matchups alone. And then you add in the map factor. There is just so many variables, like you said, into this game. But we'll see how the variables line up here in game 1. Feudal Age is afoot for both players. I see the first Hippodrome Horseman coming out.
Meanwhile, Poppy actually with a early wheelbarrow here, so no pro scouts, no second TC. What's going on? Poppy, were you doing it again? What's the plan?
Might be.
Night opener and barracks. So
I mentioned maybe there'd be a feudal play, and you said no, maybe not. But who knows? Maybe he's thinking he just can't beat the castle timing here.
Well,
But
if it's pro
I wonder
scouts,
if this is gonna work.
If Poppy goes pro scouts,
Could
then
be.
this is something he has to do, right? Which I was gonna say is possible, but wheelbarrow and double broad axe, I don't know. Looks less and less likely.
Yeah. What is he cooking? Sometimes I wish we could just read their minds. Instead, it leaves us wondering, man, that hunting cabin on the side right there, but it's pretty good. I wonder what the count is on that one. Knight comes in, early Knight here to fend off the horseman and the Hippodrome Scout. He's got enough health, he should be able to deal with that, and sure enough, Beastie backs off. So that one's 29. What's the one above it there? I'll take a look. 25. That's actually less. Oh, because it's in the corner. That's right.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the spot.
Still good for
right?
both. If you're above 20 on both of those, that's pretty good.
That's the luxury of King of the Hill. Nice wide woodlines all across and circling the map, so plenty of gold on offer here for Roos. Now looking to secure this deer pack, which has been very annoyingly spread out here by Beastie. Well done in doing so. And just straight up for the castle for him. So he's not showing much concern for this investment from Puppy in the feudal age. He's still going to stick to the plan and go up. However, that does mean that he has to place his landmark defensively.
Nice kill there. First blood drawn by Puppy Paw.
Yeah,
He might
nice
get,
timing.
I say there was a chance to have two, but he kind of missed it. He still might get the second one here.
Might have three.
He's on the building.
Two, I mean. Oh, that's
Could
big.
have had three, but gets two. It gets the second one regardless, even though a slight misclick on the house. Quick recovery and able to get some. However, Horseman now, oh, that one's going to go down. Shots from the tower take it out. That second one also in jeopardy. Some good early skirmishing here from Puppy Paw.
And Beastie did pick up 2 villages as well himself on Puppy's deer, so
Oh, he did.
yeah, hit back as good as he got. This is the issue though, right? The Goldenhorn Tower's forced so defensively. It doesn't even really secure the gold, honestly. Archers can easily hit that gold mine safely. And another charge from the Knight. The body block is going to be there from Beastie's villages, so he's able to save it, but so much idle time and another villager will fall.
Another Vil.
This is really painful for
I mean,
Beastie.
you mentioned 3 is the way you need to get 3 Vils is what you need to pay off that
There you go.
that night. I would say it paid off and then some, because think of the delay on this
Yeah.
tower. And not only that, but you're also forcing it in the base. We were talking about putting that on top of the hill. Instead, Beastie having to be very conservative with this. That alone is a win for Puppy Paw.
This is the type of situation where, like, it seems to me like some Macedon players are more hesitant to invest in feudal than necessary. I think the feudal age is very respectable and better than Roos, in my opinion, even with knights. Looks like Beastie though, he just wants to get up, and it's a price to pay for sure. As another villager goes down, with regards to the Golden Tower, that's going to wipe up everything left here. Puppy is still a little way behind this though, starting to wall up.
Securing his flank. Yeah, securing the flank. Doesn't want to have a repeat. Wants to keep that 2 villager lead he has over Beastie at the moment. And now he's down in age. He does, however, have the gold he needs to age up. He just needs to double that food, which coming in very quickly. He'll be clicking up in just a couple of seconds.
Short wall here to block the access to the gold, gets spotted out. However, the Vil just manages to get away. 1 HP Knight. Barely.
Ooh, yeah, he needs to probably go home and fix the boo-boos, because those crossbow bolts firing out of the tower are kind of a problem. And that knight will not mend his wounds. He will instead die a martyr right there. But Abby the Trinity coming up here from Puppy Paw. He's clicking up, gearing up for the fight ahead.
Abbey, even on this map, is very
That is
interesting
odd.
to me. Yeah,
Yeah.
like this is the
Why
one
not
map where
park
I
it
feel
on
like
the wood line? I feel like you could park it on the wood line and just get so much passive gold along with the deer, safe food.
really
You
makes
must
you
want the
think.
relics really bad. Well, and the warrior, I guess the warrior monks as well, getting those on the field. He's probably counting on that to help him win some fights.
They're gonna be pivotal for sure. Saint's Blessing. Massive boost to Puppy's army. 1 health and armor, I believe.
That could be the
one
difference between a
damage
couple
and
units.
armor, I mean.
Yeah, 1/1 damage and armor, which is still, again, not anything to sneeze at. When you start compounding that with multiple units at once, that can make a difference.
Oh yeah.
As now both players in Castle Age, so up and going. Beastie immediately takes a look and sees. He knows exactly what is going on now.
Is he still yet to take the site? The first monk is now being produced. Looks like he has some infrastructure set up in the center already, which is a great thing to have early here, especially as the Macedonian dynasty. If he manages to get a tower up and start fortifying with stone, that's going to be a huge boon for him. Still to this day, the Manganel emplacement, virtually impenetrable. without siege.
It really is. And Beastie, or sorry, excuse me, Puppy Paw, really playing defensively here now. He was on the aggressive bit there early, but now walling up a lot, really wanting to keep these Radari and Horsemen and Knights just away from his base. The tricky thing is the front door is still wide open though, so Beastie can still march these right in. He just can't, you know, wrap circles around this base.
Sokoton, it's happening again.
What's that?
Look at this.
What am I
It's
looking
horse
at?
archers again.
Oh, it's horse archers again.
They're finding
Oh my
value
goodness.
though. 2 villages go
Yeah,
down.
they're.
There.
Took me a moment to comprehend what I was looking at. Horse archers indeed getting some value. Actually, speed at which they were able to close the gap on the villas. All three are going to go down here.
What a play by Puppy though, just completely
Great play.
avoiding the cavalry and moving around to the north to catch this infrastructure, and out of nowhere, -5 villages for Beastie. I mean, it's great read by Puppy, but what is this comp? Like,
Well, again, I'm going to reiterate what I said last game. If it confuses us but it works, he's a genius. So
Yeah.
we'll see. He's up right now by 7 villagers. He's in a decent spot. The tricky thing is he's playing so defensive. Meanwhile, BC claiming the top of the hill. This is called King of the Hill for a reason. I just wonder if Puppy Paw is able to gather enough to force BC away. You just don't want that sacred site right there to become a win condition. And the timer starts now, 9 minutes, 50 seconds. Mark your watches, everyone. It's not an issue yet, but with those towers popping up, it could be an issue very soon. And that seems to be Beastie's plan.
indeed, with the site locked in. 25 seconds down already on it. Something Puppy will have to respond to, and sooner rather than later, ideally, because, yeah, you can in theory wait till the last 2-3 minutes, but if you start making your preparations for the actual push then, it's a big delay till you actually are able to get down any significant infrastructure with trebs or rams for that matter, and you'd rather address this ASAP.
Yeah, those
Arsenal
9
not coming
minutes trickle down very quickly, I feel like. You know, like right now it's like, yeah, no worries, no worries. This is like that like big assignment you have in school where you know you got to spend a night working really hard on it, but you got like a week or two before it comes in. Yeah, no worries, until suddenly it's the night of and you're like, oh, geez, I have procrastinated this too far, and then you're just going to get a D if you're lucky. In this case, though, we'll see if Puppy Paw makes the difference here and gets on top of it, sending his units out. Spears trying to get on top of Beastie's Cav. They're running back. The horse archer's actually able to do some good work here right now. They can close the distance and just keep pestering. Meanwhile, crossbows leading up the rear guard. Beastie moving his crossbows up on top. He's got those towers there. The emplacements aren't up yet. He's fortifying the first one. The fight is on. Spears getting on top of the Cav of Beastie. Horse archer's trying to get some damage done. There's not a lot of spears. They're going down pretty quick.
No.
In fact, this is going to be a tough fight. He's going to have to back off of this one.
Yeah, this is the sort of timing we discussed, right? Like, Puppy understands the threat of this position getting heavily fortified, and he wants to nip this in the bud immediately, but it might be already too late, right? There's already double outpost here. Yeah, there's no mangonel emplacements yet, but considering he needs so many unarmored units to deal with the Ridari, they're going to be ripe pickings for these towers. To be fair, he's done a great job with the upgrade advantage of taking out most of the military here from Beastie. He's gonna have a tough time sticking around though. Everything he has is so weak to arrow fire. Beastie though still not investing into archers, surprisingly.
No emplacements on those towers though. One of them is fortified, which is annoying, but Puppy trying to throw what he has at it. He's done a good job of getting onto the hill. He needs to secure it.
Yeah, you might actually get a decap here. He's just brute forcing
He
a
might.
decap, and
That's the big thing.
it's crazy.
And that would force Beastie then to get another monk out here, which he's got 3. I don't know what's in those towers. I'm guessing it's all just villagers right now. Don't think there's a monk in any of those. So regardless, able to start taking them down. Now the mangonel emplacement is coming in. Will it be in on time? There's a lot of health on that stone and reinforced tower. So there's the monk in there. There was one right there. He goes down, but this is going to get a mangonel emplacement, and that's going to just be absolutely brutal for Puppy Paw. Meanwhile, Scout in the north sees something up there happening. Not too much to worry about, but so now we have this ironic spot where Puppy Paw is in control of the sacred site, but he is in no means in control of the top of the hill entirely yet. It is not cleared And now the Mangonel Tower comes out and starts firing upon the troops. He's going to spread out wide, but even then, it's half down. Is he going to have enough? I don't know that he...
I
He's going to take a
cannot
lot of damage trying to take that down.
believe that he's like committing to this, and it's actually somehow working. That's absolutely insane. And Beastie's just, he still has like no units. The 5 villages in that tower is painful, right? So much idle time combined with the massive damage he did beforehand. All because of those earlier picks on the villages by Puppey. The only reason this is possible.
Reinforcements coming for Beastie. The tower does go down. Puppy Paw, against all odds, has secured the top of the hill. Man, this reminds me, I've been in a big history buff lately, and I've been looking up a lot of stuff about World War II. This reminds me of Iwo Jima and the Marines taking Mount Suribachi, given that that's just the vibe I'm getting. Like, heavy casualties for Puppy Paw to storm the beach, get up on top, gets there and gets it done, though. Not easy. Beastie taking a lot of damage on the end of that, but at the end of the day, Puppy Paw is on top of the hill. This is huge. And moreover, the timer is now 8 minutes and 30 seconds in Puppy's favor.
Yeah. Which means that Puppey, with now the site locked in on his own, is going to look to maybe set up his own fortification on top of the hill. Some wooden fortresses would not go amiss, but it's also important to likely keep up the pressure here for Puppey, who's just... I mean... You know, the villager kills on Beastie definitely hurt him, for sure.
Massive,
but,
I would say, actually.
Yeah, it's huge. But it's also just Rus on this map, right? Like, at the end of the day, they used to be a permaban here for good reason as well. It's just the income is just insane from the hunting cabins. Even without
I think we need to seriously sit down. I think we need to seriously reevaluate how good we perceive Macedonians to be. Because the amount of deference we've been given to Macedonians, maybe it's just being a bit overstated. I don't know. At this level of play, we've seen them not have a good go this tournament.
I think these are a few. I mean, I didn't see all the Macedonia games, but the ones today, there were some sort of, let's say, standout mistakes, I think, that caused Macedonia to end up in this position. Like forced mistakes, of course. People don't really blunder for no reason often. I mean, most mistakes are forced at this level. But that is some part of it. Definitely don't write off Macedonia, trust me. It's
Oh yeah, I'm not saying they're not viable by any means, but like the deference we've been giving them might be a bit much. Beastie back to the drawing board here. Both players in age 3 were almost 19 minutes into the game. Just under 7 minutes now for the Sacred Site timer. Again, it creeps up on you like a thief. It just kind of out of nowhere. Like, it's not a problem until it's a problem, but it becomes a problem pretty quick.
And I mean,
I like what this is. I like what he's doing here too. Actually,
yeah, I mean,
adding
this is
some more
huge
walls,
value.
claiming more of the map.
Especially because the boar is down here, right? He already has the northern boar secured. If he's able to get this second boar, then Beastie just has a mountain to climb up in terms of how behind he is.
I mean, literally.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
a hill to climb, but we'll call it a mountain here.
It's true. And the crop's a problem too, because like, yeah, Beastie's going into what's very reliable and very strong for Macedonia, Bogmather with the 3 crossbows and as well as the Ribari, but this is not the best cav map, first and foremost, right? But also, as numbers get really high, a lot of crossbows, a lot of spearmen. Yeah, I mean, I guess the Bogmather can sort of ignore armor somewhat. So even if there's men-at-arms mixed in, as they are now by Puppey, it's not going to be a biggest concern. But, I mean, you add stuff like the static emplacements on top of the hill working over time for Puppey, as well as Saint's Blessing, of course, which is actively being invested into here by Puppey, even getting the duration upgrade, making further warrior monks behind this as well.
Now, that monk buff, I think we're still understating how important that has been for him to get this position. Like, it's one of those things. It's because you don't necessarily see it. Like, you don't see it doing, like, the unit just kind of just does its buff. But I think the effect that it has had has been really, really good, Puppey. I think it's been maybe even instrumental.
For sure. It's just a huge, huge tool to offset the theoretical disadvantage of a weaker military, which is just kind of true. BC's
trying to get a
looking for a
toehold
keep
here.
drop, and I mean,
Yeah.
the mass difference is hilarious, honestly.
It is quite a bit. We'll see if they get that up. There's a lot of villagers on that. And some 20 vills, it looks like, on that. Meanwhile, Crossbow is firing up the hill, trying to get this going on. Puppypaw looking down, saying, it's over. I have the high ground. And game one will go to Puppypaw. Beastie with Macedonians can't get it done. Puppypaw pulls off the win on King of the Hill.
Indeed, a very big opening win here for Puppypaw for a multitude of reasons. Not only, of course, the psychological tempo of opening and winning that first game is always a very cozy spot to be in, but also the civs in question. Not only do you use your mid-tier civ on this specific best map here as Puppypaw to claim a victory, which feels great. You don't, I mean, you can play Rus on other maps, but if you want to play Rus, you want to play it
feels
on
good
King of the
here.
Hill, of course, yeah. We also take out probably Beastie's best civ in his whole draft. It's a massive victory, so that really dictates the pace for the rest of the series, and BC has to think extremely carefully about where he decides to go next. And I think that moment right there with the Horse Archers was instrumental this game.
Yeah. Those 3 vills. I mean, that was absolutely huge.
Yeah.
This play here, too. I mean, this just felt very, very strange, but it worked. I think one thing you noticed about the micro of Puppypaw, he deliberately spreads his units out around it at that point. So he was very, very cognizant of the spray that the Mangonel Tower has, made sure to keep his units around it in a circle. You see he's spreading out the units a little bit, trying to keep them away from taking bulk shots, which was able to get that down and take control of the hill. Absolutely huge. We look ahead to the next game, and I've got to wonder, Myriad, like, it's really possible. Sometimes I've talked about my pitcher analogy, right? Where, you know, once you're in your head, sometimes you just don't have a good day, you know, but sometimes it's just a series thing. Sometimes it's the whole day. We know that these players can get in their own heads sometimes. We know that BC can sometimes be prone to that as well. You got to wonder, is he going to be able to lock in, or is he just going to write the entire day off here and start having a rough go? Obviously, he's going to play to win, but you just got to wonder how he's feeling after dropping, getting swept in a series and then losing the opener to Puppypaw with what you felt like on paper would be a good matchup. We look at Four Lakes now. He's got a great civ choice. He's got HRE on Four Lakes, which is usually a really good choice. But Puppypaw has an answer in KT, which most people are not going to be quick to write off on a hybrid map like this.
Definitely not. Definitely not. KT is, I think now it might actually be the best on these water maps after the Tuklak nerf. I'm quite curious to see how Tuklak does nowadays. I mean, the main thing that made them really strong is gone, right? The additional drop-off on docks. But they still have the great eco. The transition to the woodline is so amazing for them. So I'm curious to see how that will develop. But we're seeing players sort of actively avoid picking it in a lot of these drafts. I mean, B did earlier. Was sniped out by Nimudan. But like we're seeing less and like we're not seeing much Tuklak at all in a lot of these drafts. So clearly there isn't the time for the experimentation there. We'll have to see. But until then, KT is, especially on... Yeah, go ahead.
If KT is so good, why snipe Zushi here if you're Beastie?
Zushi's also crazy good, right?
That's the tricky thing, right? When you draft well for this,
Yeah, it's... I mean, I feel like... I mean, HR against Zushi specifically, I think is really, really rough as we jump into the game here. Beastie. The color yellow as HRE. Spawning the north side of Four Lakes. Finds himself a game down now in this series. And looks to rely on his tried and true HRE. To face Puppypaw's Knights Templar. The fitting color red spawning on the south side of Four Lakes. Dock opener for him. Although, he decides to change his mind. Oh no, he went for a house first. Yeah, he makes it at home instead. You have to go house before you go dock as KT. Oh no, he's just going feudal. Okay. He saw the spears.
Saying, nope, never mind. Interesting.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense with the spears, right? It's not worth it to go for the dock in this case. It's gonna burn down.
He must have just realized, oh wait, BC's playing HRE. I should not do that.
Yeah,
it's fun to see. You can sometimes see the cogs of their brains turning here a little bit. Puppypaw wanting to initially go dock. Nice shout out from Vodka right there. Able to look at you can see that Puppypaw saw the barracks and then was able to pivot.
And that's very important because if you open dock here against Spears, most of the cases you will be quite severely behind or end up in such a position shortly after once the dock burns down. Poppy's not going to risk that. Still though, he needs to
Shout out to,
compensate on gold a little harder.
Yeah, Hatville down to half health. It's only one spear. Again, to say my phrase I've been using the last game or so now, it's only a problem until it, not a problem until it is. Second spear coming in from the north. A most unwelcome interloper.
You know, Beastie has made
that'll
his-
send it back.
Yeah, he's going to gold. Oh, actually, no, he's still too short. Or, unless that one drops
No.
off. Nah, it should be fine. Yeah, there it
Okay.
is. It's okay.
Oof. Can you imagine? Oh my goodness, that'd be brutal.
That'll be another minute delay. But,
That'd be GG. That'd be like instant GG at that point. It's like, you got me. Oh man.
I don't know. Maybe, who knows? But Beastie, right? Like, he's got Docker behind this. He's going to be decently happy with this. Like, I think this is probably advantageous for the HRE in this position. Question is a follow-up. What's Puppy planning exactly? Is this a counter dock play? Is this actually just straight on land to deny the gold and harass the wood line? Is it just range into like double dock even to try to outboom Beastie's fish advantage? There's a lot of options and they all have their own pros and cons.
Whipaw going Knights Hospitaller. Again, this has been the meta. I know you prefer going the Genitors a little earlier, but or the Sergeants. So you like the Sergeants too, right?
I
But
love the sergeants.
not the case here. Puppy Paw is going to stick to the meta this time, despite maybe being outside of what you expect the meta to be, Myriad, in other games.
This is not right.
So now's the time you want him to go off meta, right?
Yeah, exactly. Only when it suits me.
Only when
and
it suits
and
you.
my whims.
Beastie, nice pickup here, able to shoo away the villager. Was going to have a delayed dock, and Beastie says, I'm right here, and I am well aware of your shenanigans. That villager should get home. It's going to be close, and it will, but he gets back.
Now, Poppy, dropping a building. Is that the archery range, or do we have that already? Yeah, it's going to be the
I'm
archery range
dropping it,
coming
yeah.
up.
Got to answer those spears eventually. It's getting a little annoying, I suppose. Ooh, I think he was going for a dock on the other side too, and I think Beastie with one spear has denied 2 docks. On the other side, Vodka down there, yeah, they were coming from down below as well, and that spear also says, hey, I know what I'm going, but he gets it up in time.
Actually
Nice.
got it up. That's insanity. The greed here from Beastie pays off, and he managed to get up the dock. That's huge.
And a body block. Even gets the boar in on it. However, the boar is a turncoat and goes against BC, so that backfires. This pilgrim will make it with a quick jog to the sacred site, does a little shuffle, and plus 104 gold. He says, praise be, and hands that gold to Puppy Paw's pockets.
I just read, I said greed from Beastie, but it was actually greed from Puppy.
Puppy
is,
Paw, yeah.
is the KTist. I got the,
Forgive you the misspeak.
because the other way around last game. Yeah, Mindwalk Palace for Beastie is interesting because, well, it depends a bit on what Puppy goes for in terms of comp, but I mean, all pikes is not to be underestimated. 2 extra damage on Spears and Horsemen is huge, and even in Castle, Steel Barding for the Knights, additional 2 armor, both ranged and melee. It's very, very significant.
Next pilgrim is almost to the sacred site. That'll be another 103 gold or so. A lot of income coming in here for Puppy Paw, just kind of passively. Sends an archer out over here and chop some wood. This is the fun thing about KT, right? Like, you don't need to
Oh, it's
build.
so
You can just
good.
chop wood wherever. You got mobile chopping anywhere you want.
Yeah, this
for
is
that
actually
spear.
like a huge advantage just for isolated villages like this. It's really good. Even if you're dock dropping, you can just send him on a little straggler tree for a little bit and still get value.
Stable coming up for Beastie. Answer, obviously, to the archers that Puppy Paw is making. Dock on the West Lake coming up. That will be uncontested now with the 1 archer to deal with that 1 spear that was wandering around. Meanwhile, back in Beastie's base, Puppy Paw taking a good look, has a nice scout around, sees what's happening. Looks like both players are kind of getting geared up and set underway. Puppy Paw is going to have a really good economy with this. Having both docks now, he's got some uncontested pilgrims going in. First of the Hospitaller Knights on the field as well.
Beastie does still keep firm hold of a fishing ship lead, 9 to Puppy Paw's 5 so far. That is reflected in his food income, a little bit ahead at this point in time, but it definitely has to find some kind of pressure here on Puppy, and that wood line is the perfect spot for it, I would say. So more horsemen would be, I think, a great addition here. You can look to start raiding there. The space is a bit rough for Puppy to add. He doesn't want to, ideally, against just horsemen.
Yeah, not quite the comp he wants to go to. He does have the infrastructure for it, but you really want to be investing that wood into either archers or, more preferably, the fishing ships for the time being.
A second stable coming up for Beastie as horseman production continues. This Knight finds a very, very good pick here on the left-hand pond. There's going to be the villager going down, maybe even the archer. Second dock did finish for Puppy, though. He's going to be able to further consolidate the fishing. Oh, there's no way.
Keep it alive. Oh,
Wow,
my
he's
goodness.
actually gonna
He's going to
save
do
him.
it. Incredible.
Wow. Oh.
Oh my goodness, this is so tight. He does just enough, out healing it. It came down to about 1 or 2 HP, probably 1 HP, given the low amount of health that villagers have. Puppy Paw showing us why he is one of the top players of the game. I mean, that was just some incredible micro. Heads up, doesn't lose the Vil, and in fact scares the horseman away. It does not get more precise than that.
Indeed. That's, I mean, feudal healing enjoyers rejoice right there. Huge. And I think we had all pikes too, right? And have a look and have a check, but
I'll have
felt
to go
like
to the
it,
mine
which
work
is
here in a
pretty
second.
crazy to me. Yeah, it's kind of wild
This
that it gets
pilgrim-
out healed by mine work. Okay.
This pilgrim probably going to go down, and does. So, but I mean, I think I'd trade a pilgrim over a villager any day. I mean, the villager's going to give you so much more. All pikes not in yet.
Yeah.
That would have been the difference there.
Yeah, actually would have been. So that makes sense. Yeah. That makes more sense.
So the healing from the Hospitallers is not overpowered. He just doesn't have the upgrade yet. That
Yeah,
is a
that
pretty
makes
formidable
sense.
amount of horsemen, though, running around. The problem is I think Puppy's got a pretty good mass. He doesn't have any spears, but the Hospitallers seem to be just enough for the time being.
Yeah, the composition is way more rounded for Puppy for sure. The mobility question is always there, right? That's always a difficult part playing for infantry. Although the composition looks really good on paper, right? Mobility or lack thereof is going to be used against you by better players, as Beastie's doing right now. Even as a galley up on this eastern pond, wanting to make sure he doesn't get counter-docked. Even has a unit patrolling there, it looks like. I think a single spearman.
That's the biggest fear, right? You invest all that wood, all that gold, all that stuff into making ships, securing the water. You don't want to lose that investment.
I mean, the
Wow,
last save you
108.
want to dock drop you is KT, right? With the extra
Oh,
health
yeah.
on the docks. It's if you see a KT dog go up on your side, you just roll your head and cry, honestly.
We call this preventative medicine, right? Like, no one wants to deal with like measles,
Right.
so just get vaccinated in the first place. Just ignore it. Don't have to worry about it then. Exactly kind of what BC's plan here is. Just be inoculated against docks by placing your things on the coast and just not letting it happen in the first place. Meanwhile, a couple spears chasing these away from Beastie. He's got a large mass of horsemen, 16 to be precise, 2 more on the way, but 11 spears, more than enough to keep Beastie away, along with the Hospitaller Knights. Just kind of give him the runaround for the time being.
Yeah, Puppy though, wanting to push ever deeper here, starting to just ignore the horseman. Looks to go directly towards Beastie's side, who has been continuing investing behind this, so this is not a ploy by Beastie for a Castle Age. There's archers and continuous horsemen still under production. Does lose the villager though. Doesn't quite react in time.
First
This is
kill
it.
kill here of the game, and it's going to be more here in a second. Tower, we can
not-
see emergency repairs. We do. Okay, Beastie forgot about the game before when he was playing HRE. This time he's got it just in time, and a great effect. That's going to keep those villagers alive. Cavalry come in to save the day. Beastie will push this away for the time being.
Yeah, Puppy definitely misread the situation here and is going to cost
Oh,
him
and
his
gets
entire
pinched.
army. Yep. He thought there's a fast castle. He thought there's a Burgrave coming, but no. That's the power of cavalry. The ability to control the flow of information. And that's exactly what Beastie has been doing. Poppy expects a Burgrave, discovers the gold, and instead gets the dire news that this has been continual investment all along by Beastie, and his army gets cleaned up completely in return, reset virtually to 0. Right as the
this is
woodline
so
finishes
terrible.
as well. And exactly when Puppy's preparing a castle transition.
Castle Age. I was gonna say this. He gets caught in the middle at the most inopportune time. He was right there. You see immediately he's just reinvesting a little bit into more units for the time. That was about as bad timing as it could get. And Beastie's been looking for a break all day. First time in 4 games that we've casted, he finally feels like he's on the warpath. Angevin Empire, Puppy Paw will have to commit to the age up. Thankfully for him, it comes in just 38 more seconds. But boy, he has got a problem in his front porch as Beastie sending in the archers and is not content to do just a little damage. He wants to really wreak some havoc here.
And even these houses, like, it might not look like Beastie's doing too much here, but these houses going down is pretty massive for him, right? There's a lot of population being stopped here and a lot of further investment into more houses. You can see how Puppy's rushing them. This is horrible efficiency for Puppy, so it's considerable damage nonetheless. And obviously Beastie has to be careful. Doesn't want to get too overzealous with this push. I mean, he doesn't know that Puppy's aging. Maybe he suspects it, but he doesn't know for sure until this very moment.
Regnitz Cathedral coming up. Not even Burgrave. We don't need to have burgers here. Beastie, that just tells me that Beastie is feeling like he's in a very commanding spot right now. And why not? This could give him the economic edge long term. More pilgrims
for sure.
dying as martyrs.
You know, in an age of Burgrave, I'm glad to see Regnitz again.
Yeah, me too. This is a good spot
It's
for it as
been a
well.
while.
I mean, a Burgrave doesn't really profit Beastie much here. He's got units. The horsemen have been winning the fights for him. Why would you transition into men-at-arms at this point? You don't have the economy for it. Just take the Regnitz, get the gold, get ahead, get some upgrades. You'll be chilling. As Puppy Paw now heading out, sallying forth with the archers. He needs to get something done. You know, all things said and done, it's only 3 Vil kills to 1, but you just gotta feel like the military loss that Puppy was inflicted upon feels bad. Meanwhile, still has horses in the back of his base. Gold now being pressed. Villagers very exposed. Beastie running past them, avoiding the spears. Some dicey encounters here.
Yeah, he's gonna idle out the woodline again, though. Very big gains here by Beastie. First the gold, now the wood, and he's gonna trap a lot of the villagers who look to body block the horsemen. He picks up quite a few there, up to 8 kills now for Beastie. He's in a commanding lead in this game so far. Still, huge army presence from Puppy Paw, even now, and the compositional advantage, as we spoke about before. He has a great answers to Beastie's units.
Yeah, he's definitely still in this. It felt like he was in the lead, and now it feels like Beastie has a bit of an edge. The nice thing is that Puppy Paw's food eco has been relatively unscathed right now. He's got maximum boats on both pawns, so he's got probably over 1,000 food a minute right now. So he's able to reproduce these relatively cheap units that he has, and able to deal with the influx of now knights that Beastie's going to be throwing on the field. We see 2 running past this army right here. And then horsemen still in the back. And 8 kills on that last pass by was pretty good. Trying to get some more, but spears running in for the defense, coming right out of the barracks and straight into the fray.
Same time though, Puppy looking to make a mark of his own on Beastie's economy. Starts to push in towards the gold mine, but there's just not the same angle of entry here for infantry, right? Like this, you can't ever really cause the same damage as you do with cavalry. The walls are in position. The entryway there is a choke point that favors Beastie. When it comes to a fight, you can squeeze all of Puppy's troops through it. It's not very easy to approach, although Beastie, running very low on wood, catches the prelate as it's about to deliver the relic. Knight raid as well.
Good raid from the knights. This is what you got to do. Keep the pressure up, turning into a very scrappy game both sides. Lots of exposed economy for BC to take advantage of. 12 Vil kills now. You start getting to the point where we're late enough in the game that 12 Vil kills sounds like a lot, and it is, but it's not a devastating number just yet. But if he keeps raiding like this and keeps picking them off little bit by little bit, it's going to reach a very devastating number. At this point, if he can get 20 plus kills before 20 minutes into the game, that's going to be just absolutely brutal for Puppy. Thankfully, though, again, with the fishing eco, you can take that hit to the chin a little bit easier.
It's the power of the fishing on this map as well, right? I mean, you can see the income's 1.5, 1.5. It's half the food income you'll ever need in a game is covered by fishing. Nice interception there by Puppey. Picks up the 2 knights.
That makes it feel a little better. Losing, is it a couple vils for those knights? Those knights are expensive, and right now, Beastie does not have a ton of gold income right now. Looks like 900 a minute. It's going down a little bit. I think his gold vein dried up. Curious how many relics he has. I know he's got at least 1. Probably has a couple here at this point. 2. Okay, he's got 2 relics. Ideally, when you're playing this HRA with the Regnates, you really want 3 to feel good. 2 doesn't quite pay the bills, in my opinion. Yep. If you get more than 3, then you're usually winning the game, I think, assuming everything else is equal.
Yeah, so Beastie definitely wants to get his hands on that center one. Puppey's keeps a very watchful eye, though, and plenty of units to spread himself across the relics. It's funny because we're talking about earlier about Burgrave. Burgrave would have been excellent in that position, but
yeah, would have.
But it's Beastie, right? Like if we can go even greedier, why not?
Why not?
Here we go.
A lot of stone here. I expect we're gonna get a keep. Looks like he's got just enough. I wonder where he's gonna pop that one. Is he gonna try and defend the water somewhere? Or is he gonna try and put it more towards the middle?
Ooh, these knights,
well, knights getting trapped on the coast.
2 of them go down. That could have been way worse for Beastie.
Could have been much, much worse. Almost lost the whole lot. Instead, loses a couple. You'll take that, though, as opposed to losing them all. The demo ship came up trying to get a cheeky kill. Meanwhile, the keep here on the south side of Beastie's base in between the lake. Securing that next gold vein. Yeah, he's starving for gold right now. He wants to make this knight composition, but he does not have the gold a minute. The relics just are not enough right now. He's only getting 160 resources a minute from that, as we can see in the bottom of our chart in the bottom left. That's not enough to pay the bills, frankly. You need a lot more.
Beastie, though. I think he has different designs, or maybe it's just a kind of float situation, because that looks like a play for Imp, right? But I mean, he's likely going to sell a lot of that food. Gold very
he's
soon.
Heavy on gold right now, too. 35 villagers on gold. With the keep right there, he's banking on this. And remember, he can choose a cheaper age up if he so desires, but would you rather go Elsbach here?
I mean, it's a better map for Elsbach because you already have so much of your economy set up from fishing. And obviously it's a great defensive landmark. But, I mean, in this position, I think you have to when you're getting pushed like this if you do go for an Imperial Age. But Beastie has to be so careful with this army here from Puppey. He has plenty of horsemen now on the field as well, which is going to do great against his back line. I mean, there's not enough knights here from Beastie to pose much of a threat. Granted, a lot of the heavy spears don't do too much against Beastie's composition, it being primarily range units. Puppey, though, is being very aggressive here. He's just going as deep as he possibly can. He wants to get this Regnitz down, and if the Regnitz goes down, the boosted relic income is gone.
He's only got, from last we checked, only 2 relics, though, so not a huge deal. I think he's trying to get back into the eco right now. There's not a whole lot here for him. Meanwhile, 17 Vil kills for Beastie. He's done far more damage than Puppey Paw has done. If he loses this army, it could be pretty bad. Wololo comes in right upon the Regnitz.
Yeah, the Wololo backs up just in
almost got
time,
1 unit.
But he kills a lot on the retreat, right? That's the thing with the Wololo. Even if it doesn't go off, as the units pull out, a lot of time is bought for Beastie's backline to do damage, but it's just too much frontline here from Puppey. So many horsemen are soaking up a lot of arrow fire here from Puppey, which allows most of his backline to even out with Beastie's own.
The nice thing here is that fighting into the base where all these small choke points are at is allowing Beastie to have a calculated retreat here and to kite as best he can. He's getting his maximum amount of efficiency as he can out of this fight, but now it's pretty much down to the back lines and just a little bit of frontline units from Puppey Paw. Some reinforcements coming in here. This is where it gets tricky. Beastie has like the quote-unquote defender's advantage, but when you've got an enemy army sitting on your production, it gets a little more difficult to feel that way. Meanwhile, the Archer Blob here, Expo Blob for Beastie, still alive, but only just. This is feeling pretty dire. Puppey Paw now over double the military numbers, and I think this could be it. Beastie caught in between going Imperial Age and just reinvesting into more military. Puppey Paw might have had a really good timing on this push.
Yeah, it was very well read. After an unfortunate read earlier in the feudal age when he expected castle age, but it was in fact not. This time he gets it right. Catches Beastie right as he wants to go age up. And is looking to close the deal in this second game, and he's looking closer for it. Still though, the reinforcement line is there for Beastie, right? Everything is in his base, and most of Puppypo's forces are still in other parts of the map. You see there on the south side next to the keep. There's active wood gathering there by Beastie. That could be a great place for Puppy to strike. It's going to be fine for now.
He's got better eco. Beastie has the better eco. He's done enough eco damage. Puppypaw has 63 units, but I don't see them all here on the screen. They're not with the forward army, so he's forced to regroup. That could buy a little bit of time. The tricky thing for Beastie, though, is he was ready to go Imperial Age, and now that ship has definitively sailed. He is not close enough yet. And right now, Puppypaw still has double the units of military that Beastie does. This is going to be tricky, but with Relic in the tower, get an emplacement on that. A decent spot to hold. He does have the keep as well. Man, Beastie looked really dead in the water for a second, but he didn't actually lose any economy. It was just the military, and he has just enough static defenses to kind of hold on to this. He is, however, as Vodka, our observer, pointing out, running out of gold. Doesn't have that many relics. 700 a minute, not bad, but he really needs a lot more.
He definitely needs a lot more, right? Considering Puppypaw has endless gold income, being KT and now getting his first fortress up, and that's all he needs. KT needs just one site, and they are set for gold for the rest of the game. And Beastie, you can see the struggle, right? He is now far out wide in the south, moving on that gold vein, which, I mean, if he gets away with this, he's got a while left in this game for him still. But the moment this gets spotted, if those villages don't evacuate, the game is over
so
immediately.
Risky. How many relics does Beastie have? Has he ever gotten any more? Or is he stuck at 2?
Yeah, I think...
he did get 3, so he's just gotten a fair share. Man, 3 is usually the minimum, though, right? Like, if you get less than that, the Regnants wasn't worth it. But I really feel like Beastie would have really enjoyed getting number 4 if he could have. Holding over here by the wall. He's got a lot of men-at-arms now, 28 of them marauding around along with 20 crossbows. It's a formidable force. In fact, the numbers are evening out very quickly here. If Beastie can take a good engagement, he'll be back into it.
Still though, right, it's a difficult spot with the men-at-arms. They are amazing for HRE, probably the best in the game. That is with Burgrave, which we don't have. And there's plenty of crossbows here for Puppy to deal with this front line. There are a bunch of Lance Connector mixed in there as well. They're going to do amazingly on the front line here. Puppy might look to snipe those out.
Beastie really pivoted into this men-at-arms build. He put down a bunch of barracks. His own little impromptu Burgrave almost, but at quite a steep cost. Meanwhile, fighting under this tower, Beastie with his back line trying to get some shots. A lot of crossbows, though, from Puppypaw as well. This is a tricky engagement.
Yeah, and Beastie's just losing so much raw value in units every time those backline units from Puppy the crossbows move into position. The struggle of infantry even here manifests, right? With the faster move speed from HRE, the kiting is just too strong. These men-at-arms will never connect and deal effective damage. Meanwhile, the horsemen can go back and forth to their heart's content. And now, when the front line is thinned down enough, is the time for Puppy to pounce as the horsemen march through and trample past the men-at-arms on top of the backline here for Beastie as crossbowmen begin to fall very quickly. No further front line left for Beastie, only reinforcing spearmen, desperately trying to hold the line for these crossbowmen. Excellent kiting here from Beastie, keeping his backline mostly intact. Enough so that the horsemen end up falling.
I feel like instead of men-at-arms, he really almost could just use a mass of spears. I mean, then the crossbows aren't doing extreme damage at least, and you can deal with the horsemen. But then I guess the hospitalers start kind of piercing through. A tough spot for Beastie. He's definitely not winning this game right now. Puppypaw looking for a way to close this win out if he can do it. He's in a decent spot, commanding once again in the middle of Beastie's base.
Yeah, Beastie has managed to split Vills on both flanks now, which, yeah, just a little bit of tunnel vision again from Puppypaw in this spot, right? It's so easy for it to happen in these games. When you smell blood, you just want to sit in your opponent's base and hope they just tap out. But oftentimes it's a bit more complex than that, right? We've seen it in the Numudam B game. And we see it now
that gold
as well.
Is just sitting untouched. And now the mangonels. This could be a good way. If he can get a good land, he actually gets the entirety of that consumed up. Not bad. Meanwhile, though, matching that, Puppypaw has all 3 sacred sites. which I'm not thinking so much about.
Oh,
Good
no.
pickup here from Puppy Paw. I'm not so worried about the timer as I am just the gold influx that Puppy is getting as he just massacres these vills here. Goodness, this is one that they won't forget. A lot of kills to even things out. Beastie has enjoyed a very healthy villager lead for a while, but that one getting evened out a little bit as now it's Puppy Paw who instead is going to go age up with Kingdom of Poland in 40 seconds. These Mangonels really need to pay for themselves very soon. And even then, I don't know if it'll be enough. Beastie having a hard time winning fights on the battlefield. It's been all in his base, not in Puppy Paw's.
Exactly, and the lack of map control culminates in this, right? Now with the age up on the way for Puppy, and still most of the map under his command, able to retreat to the safety of this fortress. So Beastie, especially with his slow composition, now made even slower by the presence of Mangonels, means that he's in no position to ever punish this timing. In fact, Puppy Paw is the one who wants to press the issue further, seeping in with a chunk of his military here in the north side, trying to control Beastie's expansion. And the Schlatter immediately in queue, the best anti-range cavalry unit in the entire game. Heavy, at least.
Yeah, it's going to be a problem. Looks like the writing is on the wall here for Beastie. Back door is open. Puppy Paw has been flooding units in. He's also pushing forward up the middle. I don't know what he can do. Mangonel is trying to take a shot. The fire. A good hit. Takes down, well, an okay hit. Takes down 2 crossbows, maybe 3. He needs a lot more value out of that to find a way into this game. But down in age with units rampant in his base. Beastie back on the wall here. He's really putting up a good fight. You got to give credit to him, man. He's doing what he can, but in the end, it might be fruitless and probably just futile.
Exactly. And Beastie has done an exemplary job of defending for most of this game. It's something he's very well known for, his defense, but ultimately, how much can you really defend when you're so far behind and the time is limited? Now an age behind with no hopes even of getting to the Imperial Age here for Beastie. Forced to transition to further farms here behind. But now the Regnitz is almost about to fall.
And behind this, under 5 minutes for the Sacred Site timer. So if Beastie were to stabilize even and just make this a stalemate right outside of his base, it wouldn't be enough. He would need to be able to break out, decap a site, and then still do damage. It's like he can maybe continue to make this dragged out as long as he wants, but I don't know how he's going to come back and win this game. He's got a pretty good mass of units here in front of his base. He's got some static keeps, you know, some keeps for some static damage, able to hold the fort a little bit better. He's got a relic in one of them. So lots of vision, lots of range, lots of defense, but in the end, how does he win this game? The keeps don't decap sacred sites, unfortunately.
No, they don't. Just the execution here by Puppy, attacking from 2 sides, has been so good. Just distracting Beastie. Now this top pond. I think that was the last dock there for Beastie on that pond. So that is half his food income. His already diluted food income is just going to be shaved even further. With Puppy dropping his own dock, he's only going to push his further. Sacred Site timer now on 4 minutes.
It's
Beastie,
not a problem until it is.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't even have time to age up to the Imperial Age and get any real upgrades here to start contesting this. In fact, it's Puppy who drops double Siege Workshop and looks to make even further space between Beastie's front line and the keeps and the sacred sites. So many Schlatter on the field already.
Yeah, that's a huge problem. Army value definitely skews in favor of Puppy Paw, even if the numbers show Beastie. Full frontal assault coming in. They charge after the keep. Fire shots behind that. Remember, the relics are no longer as effective because the Regnitz went down. See their auto repair there. Beastie trying to decap that site, but there's a monk currently sitting on it. I wonder if Puppy Paw is going to notice that and take care of it before he loses the decap. It's now 3 minutes and 5 seconds. We are frozen there as the emergency repair is trying to keep this keep alive. Beastie's units coming in here trying to fend off. That keep will stand for a little longer, and now the decap begins. This is actually crucial for Beastie just to keep this game going. That decap is very unfortunate for Puppy Paw.
Puppy is so distracted that I think, oh, there's units going, but are they going to get there quick enough? Ooh. Oh, that's so close. That's so
Be
close.
close.
Oh
And they
my
do.
God, he gets
Oh my
it.
goodness. There's
That's
literally
crazy.
like a fraction of a second. It is, by all accounts, decapped. It does not get closer than that. That is going to be, that is incredible. I mean, we're talking razor thin margins.
Absolutely. That is fractional seconds we're talking about here. That side did not get decapped. Frankly, though, I don't think it would change the state of the game much. Even if it did, BC would still be in a horrible position, an age down with no hopes of Imperial Age.
Yeah, that's true. And that's kind of the problem, right? You're still down in age. It would have delayed what is probably inevitable at this point.
Yeah, I think so as well. It's just too much of a disparity, right? I mean, we're dealing with an age behind for a long time now, but it's not just elite upgrades. We already saw Incendiaros is in for Puppy Paw. I imagine Biology is either already in or soon to be on the way as well. We can maybe have a look, and yeah, it's in. Of course, it's in.
Already in.
So it's just brutal here for Beastie. Like, it could be pure Cav against pure Space, and the Space would lose right now for Beastie. It's very tough. The Mangonels is sort of the only stopper that prevented Puppy from brute forcing a fight so far. Wait, it's not
And
in?
Puppy Paw will be content to sit back on these sacred sites and win the game on the timer count. Beastie really has no answer to this. Most that Beastie could do is delay it by standing on a sacred site and throwing everything else away. He's got a decent mass of men-at-arms, but again, down in age against all the Slokta that's there, doesn't feel good. There's 34 of them. Beastie now angling towards this fortress. Puppy Paw, though, fully aware of what's happening, is going to stand his units right under it as well. Incendiary shots going. Hammer frozen at 137. If this fight fails, I imagine it's GG.
Oh, yeah. He's going to be forced out of the game for sure. The Mangonel's taking massive shots onto one spot. A crossbow gets pulverized there, but he needs to spread them out in order to get more damage down, which he now is doing. Puppy doesn't even bother dodging, though, because he understands his muscle is way more pronounced in this fight than Beastie. Is just the Schlatter breaking through effortlessly this front line. Not even barely any fall. Actually, a lot of them do fall, but it's not enough. Beastie calls it. GG is called. Puppy leading 2-0 now in this series up against Beastie.
Boy, not a good day for Beastie so far. It's been rough go after rough go. It feels like even the small things like that decap aren't going your way.
Yeah.
It's tough. You know, I feel bad. You know, it's got to feel so rough when you are on a losing streak like this. You start getting into your own head. Pressure starts mounting. You're on the brink of getting swept again. It's a tough spot to be in. Meanwhile, if you're Puppy Paw, it's business as normal. You're having a good day. Won last series. Out to win this series if you can close it out. Beastie's hope now relies on a reverse sweep as we look at Baldland coming up here in a moment. But man, look back at this game. This was a good spot here for Beastie. This was probably one of his best opportunities when he caught Puppy Paw out at a great instance. But the follow-up just wasn't quite there. I think KT is just that good, and Puppy Paw also able to recover very quickly. Things just kind of slowly started to spiral afterwards.
Yeah, for sure, KT's just amazing on this map, right? And although that was definitely advantageous for Beastie, it's like... And I feel like maybe Burgrave is just necessary here, you know?
It might be. That might be the takeaway there, actually, is that it might be the Burgrave to win it early might be better than letting KT get fully realized.
Right. Because, like, are we seriously, like, is there really a hope, nowadays at least, of HRE outscaling KT on a hybrid map?
I don't know.
I don't see
the funny thing is, like, we were happy to see Regnitz, you know? We were happy to see it. It felt like when he put it down, and this is the tricky thing for Beastie, is when he put that Regnitz down, you and I both were like, yeah, it makes sense. Like, good time for it. He was ahead. He had the ability to do that. I think the tricky thing is then Puppy Paw did an excellent job of not letting Beastie get more than his fair share of the relics.
Right.
Because if Beastie gets, 4 or 5 relics, I think this might be a different game. He only got 3, and after that, it was after a lot of fight and struggle. He was sitting on 2 for a while there. Took a while to get that 3rd one in. By then, Puppy had already edged out a bit of a lead. So, it feels like maybe the earlier payoff with a short-term burger might have been better in that sense, in looking back. But in the moment, the value that you could have gotten out of the Regnitz seemed good. Just wasn't able to capitalize on it, unfortunately, for Beastie.
Who's going to say no to a burger? Right? Like, it's what you want. it's what you deserve.
A burger,
Right,
a
it's-
cow apparently says no to a burger. I guess he doesn't appreciate us eating
Oh.
beef. Where's my confetti cow? Come on, come on.
Well,
Nothing. There we go. There we go. Thank you, cow. Shout
There
out to
we
our
go.
production crew, by the way. Vodka, our excellent observer, helping us out, as well as Cow, whispering into our ear from time to time with some factoids that we get to share with you guys. Man, game 3 coming up.
Game 3 and Beastie's last chance in this series to make a comeback. And granted, it's a good situation for it, right? We have
Yeah.
French on one of their best maps and one of the best civs in the game, facing Lancaster, who is not one of the best civs in the game, but it's trying. It's trying its best, right?
It's
And it's
okay.
getting there slowly. It's looking scarier and scarier. Problem is, right, I mean, what B did earlier in the opening series today, the 2TC looked beautiful, right? It was very
Mhm.
well played.
I think that's the meta, honestly. I think that is what you should do. Can you do
Might
it against
be.
French, though?
That was also against French, but this is
It
a
was,
completely
yeah.
different map entirely, right? Like this is Boldland. This is so wide open. It's prairie-esque in how open it is almost. This is historically, like notoriously, not a 2TC map, right? So I'm curious, how's that gonna go?
I feel like I've seen. I think even last weekend we saw Lancaster on a map. Maybe it was Dry Arabia, but I feel like I saw it on Baldland. Lancaster getting away with the 2TC play. I feel like there's something about it that's really good, but we'll see. BC with French is no pushover either. Despite having now lost quite a couple of games today, still has a chance. You know, until the final bell is rung, still got a chance to go out there and take the reverse sweep. It'd make for an incredible series if he does. Meanwhile, Puppy Paw hoping to close this one out right now and just leave it at that as he goes for the Dark Age Barracks. Puppy Paw in the red as House Lancaster, and over here in the western corner, Beastie yellow again as the French.
Bold landmarks, potentially the final battlefield of this series. But not if Beastie has his way. With the wheelbarrow opening on the berries. Quite standard here for him. Puppy though. With a little spear rush. Which shouldn't be too big of a concern to Beastie. Which, yeah, I mean, he's got to scout it immediately. There's a few responses you can do here as French. Classically, you would just pull off with gold and be content with not having gold until you have archers. But nowadays, I'm not sure who's the first to do this. I want to say I was told Lucifron, but that's not fact-checked. You can do, of course, the tiny walls around the gold mine to prevent any kind of entry from the spears, and that's even better. It's even better than a tower, right? I mean, it's so good. The spears would be virtually useless on the gold mine. You delay yourself a tiny bit as the French, sure, having to gather some extra wood. But looks like Beasties doesn't care. He's not going to go for it. He's just going to age up quickly and go off of gold. So this is what leads to the fastest age up, but there's no gold, so.
Spear arrives right on schedule. It's a nice poke. It's a nice second poke. Second spear coming in right behind him. As is typical, the first one walks home. Second one's going to walk home here in probably just a second. Oh, sees the second one, and then they're both going to bail. Last two to bug out. Bug out. And he's got just enough gold to get up. So the spears will go ahead and focus then on the mining camp. We've seen this play out a couple times today. Standard stuff. Usually 3 is the amount that they build as far as spears go, and they usually stop at 3. Looks like Puppy Paw will do the same.
I'd say it's usually 2, but Puppy does go up to 3 this time around, which
I've seen him do 3 often enough. I've seen 3. We've seen actually up to 4 in some Dark Age rushes, but 2, 3, somewhere in that. I feel like either works. Not a huge investment, right?
I do like this because this, like, what Puppy's gonna look to do, what it looks like he's going to do is he's just gonna place it on the northern gold. He knows his opponent, and I definitely would not put it past BC to just sneak there while aging up and make a tower. That is definitely something Beastie would do, and some others as well. But Puppy should be aware of this, so the extra spear is going to be very helpful in that regard to make sure that does not happen for free.
The nice thing about going for Dark Age spears against French is 1, you are slowing down that knight, but 2, you start out with spears already. Like, it's kind of nice. So you don't have to be as cautious on the map, knowing you've already got the counter ready to go. Now, of course, East US French is going to add some archers eventually, so that will become an issue. But for the first couple of minutes, it puts you in a pretty safe spot, even though it does slow down your feudal timing. I feel like you can get quite a bit of value out of by doing this.
And Lancaster Castle on Papipo's side. It has been so very, very long since we have last seen this landmark. Although I think this was played last weekend, if I'm not sure. Maybe I'm misremembering.
It would have been probably on Sunday, not Saturday. I don't remember casting it on Saturday.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing it either. And I was casting Saturday, so...
Okay.
No.
Or Sunday,
wait.
so then...
Oh, I was
So if
casting
I
Sunday,
didn't see it
right.
on Saturday and you didn't see it on Sunday, then I guess it didn't happen.
Maybe it was just the
So it's
Lancaster
happening
Castle
now.
of our imaginations. But it is happening now. We're right. And
Happening now.
why is my question?
Well, to me, it says that he's... I don't think then he's going to be going for... he is on stone, is he? He is on stone. So...
I mean,
guess
that's the
stone
funny
is probably
part.
Just for the manor? Just for the manor, right? He's not going for a 2TC then.
I wouldn't think so. No, he's actively gathering gold. There's no way this is 2TC.
Yeah.
That'd be
So it's
crazy.
just for the manor then.
Yeah. Yeah, this is crazy.
Yeah, so I guess to your point, you mentioned it's kind of a bad map to go for the 2TC build. Normally, if the other landmark, we've seen 2TC come out. So for this one, I guess people has something else in mind.
I mean, this could... I'm starting to feel like this is probably just a one mana, like very old school, kind of like how we used to do 3 mana FC at Lancaster release. This is I think going to be like the new version of it, which is like 1 mana FC here with the castle. And I mean, that's kind of the only thing Lancaster was able to do in this matchup because it was so bad for them back in the day. So, bit of a blast from the past, it looks like to me. I mean, it has to be, right? He's off of wood now, so
Yeah.
there's a delay on the
Must be
gold, so
an
there won't be
FP.
as... Yeah, there's not going to be a night timing to dive here, not as early at least. So this makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense.
I agree. I like the Dark Age aggression into Fast Castle because it gives you a little bit of units just to kind of be responsible with, and you're being okay. Then you're kind of you're delaying your feudal, but then springboarding into castle. I actually like the timing of this quite a bit. Whether or not it works long term, we'll see. But so far, so good for Puppy Paw. I think this is a decent build. I'm kind of excited to see how it pans out, honestly.
If we go by historical measurements, then this is going to end very painfully for Puppy, because what this often led to is Lancaster is able to get a job, that's fine, and they can get the White Tower on the first gold vein, and they get knights, that's all well and good, but the issue comes is that French just simply stays feudal, has double the amount of knights that also heal, and now you can't heal because you have Lancaster Castle instead of Abbey as House of Lancaster, right? And the death comes at the second gold. When the first gold runs out for Lancaster, they would move on to the second, and by then French is either aged up or they just are still feudal and they just have way more. And Lancaster died that way, I want to say like 3 or 4 times at least in pro games, the exact same way. So we'll see if that's similar today. Beastie
definitely a
should.
risk.
Thing is, yeah, like I'm sure Beastie knows this and remembers this, but in game it's different, right? In game it's very different for you to actively think back on this and consciously remind yourself in game that this is how it went. So we'll see.
A little bit of pressure here from Beastie, taking a look at that wood line. Now, there is that gold vein to the south of Puppy Paw's base as well. So I'm thinking long term, if he can build out towards that way, maybe wall that in. It's not inconceivable, right? He could definitely build that way. Meanwhile, trying to fight this off. Archer now able to deal with some spears. This is a problem for Puppy. He has no other military but 3 Dark Age spears and half health at that now. This is not looking too good. They're trying to chase him away, but now taking some chip shots on the villagers. They actually short bow back. Oh, lest we forget that the English arm every civilian with the short bow. That was a decent amount of damage. One more shot like that would probably kill it. He goes for it. The shot, the fire. Oh, man, goodness. Down to 5 HP. One more Vil would have been the difference there.
Well, now we know it takes 14 villages or 13 villages to one-shot a spearman. An archer. No, 14. It's 14 actually, because there's 7 that shot first, then 6, and it was still alive. So,
You're one more.
there you go, folks. Trivia.
Trivia. Learn it. Use it. Take this knowledge. Be better for it.
And this is exactly what we used to see. It's either White Tower, but sometimes players got greedy and they went for King's College for that Collar of S's promise, where my knights are gonna be better, than the French knights, so I can get away with this it never worked.
Oof.
It never worked.
And
So
well, Puppy Paw is going to try and make it work here. Knights dive in. The spears have given their all for their country and die heroes. Meanwhile, Beastie, this is an archer for it, but he's got a pretty healthy mass. 13 military units. Not a single military unit on the field of play for Puppy Paw right now. He is banking on his town center fire and a lot of greed to pull him through.
the sheep are running dangerously low here for Puppy as well. The villagers barely have space. They actually don't all have any more space to go around the sheep. So it's going to put some extra towards the gold, which is already probably slowly starting to run dry. I think we're below 2k by now, I would assume. Oh,
No, not too much actually.
I'm very
little
wrong.
leeway there. Don't listen to Myriad, everyone. He doesn't know what he's talking about. I say completely tongue in cheek. You're a wealth of knowledge. But in this case, he does have some gold left over. He's gonna have to move on to the berries. You know he's desperate when he's onto the berries. Meanwhile, like a shark in the water, swimming around, Beastie has his knights patrolling. And even this lone knight out here, not able to do much as two more find him right away. You just know that Puppy Paw would love to get a raid on the gold of Beastie, slow this attack and onslaught down. Unfortunately for him, it's not to be today.
Definitely not to be. Misty, I need to pile up a little bit of food, but more knights in production now. That's definitely what you want to do. Color of S's now on the way for Puppy Paw. An additional +5 damage to against heavy units on these knights.
Good. That
As
would
well
be
as the
great.
demi-lancers.
If he can get the units, though. I mean, it'll compound to be excellent, but he's got to survive for another couple minutes here.
He does. And
He's
it's
kind of playing with his food, though. He's not really diving in. Okay, now he's looking for a hit over here, but doesn't have the numbers really. Might get a Vil, doesn't. 2 knights is all it takes to push them away. Those knights of Beastie not at full strength right now.
the important thing is...
I'm-
yeah, go ahead.
I'm getting like worried that Beastie's taking too long to make anything happen here. If he gives Puppy Paw enough time, this will pay
He's-
off.
Yeah, I'm starting to get very worried as well, because it's like Beastie's very split between do I age up or do I not, and that indecision in this matchup especially, like I think there's only one right choice, but like that indecision normally can cost you extremely in these pro games. So I really wish Beastie just keeps investing here, because I feel like he has to. The only way this pays off for Lancaster is if Beastie just sits back and ages up.
Yeah, I mean, Puppy Paw at one point had no military units at all. All he had was the short bows and the TC. If Beastie had just been flooding knights at that point, they would have been free reign. There was like nothing that Puppy Paw was going to be able to do about that. It looked like he was going to be dead in the water. Instead, now he's got a healthy knight presence of his own. Remember that Collar of Esses is in. So these knights hitting a little harder against heavy units, so they're going to pound for pound win against their counterpart, the French knights. This is suddenly looking okay for Puppy Paw. I think he's in an all right space. If he can move down to that gold a little bit, that's now the next concern, right? Is can he maintain gold? But if he starts building down that way, I think he'll be okay.
Beastie did split off a couple of knights here to go towards that gold. There's going to be a key detail, but he's losing a lot of them here in this engagement. That's what you really want to avoid as Beastie. Your knights can heal, but Puppy Paws cannot, and that's so important to keep these knights alive as Beastie. He's going to discover the second gold, though. Or, well, the berries, actually, which Puppy Paw is on. And, I mean, this food has to be raided by Beastie. We really have to find some damage here, I think, because his knight count is getting worrisome for Puppy Paw, and they're so much better than Beastie's. However, we have our own concerns as the day once again is idled, and, I mean, there's more knights here from Puppy. That's not where you want to be as Beastie.
Losing some. Going to lose these archers as well. Archers all go down. One knight leading the charge up front. Very zealous fighter up there trying to save his buddy. He does. Gives his life for it too. Very sad. But the other knights come in and now are chasing Beastie as they're routed back to base. Goodness, this is not going great. There is a knight, however, in the back of Puppy's base patrolling around those berries looking for more kills.
Another charge ends up
Knights and
downing
spears.
another knight.
I'm thinking this very well could not go Beastie's way. Puppy Paw having plenty of time to keep going. Now idling Beastie's economy. Puppy Paw is paying a price for this, however. Losing a couple knights. Dropped 3 right there. Dropped number 4 on that edge on that point. 3 more knights at half health. But back at home, things are going well for Puppy Paw. He's undisturbed. He's got a couple knights that have been patrolling, but he's got units dealing with them. So as you can see, yeah, being dealt with, not too dangerous. It's 5 Vil kills to 3. So all things being equal, it's a pretty even game. The continued disparity in the build numbers is a little bit more to deal with the faster production time of villagers for Beastie.
Poppy struggling a bit for resource access though, right? Like we see his Night
Yeah.
Edition has slowed down quite significantly. BC's raids did do a lot for him in that regard. Now forced to actually add some spears on the defense, which is going to be good against the raids. Just a few here is going to be really nice for that Southern Gold, as well as berries. Now the Guild Hall on the way for Beastie. So you can see, like, this is not a horrible spot for
Not done.
Beastie right
Yeah.
now, right? Like, even though I disagree with his overall strategy for the game, I think he handled this really well in terms of raids, which I mean Beastie does excellently, right? He's always been a masterful raider, and has done so again this game, keeping himself in it. And that's going to be a
Spears.
very big boon for him. These spears are only feudal age.
Yeah, so I was going to say this. You just took the words right out of my mouth. These are only age 2 spears, and they drop like it. Meanwhile, some villagers getting caught out. This is not good for Puppy. You need to play a very precise game here to get ahead. He was doing okay at the beginning, but these raids, Beastie now doing what French does best, and they are running circles. Insert the Benny Hill theme here. There's just nowhere for them to go but back to the base. It's a lot of knights in the back corner.
Indeed. And they're going to get chased, but it's a lot of pressure here on Poppypaw's side that he's kind of struggling to deal with. Trying to find his own damage on Beastie's side, but he's out-knighted in count there, as Beastie looks to go for his 3rd gold mine. Actually, no, his 2nd
The biggest
gold mine.
biggest issue for Puppy Paw right now is he does not have food access. Has been a problem. He's got 21 on food right now, but you can see the income a minute. It's tricking back up, but for a while there it was pretty low, pretty down low. Meanwhile, Beastie sitting at a comfortable 1,000 a minute. Gold is what he's working on right now.
Indeed. It's also spread out all across the map, right? We have deer operations in the north, in the south, they were in the center as well. Beastie has all the map food that he could desire, and it's reflected in his income, allowing him to keep that night count high and fight an age down, whilst also getting a respectable age up timing in.
But I wonder if this age up from Puppy Paw, it's not the age up I have a problem with. I'm wondering if not going for I don't know, maybe he should have gone for the other option. I just feel like maybe he was a little too greedy here. I don't know that's going to pay off in time. He's going to be caught without food in a second. Maybe he should have gone for more manors and farms. It's just got to wonder, like, what else can he do? Right now, he's taking some good fights, though, cleaning up what's left of Beastie around his base, trying to buy himself some breathing room, which he desperately needs. He's now on that back gold as well. So,
yeah, I just think
meanwhile,
it's just a really hard matchup for this map, especially, right? It's just like you can't go 2TC here, so that's out of the equation. So this leaves you with this as the only other play, sort of old school Lancaster, because you're not going to go King, Lords, and Aggression with the last players. It's not going to work, that's for sure.
yeah.
So this is kind of your only option. I think, yeah, it's tough for him to pivot into anything else, really. He's done a decent job with it, but obviously he's sort of fighting upwards in terms of matchup. Beastie's, of course, excellent on French, so he's keeping Bunny on his toes.
Now, behind this now as well, we've got the Guild Hall, which, again, in the early stages, the investment there is not going to compound quite yet. But Beastie now has the ace up his sleeve. He can eventually just click up into Imperial Age. Meanwhile, though, Puppy Paw getting some good raids back. They've both been doing a good job of raiding the other. So 8 to 5 Vil kills evens things out. That said, Beastie up by 10, mostly due to the virtue of his faster production speed. But a lot of knights here, 20 knights to 14. And now some Arbitrae coming out for Beastie as well. This could be the huge difference maker.
Yeah, the army value count is just so much more in favor of Beastie right now, and the Guild Hall is ticking. The fact that he's able to still command the map at this point doesn't look great for Puppy Paw, although he could have a nice find here if he only happens to stumble across it. We have Benny Lancers! It's been so long! Wow.
Wow.
That's crazy.
5 Demo Lancers on the field of play. Haven't seen those in a little bit of time.
It's been
It's turning into a
84
bit of a
years.
scrappy game.
now this mana, this, well, almost useless mana, is going to get torched down. And now, Puppy's food situation is getting worse and worse,
It's
right?
dire.
Now the berries
It's
are getting
getting dire.
idled. And there's so little wood as well to transition to farms, way harder than any other map.
This is why French is so good on this map, right? It's open, easy to raid. There's lots of... You get on the deer early because you don't have
Exactly.
to worry about pressure early, which just kind of lets you springboard ahead of your opponent, especially when your opponent's sitting on, you know, berries. Wolo attempt to scare away the knights. That'll temporarily push them away. Almost right into the other vills, though. Boy, playing with fire. Puppy Paws is kind of teetering on the ropes, it feels like.
Oh,
Getting some
massive.
raids of his own, though. A huge raid on the gold behind all of this, unseen by Beastie until it's almost too late. That's going to even things out a lot more. But will it be enough? Because on the other side, Beastie giving it right back to him. 15 to 16, both sides doing massive punches to the other.
And this happens so often, right? The back and forth with villagers. One side gets a big hit, then the other's army finds a big hit. But there's always a key detail in these exchanges, which is, well, one player can actually win against the other's army and one can't. And I don't see Puppy really beating Beastie's army at this stage. And with these
Bill on Bill
villagers
action.
present here,
Oh, dear.
no. His have
Puppy
short
is
bows
desperate
though.
for food.
There's way more. Oh no,
That is
my food.
that is quite funny. They'll get avenged by some knights here in just a second, though. Meanwhile, another fight down the middle, going very well for
disaster.
Puppy, or sorry, Beastie. Spears, though, trying to take some chunks, but now the knights on top of Puppy's vills. That's got to be a death blow right there. That's so much damage coming in.
Yeah, and he doesn't even
Unseen.
notice.
Puppy hasn't even seen it, and then I think he noticed it and had the GG. That
Yeah.
will do it. Beastie breaks the losing streak, manages to get a point on the board, and takes a win, a much needed win. That's got to feel really good after the last couple games.
Indeed, and sometimes this is all you need, right? One single win like this for Beastie could be a whole psychological shift for him, allowing him to have a resurging in confidence in this series and maybe come back. And what? Wait, is that accurate? Is that actually the upcoming game? So
Cal
we
says,
have
yep,
confirmation.
That is the upcoming game. Malians versus Order of the Dragon on Lakeside. Boy, that is going to be very interesting.
Okay, we need to check the other civs. How has it come to this, right? So we're gonna have a look at the draft shortly to see why Malians is the choice. Here's the thing, though, right? Like Malians on Lakeside, and we've seen this with Malians on Frisian as well. It's not great, right? Like it's not great. The map is definitely not in their favor, but at the end of the day, I mean, it's still Malians, right? Like it's still Malians.
Yeah.
So once the cows are online, that's going to be a ridiculous amount of food. And Lakeside especially, right? There's very few fish. There's 2 deep sea fish aside and a couple of shoreline. So in theory, this could actually be very intelligent here by Beastie, depending on how the game progresses. Because I mean, Puppy is just going to invest into fishing, right? I wouldn't be surprised if Beastie completely ignores it, doesn't even go for a dock maybe on his side. And that
You think?
extra time, it could be,
That
right?
would get him up
'Cause-
in age a lot faster.
Right, like it's going to buy him a lot of time. Like by the time Puppy's up to the feudal age, Beastie could have 3 ranches full of cows, right? I still don't think it's optimal, right? Like I don't think this is the right great thing to go for here. I mean we don't
looking
see
at
this
Beastie's
for a
other
reason.
civs, though.
Oh, yeah, here we go.
What's the better choice? What's the better choice here? He's got Malians, he's got Sengoku Daimyo, and he's got Golden Horde. Obviously,
Yeah.
Mongols is going to be the other offer you put out there, but it's never going to get through.
I mean, you would have loved to have French here, I think, as Beastie, right? Like, I don't know if that was the
Yeah.
idea originally, but I mean, outside of HRE and Mongols, that's the only other civ he has that can actually play this map effectively. But he used it for Boldland, so it results in this.
Yeah.
That's the thing about drafting, right? This is something you have to be very careful about.
Well, especially
to-
with 2 water maps, right? Like 2 water
Yep.
maps, not 1. That really changed the dynamic.
But this is definitely a big spanner in the mix here. I mean, I don't think... Well, Puppy might have expected this just looking at the picks. He thought, well, you know, what's he going to pick? It's definitely going to be Mongols and and another civ that doesn't fit here. But what does he expect in terms of strategy? He has absolutely no idea, right? Is there going to be a dock from Beastie? Is he just going to ignore it? You just don't know. Is it going to be the old transport ship play with Donzo?
Oh, I was thinking that the moment I saw Malians, that's what my brain went to. I don't know if that'd be the way to go on Lakeside. I don't know if the juice is worth the squeeze, so to speak.
Yeah,
but maybe I could see the no dock play. But I almost feel like that's not going to happen because I feel like these guys just never don't play water. It's so rare that you see them just completely ignore it. It's such a interesting choice if they ever do. I don't know if Beastie would be willing to forfeit that, but maybe he will. I mean, why eat fish when you can have beef? I mean, that's a very good argument in my book. That. I mean, don't let a cow hear that. Yeah, sorry, cow. Just cover your ears. It'll be okay.
Maybe he wants to hear that. Huh? You never know. You never know.
You never know. Cow is an interesting person. You never know. We got a minute and a half before we dive in. Boy, what a series. Good for Beastie for getting a point on the board. You just got to know. I mean, we've been talking about the psyche of the players here earlier. Getting that first one. I mean, the reverse sweep can't happen until you get that first win. Now the reverse sweep gets suddenly much more reasonable. You just got to win 2 in a row. That's reasonable. So we'll dive in here in just a second. But looking at the group standings, Beepaw obviously with doing an incredible job so far. He's doing really well. Also, Lucifron, our other one to note, doing very, very well. 4 series 2 loss, 4 series 1 loss. Obviously, depending on the outcome of this series, we'll shake things up just a little bit.
Louis struggling just a little bit here in his returning debut, so to say. Not quite up to his previous standard. Of course, it's his first tournament after a long break, and now he's below the elimination threshold.
When he's good, man, he is the best. Like he when he was on fire for that stretch last year, goodness, look out. That guy was crazy. Not so much this year, though. But standings in Group A. Taking a look at things here. No surprise to see Wham and Vortex and Marine Lord, all 3 of them doing just incredible so far. And it's also having a good go thus far.
Followed by Kiliardi, Demo, Baldi, and Gully. Game.
We dive in, however, to another match point game. It's do or die for Beastie. Beepaw tried closing it out last time, couldn't quite get there. Has another opportunity here. We go with game number 4. Beastie with the Yellow Malians up here in the north side. Already getting the pit mines going on. And in the south side, Puppypaw in the red again. This time as Order of the Dragon with the early dock to boot. And so far, Nearad, you've been correct. No dock just yet from Beastie. Perhaps he will just eschew the fish or the beef.
Indeed. And it makes sense. Ultimately, what you're really fighting over, one deep sea fish, Mali doesn't care. So it's probably not worth the investment in the first place, and he agrees. What's the follow-up going to be, though? I mean, Beast is going to age up way earlier. Is he going to just look to put on the pressure immediately? Or maybe even to go for a dock timing with an earlier ship? Although that would be... I don't think that's worth it.
I don't know if that would feel good. I mean, maybe just... Yeah. Pressure. Just go. I mean, just say screw land. I'm just going to win it, or screw water. I'm going to win it on the land first, and there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, play to the strength of the Civ, build those units, send them across. The tricky thing is with Order of the Dragon, you can't go as wide as you'd like. So for every ship that Puppypaw puts into the water, that could be more, less units he has on land. I mean, that could be helpful to Beastie here. Keep those numbers way, way down and manageable on the land. And if he can time it right, do some good work.
Beastie recognizing the fact that, of course, Puppy is going to invest into that dock and fishing ship. So nothing stopping him from dropping a bit of extra wood, enough to drop not only an additional house, but also the mining camp itself. So he's going to have an immense amount of gold to work with upon hitting this feudal age. Could opt for wheelbarrow, double broadaxe, as well as cows. You can see, like, Malians is not the best. It's definitely not the worst idea here. A lot going for them. It's very similar to Frisian. You have a lot more time afforded to you, but unlike Frisian, there's way less fishing here, so it makes even more sense, honestly.
Outside of like the 2 deep sea fish nodes, like that is a lot of food, but it's really not that much. Yeah, especially when you compare it to Frisian marshes. Of course, the difference being in Frisian Marshes, you have to invest a lot more in the docks to get some of those fishing returns as opposed to you're on lakeside. But yeah, I think there's definitely an argument to be had that the land play can work. We'll see. At least that's the argument so far the Beastie's playing and giving us. So we'll see if that pans out. We are now underway here. 3 minutes in, Beastie going up with the Mansa Quarry. No surprise. Aachen Chapel coming in from Puppy Paw as Order of the Dragon. You don't often see Order of the Dragon Aachen Chapel, but I think it makes sense here given he wants to stimulate the wood economy to kind of keep boosting himself up and keep that fishing going.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense on this map with the way the woodline and gold always spawn, right? Very hard to pass up such a juicy of an Aachen. It is only a small gold after all, though. 1,600.
Yeah, only 1,600. But the wood, still there. You still have the food under the TC for the time being as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting because in this game, it really feels like the initiative is on Beastie's side to do something. Puppy Paw is going to just slowly scale and eventually build units, eventually do his thing, but it's really on Beastie to make something happen with the timing. Although, in a bit of a twist of irony, Puppy Paw is age 2 before Beastie is.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder why. It's, I guess Beastie is aging up very slowly, to be fair. Like, he went for a super delayed start with the extra house and the pit mine, and he's also only aging with 4, which makes me wonder what's going on. Okay, so we have triple cow ready for the ranch already. We saw all that gold being spent. Beastie could honestly even go for the large pit mine towards the west there. I think that could be great. Yeah, you can see the mind games. I mean, Puppy's even investing into a galley for absolutely no reason.
In for a penny, in for a pound, says Puppy Paw. Securing the water, not going to let any sneaky shenanigans happen. But yeah, little does he know, there's nothing coming yet. He's sending the scout over. He's going to find out about that too. I wonder if he'll have time to cancel it if he gets over there and notices no dock, or if he's going to just commit. Nope, too late. It's already there. I'm sure he's maybe kicking himself now, though. In about 10 seconds, he's going to be like, dang it.
Yeah.
Right now.
I mean, if he transports ship across to drop a dock here of his own, then that makes you feel less bad because then the galley keeps the villagers safe and there's some value there, but
still,
it's still not
coping.
Great. Yeah, we're coping. Just
we're
just
coping
a little
here.
cope. Just a little cope. Yeah.
That Aachen Chapel is a pretty nice placement as far as Order of the Dragon Aachen Chapels go. It is going to be an archery range to start out here for Puppy Paw. 5 cows now for Beastie.
Yeah, and he's going for the big pit mine. Honestly, I really like this from Beastie. This is like every beat has been hit, I think, for how to actually make this work. Very, very impressed by it so far. Of course, the follow-up is the question. What's going to be next for either player? And I'm sure both of them are a bit confused, actually, as to how to proceed. Like,
probably. There's probably some,
are you
like,
making
what
units?
now?
No? Should I make units? I don't know.
Reminds me of that, like, SpongeBob meme. It's like, what now? It's like, I don't know. I didn't think I'd get this far.
Yeah.
Not sure what to do yet. Puppy Paw just kind of patrolling the back line there with his ship, not allowing anything else to happen. This is a great pit mine for Beastie. This is a big boon. And, knowing that you're not on the water, knowing that your opponent has probably invested a little bit more into the water, it gives you a chance. I mean, that galley really did give a nice opening for Beastie just to pop that pit mine out there hidden. And one thing we've got the God Vision, but let's not forget the stealth forest along the southwest line is all the way down and across. You got to be across that wood line to get in there to see this. It's very tucked away, very hidden out here.
Exactly. Was potentially worried about a stray horseman from Puppy Paw, but as you mentioned, he invests into the galley instead and actually has different plans altogether. It's just straight to castle for him. And Beastie actually pulls off of gold completely here. I think
He's getting 600 a minute.
Oh, I think the single archer pushed him off and he might have misread the situation as a result. Or maybe not. He just wants to get the one sofa out. I think Beastie knows what's going on here.
Probably can smell the Castle Age coming as well. Looks like it'll be a gentleman's agreement to reach Castle Age first from both players before really diving in. It's going to be the Burgrave for Puppy Paw, so we will get a burger eventually.
And the Burgrave, of course, a bit threatening. with the possibility of men-at-arms, especially considering there's already archers on the field, so no easy pivot into double, triple racks here to take care with Musafadi. Beastie,
Well, he's got a pretty good healthy bank of gold right now. He's got 329. That'll go a long way.
Beastie's still so far from
food.
the age up, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that cow investment takes some time to pay off.
So far taking plenty damage from the archers. These are gilded archers. Huge attack speed. I think an extra half a range too, if I'm not wrong. Or is that just the crossbows?
I'm not sure. It says
It is extra. Yeah,
five and a half.
550.
Oh yeah, an extra half tile of range.
It's pretty big,
That's
honestly.
fine. No, it really is. I mean, that's one of my favorite things about English longbows when I'm playing with them. When I'm not playing as English with the longbows, it's horrible, but that extra range is very noticeable.
So good. Range and speed. Some of the best stats on units.
Underrated too, I'd say. Beastie with 20 of 20 cows. He is fully cow boomed, but the timer is ticking here. Puppy Paw is gathering up and massing up some military units. He's walking across the map. Things could get pretty interesting in a minute. I'm curious when this Burgrave is going to feel like it really starts spamming out units. First of front wave, reach it to Beastie's base. Gonna step in.
And the timing
Woodline
here
they go.
is very tricky here for Beastie, right? I mean, he wants to go up, but the units are coming so quickly because of that Burgrave. Of course, the fishing is still present there for Puppy. He still gets good income from it. Aachen, of course, is going to always be a massive economic boost. Puppy actually didn't opt to go for another dock on Beastie's side, which might be a good choice. You know, you still don't want to let Mali have free reign with cows at the end of the day. Now the pit mine is under threat. Beastie slowly working his way towards that age up, but still some ways
Taking some
away.
time.
Yeah.
Once he gets there, it's going to be 0 to 100 really quick. Beastie's primed for it. He just needs more time, a little time, and then this can pay off. Grand Fulani Corral placed down. He's got 20 cows around it. Meanwhile, the first house on the pit mine goes down. Is this going to work? The million-dollar question.
Yeah, I don't know, right? Like, it's such a big delay. I mean, the Fulani's only now going up. Just look at the military presence from Poppy already. These are OTD units. Keep that in mind. He's going to get every relic as well. And Poppy, yeah, he's going to have his... a Beastie, I mean, he's going to have his dream comp. It's going to be archers and Sofa, but... I mean, the Gilded Archers destroy regular archers. That's just the way it is. Even without scale armor. But scale armor is going to make it even worse. And I mean... Gilded Spearman against Sofa. Ay. This could be very tricky for BC to get out of. I mean, he doesn't care too much about this gold. Yeah. He doesn't care too much about that gold because there's only a small one and he has another one at the back. But the bigger pit mine is a concern because that's also getting torched.
With Malians, it's always like this too, even on more traditional matchups and maps. It's a matter of hold the line, and as long as they don't take catastrophic losses, they usually can bounce back with enough units. Now here it's tricky because Puppy Paw has had such an edge economically for a while with the extra fishing. Now with the age up and the relics, you just gotta wonder, like, is it gonna be enough? Sofa doing their thing. Gonna get another kill. Actually, it's the first villager kill of the entire game here, 11, almost 12 minutes in.
Indeed, quite a passive startup to this game, but it's ramping up very quickly here, and for good reason, because Beastie has to break out of the stranglehold. Sofa moves onto the archers, but you can see how much damage they're taking already. It's just so strong. Huge attack speed as well.
Yeah, that gilded is, when they say gilded, they mean gilded. Things are tough. Oh, more Sofa trolling around. Scale armor coming in as well. That'll add a +3 to them. It'll go a long ways.
No, it's going to make the Beastie's archers virtually useless, right? Up against Poppy's archers, at least. The spearmen, it's a different matter, but... And comp-wise, it's not like Beastie has much choice either. Like, this is actually the only comp he can go for here. I mean, maybe Javs, I guess, but they're not going to do great against Gilded Spears, that's for sure.
And that's kind of the problem, right? Is like there's no one unit that counters everything. You got to have a good mix, but it's tough. Sofa getting a couple more kills for the effort here, and those are not regular vills. Those are gilded villagers. Like I said, gilded means better and more expensive. 4 of them. Pretty good amount of damage actually dealt. But the pit mine's going down. I think Beastie's okay with this for the time being. Got a second one now in the back.
Yeah, very nice raid there from Beastie. As good as he can possibly hope to find, actually. It's going to be the first step in a bit of a road to recovery, because the tempo is very much not in his favor here. Already Puppy capping the second sacred site, has 4 relics under his control. Well, 3, but yeah, Monk's definitely going down, but soon to be 4 after this one gets picked up.
He'll be avenged. Maybe. Oh, maybe not. At this point, it feels like this is the tricky thing with Order Dragon is they don't play very well wide. I feel like their strength is when they group together and push together. Like, if you get an insurmountable force, when you start scattering their forces across, they're dangerous, but they don't go wide as well as other ones. And it's just because of population efficiency. They're so pop efficient. If you have a couple spears, they just kind of chase you around forever. There's so many pockets you can just run around them.
Yeah.
So I feel like Puppy Paw is going to eventually need to mass up and actually do some real lasting damage to what Beastie has. Because right now, playing wide across the map in little groups like this, he's winning a little bit here, a little bit there, but he needs to do like an actual knockout punch.
I mean, he's fine for now, I think, because the issue is, right, so Mali's real strength comes in, it's the food income, that's true, but it's not just the food income in and of itself, it's actively trading units too, kind of like Ottomans, right? Beastie wants fights to happen ideally constantly, because, I mean, if both players reach 200 pop, one army is just going to be better than the other one. And let me tell you, it's not going to be the Malian army, that's for sure. So, like...
This is true.
Beastie, like, what we're seeing right now, and I think Beastie understands this, obviously, of course, he's a great player, so he kind of has to force a few fights here, because if we're just talking about pure Burgrave reaching 200 pop, that's got to be incredibly scary. Throw in prelates in there for inspiration as well. It's really rough.
Oh, yeah. Well, and I think what Beastie's been doing here about spreading it out wide, kind of hit and run tactics, as it were, has been really effective for him thus far. Standing and fighting here, Sofa on the front line. We do have Gilded Men-at-Arms, though, tanking them. Numbers a little bit thin for Puppy Paw, but it's hard to always gauge these fights with Order of the Dragon. They're just so tricky to take out. Sofa getting a little bit weak in the front line. The Men-at-Arms get on top of them. And now the archers open up for the horsemen to get on top of them. This could be problematic here for Beastie. They're taking out the gilded archers one by one, but boy, those horsemen are going to just shred through them like paper mache.
Yeah, just a huge mass of archers here. It means that Beastie is able to clean up a lot of the mass, but he's going to lose his entire mass for it. Dwindles a good chunk of Puppy Paw's numbers, and he does see the horseman transition here. That should definitely inform his next decision, which is going to be even more Sofa. Definitely the right one. Big raid behind this too. Finds another villager and plenty of idle time. Decaps the right side.
I mean, you got to give the Beastie. He's playing exactly the way he needs to be to keep in this game.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit of a bad fight in the middle there. Lost a little more than you'd like, but the raids and other things making up for that, I think.
Now Poison Arrows is on the way as well. Now halfway complete. Do
That'd
we have...
be huge.
I wonder if we have imported armor yet. I'm not sure. Probably not, because it's so expensive nowadays. No, we don't.
Poison arrows would go a long way here, I feel like, especially against Order of the Dragon. With how much health these units have, you don't run the risk of overkilling easily with poison arrows.
That's right. Gonna clean up this little mess.
Sofa doing a great job.
Yeah, Sofa do so amazingly up against Men-at-Arms. Even Gilded Men-at-Arms for that matter. On Horsemen. Almost escapes.
Now that the poison arrows are in, they're going to be even more effective. I mean, I'm not kidding. Like that trickle damage on those guys with so much HP cannot be understated. Against like weak units, you know, it's like, well, they're dying more to the actual arrow fire than they are trickle damage. But against Order of the Dragon especially, I mean, that's like the perfect time to click that upgrade.
Basically, the pressure is off now, right? The site is decapped.
Yeah.
He's still way behind in relics, which is a concern. But he's cleaned up most of Puppy Paw's errant forces, so to say. And Puppy still
Well, the
out
longer
on
this
the
game
food.
goes, the better it feels for Malians into the mid-late castle, because the cow boom is fully online. You're getting so many resources a minute. I mean, the food is still in favor of Puppy, but a lot of Beastie's food. I mean, look at the difference in villagers he's got on that. 13 vills on food for Beastie, 31 for Puppy Paw. It's just a lot of the Beastie's food is just passive, which is huge. Now, a lot of the gold, however, for Puppy is also passive, as we see villagers trying to stay alive by this tower. It looks like Puppy Paw will be able to defend it and keep the tower up. Nice
Very
little
nice
hold there
villager
for him.
hopping. That was greatly done there by Puppy. By the skin of his teeth, the tower survives. Surrounding the horseman, he's going to fall pretty quickly. But with crossbowmen now for Puppy, and plenty of them too, now it gets very, very dangerous. Good number of prelates too for that inspiration, and this is exactly the comp you want as Puppy. The gilded men-at-arms with the crossbows supported by prelates. A couple of horsemen won't go amiss either, just for raids and to wrap around onto the archers. It's always going to be very annoying. And Beastie is going to have a real tough time dealing with this comp, I think, and we can see him. He's going to some donzos against the horsemen, but the presence of so many men-at-arms with crossbow behind them means that so far not going to cut it. We need Musafadi, but Musafadi, we're talking pop efficiency, right? Musafadi's not up there.
He's only got 5. Yeah, not up there, and he's only got 5 of them. I'm a little worried, because again, once you get... Puppy Paw's been playing with basically trash units to begin this game. Obviously, Order of the Dragon trash units are not as trashy as regular units. But now that he's gone for premium gold units, these things don't drop easily. And there's Malians have a hard time countering that, right?
Yeah.
The poison arrows will help. He's going to need a lot of archers, but they don't have a lot of great answers to this composition.
Puppy gonna get caught here. His composition is slower, so he's forced to hold the ground as Beastie forces the fight. Moving into the south side with the sofa is gonna move out the village, gonna force them away from the tower actually, but that does mean that the archer mass from Beastie is left mostly exposed with only some measly infantry at the front to hold the line against gilded men-at-arms boosted by the prelates. Beastie doing a nice wraparound onto the backline to focus fire as many of these crossbows as possible, but it is a wipe, Socketon. Beastie's army is getting butchered here on the front line. There's just the compositional advantage is huge here for Puppy Paw, and Beastie's lack of quality in his units is manifest here as the Malians.
Yeah, there's just nothing there, nothing going. Poison arrows are great, but you don't have a front line that can withstand the might of those gilded men-at-arms, and they just kind of push through, stepping over really those units, and with the horsemen to kind of close the gap as well. There's no really chance to kite either, and instead it's a wipe, and now units looking very much in favor of Puppy Paw. And this is where Order of the Dragon can be so frustrating to go against. Everyone likes to rip on Order of the Dragon as being not a great civ, and they're not the best civ, but man, they get scary when they get in mass numbers like this.
Yeah, on this map, they're honestly one of the best for this reason, right? They get the safe food with the fishing. They get a great Aachen, and they're able to eventually combine their super sturdy mass here in the center in a narrow passageway to protect the sites. It's optimal map for Order of the Dragon, which is why we see them as one of the top picks here. Beastie, though, as ever, especially under pressure, is going to be relentless with his raiding, and Puppy is starting to feel it. There's already a lot of villager kills. And
those kills matter more, right? Pound for pound.
Yeah.
I mean, those villagers are not normal villagers. So when you see 24, that is yikes to me. I mean, that's what's keeping this game even close to even. If the equal numbers hadn't been lost, Puppy Paw would have easily won this game by now. But now the Cowboom gets a chance to kind of keep Beastie in this. He's allowed to kind of keep boo-buoyed up here. The mass of Puppy Paw is slow moving, but it will do some damage. We see now more raids happening.
Man, Beastie is everywhere. He's in 3 sides at once raiding, and Puppy just keeps bleeding so many villagers. Overzealous in his lead means that he doesn't address his defenses at home. Finds a lot of villagers though on Beastie's side, picks up there on the deer back, and once again finds the large pit mine there. But Puppy's still struggling to react to all the raids in his base. It's just a bloodbath on both sides. It's ridiculous, actually. It's quite funny to see.
37 to 16. The numbers are getting very dire for both. Beastie, though, is ahead economically. The nice thing for Puppy Paw is he does have some fishing chips. However, I think he's long distance fishing now on the pond.
Yeah. He's fishing
that does
from
not feel
Beastie's
good.
side back to his own. That's so funny. Beastie does have a second TC behind this as well, set up all the way in the northern corner. Plenty of farms to boot as well. Hasn't been up for too long, I don't think.
Not for very long, but with the amount of Vil kills that have been inflicted, I feel like Beastie's in a very strong economic spot.
Yeah, it's
can you translate that to a military victory?
That's the question, because I mean, Beastie, I was wondering if he might prepare for a huge wraparound on Puppy's army at the pit mine, but he didn't deem his unit numbers quite up to scratch yet, which I think was the right choice. Might as well just keep raiding. I mean, why not, right? You have the superior cavalry.
Working.
It's working. I mean, especially with the 2TC up now.
The 16.
So, Beastie.
I mean, it's just insane the amount of damage they've done to each other.
We even have some javelin throwers in the mix here to help out against the crossbows. That's, I think, a great choice. And Marines don't do this enough, honestly. Just have like 10 to 12 javelins in Castle Age to have one group focus firing backline. I think is definitely a great choice here by Beastie. It's going to help out in the fight quite a bit. Although I think you probably need more. You probably need more than 11 to one-shot gilded crossbow. Yeah. I'm not sure. Will be interesting to see.
Puppy Paw is struggling because Beastie is doing a good job of hitting him in multiple spots at the same time. Again, Puppy Paw can't spread his military out that wide. He needs to have a good mass to take on this fight coming up right here. Beastie is just doing a great job of just poking the bear from all angles. And now the onslaught begins. The men-at-arms charging forward to meet the sofa. Lots of archers behind doing some poison damage. Actually, this could be really good here for Beastie if the front line has enough in it. But behind this, Puppy Paw does have some monks healing them up as well. The prelates doing what they can. Backline of Beastie trying, but the front line starting to get a little worn thin. The archers from Beastie doing so much damage here.
Yes, the focus fire is excellent from Beastie in this fire. The javelins stinging off towards the side, starting to one-shot the crossbowmen, and GG is cold. The archers on the prelates as well. Very well executed here by Beastie in what seemed like such a bizarre matchup, but the plan was there all along. Now ties up the series against Puppy. Oh, yeah.
I mean, they're going for the cow boom. It took a while to pay off, but then the moment he started getting those raids in, you can really see it there around the 20-minute mark, the 24-minute mark. That was brutal, and Puppy Paw was just stretched too thin. Order of the Dragon has a hard time dealing with that, like I said, and it really manifested there. And suddenly, what was once looking like a chance for a sweep is now showing the chance for a reverse sweep. Beastie has tied up this series 2-2 with a shot of not just avoiding a sweep now, but winning the whole thing with a reverse sweep. We're going the distance. I mean, this is much more of a reasonable looking series that we thought going in, right? We would expect this one not to be a sweep, but so far, so good.
Absolutely. Puppy now must be shaking a little bit in his boots, especially, not to jinx anything, but especially with this slightly tricky matchup for him, I want to say. Ayyubids against Golden Horde. It is Lipany, to be fair. I say that probably definitely favors Ayyubids more as a map than Golden Horde in particular. But, I mean, still really tough for Ayyubids, I think.
It's also a good civ for Puppy Paw. Both the Canadian brothers, kind of, I mean, as much as we like to talk like home civs, I would put Ayyubids as one of their home civs easily. It's definitely one of the ones they use a lot. They've innovated with the civ a number of times. That said, Golden Horde's good, but I think I agree. I think I like Ayyubids on Lipany especially.
I just hope we see another Industry 2TC into Mastersmiths.
I don't know that we're going to see that this time. I just don't know.
Oh, I hope we do.
You hope we do? I mean, then it would really cement it in the meta, wouldn't it? If it worked twice.
Just imagine winning against Golden Horde with that. Like, so my cat shows off his tail.
I'm trying to. It's kind of horrifying, actually.
Yep.
It'd be something. Boy, what a series, man. Kudos to Beastie for getting back into this one. It was going to be a little sad if this one finished with a 3-0, but instead goes the distance against Puppy Paw. And what else could we have expected between these two excellent players? 2 minutes before we jump into our final game of the day. It's been fun so far, Myriad. We've had a blast.
It has been very, very fun. some incredible series on our hands, and what a way to round out the day as well here with up to the 5th game between two fantastic players. And I'm curious what we're going to see here, especially from Iobit as the wings of choice, because excuse me, I'm a bit distracted.
Now the meta's been shaken up a little bit. Yeah, Puppy Paw has done some wild things with this one today earlier. We got to see that against Kiliardi. That was something. A minute and a half. We'll be diving in. I think I like the choice. I think these are the best Civ options for both of them here. Obviously, no one wants to deal with Zhu Shi anymore. So Yubid's kind of the pick. I think Puppy Paw's probably pretty happy about that, honestly. And then Sengoku, even though the nerfs, not wanting to deal with that. I actually agree with that here from Puppy Paw. I think Sengoku's a tougher play for the Ayubids.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because ultimately, like in feudal, it gets very difficult for Puppy, especially in a more extended feudal, just because Beastie's army, as the Golden Horde, is sort of so much better, right? The Torguds, the buff from the Khan, it's just a lot. And in Castle Age, when it comes to timing, that's when it gets tricky for Golden Horde, especially from the tempo the Ayubids has with aging up. And you throw Camel Lances in the mix, suddenly the Torguds don't do much damage, or Keshiks if there are any. It's a bit of an unexplored matchup, and we don't see it too often, but I think it can lead to some really intriguing dynamics as to how it unfolds. There's a lot of possibilities, right? Which is always exciting in a matchup.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, it's going to come down to... We know it's in Puppy Paw's court, right? As to what he wants to do. Because we know what Beastie is going to do with the Golden Horde. That's meta on that is pretty firm and cemented. Puppy Paw's already shown us today, like, he's willing to do some different things and different outlooks. I think we'll see more of a traditional Ayubids play. I don't think we're going to see the 2TC thing again. Maybe I'll eat my hat on that in a second, but we'll find out. As it is, we go into game 5 here in just a moment. Tied up at 2. Who would have thought, man? After Baldland, after Four Lakes, I was not expecting this one to go the distance. I was not so sure about that, but here we are. Beastie with a chance to not only avoid the sweep, as I said earlier, but win it. Meanwhile, Puppy Paw with a third chance to close it out. It's match point both ways. We dive into game 5. In the south here, in the yellow, we've got Beastie as the Golden Horde with the Ovo popping right up. Up in the north, as the Ayubids, Puppy Paw in the red.
House of Wisdom already going up here for Puppy. Just going for the early House of Wisdom build. And already moving to gold as well. Couple on sheep. So this is... Oh, I think it's 2TC again.
You think?
Actually, it's hard to say. I was going to say, so he is planning to leave just 4 on berries after aging up. That's why he's not going with more there. But doesn't tell us too much. I mean, it might actually be 2TC. That's quite indicative of a 2TC. Like, that's what Abbasid does, right? But it can mean so many more things with Diabit as well, because it might just be fast Golden Age into units. It's, yeah.
If we can take a look back at that base real quick, Vodka, I want to take a look at
I don't want to jinx
here. Honestly, I think this is actually standard. This is very standard. The reason behind it is you don't want to lose the walking distance over to the berries. You just get them straight to the sheep right after. This looks like this could be anything still.
But then what is standard, right? Ultimately, because
I mean, yeah, to each their own. But I would say this is definitely within the realm of standard, though. This is something I would tell players even like get the first couple will go straight to the berries, leave the rest, go on to the sheep. The 2 on gold early is interesting. Each their own, you know. I feel like the math kind of works out either way, you know. So I don't feel like it's unheard of.
It's a bit of a unique build for sure. I mean, no matter what it does, this is efficient ultimately because you will be shifting the food villagers to wood no matter what you do. Oh, he's off of gold. He's off of gold, Sokotin. He's off of gold. It's industry again. It's happening again, Sokotin.
Again.
He's on stone.
You were on it.
No.
You were itching for it, and it is. He's going to do it again. The Mad Lad is going to go for it twice. And BC sees this immediately. This scout, the hawk flying around. He knows exactly what is up. But, man, what an interesting build. You know, now if it works twice, Myriad, that means it's meta. So now we get the answer. We were wondering. We were saying results were inconclusive because it worked the first time. you could point to like the horse archers or this, that, or the other. What was it? What was it that lost the game? Well, now we're going to find out.
I swear, if Beastie starts making Kipchaks and ruins this test as well, then I don't know.
That would actually be really funny, but I don't expect him to do that. Maybe he'll surprise us. As it is right now, he's aging up in 90 seconds with the Khan and Torgoods. Economic Wing Industry. So this will be parlayed into a 2TC build for Puppy Paw, which we've seen before. Feels a little strange, but again, with the lower cost of TCs, we've seen it be a viable strat. It's worked before. We'll see how well it works against the Golden Horde and Beastie, but for the time being, we'll just sit tight, watch these scouts pester each other.
Yeah, I'm still speechless, to be honest. I have no idea what to expect. And, well, it's going to be TC, that's for sure. And there's a perfect place for it with that deer pack. It's almost begging for it to the right side of that wood line. That's where it wants to be.
Yep.
What's the follow-up? I mean, Beastie, I would imagine, for Golden Horde especially, I imagine the easiest response here is one of the most brutal all-ins you've ever seen, right? It just makes perfect sense. They have all the tools for it. And it's a great sieve to go for it. It will be a very tough hold for Puppy, right? Like, this is not going to be 2TC against 2TC. I imagine BC is going to not let go of that gas pedal, which he shouldn't really. There's no reason to. I mean, what's Ayurved going to do holding 2TC against the Golden Horde all-in? Just think about it, right? I mean, Abbott
I got one word for you. Got one word for you.
Go ahead.
Camels.
Well, yeah, I mean...
That's what it's going to be. It's going to be banking on that debuff of the camel unease. That's what you bank on, probably. Maybe some Desert Raiders to hold the fort. Whether or not that's going to work, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, Chief. You're more optimistic than me in this regard.
Regardless, we're in for a really good final game. I mean, that's what that means. We're going to learn something one way or the other.
I mean, and Beastie himself, I don't know if he... I mean, we did see him in chat a couple of times. He might have seen the last series, but I don't know if he's caught this game, because this was an in-between, right? The one we saw with Puppy doing this. So, he probably definitely didn't see it, because he was getting ready for his series, most likely. Unless he, peeped in to have a look at the stream. And he might have seen it then, but if not, this is his first time encountering this in this tournament. And what's your visceral reaction to this? Like, what's your first instinct? Do you just like, okay, well, I can go castle straight away and get relics? Or do you just like, okay, well, I can just kill him? And I think this answers the question.
I think he's going to go for kill him. Answer C.
Oh, yeah.
Batu-Khan looking at the gold here. Not able to get any damage with the spear right there. Now comes the question, though. Again, part of the reason I think this worked last time is that there's quite a lot of distance between these TCs. It's kind of a long way away. Epiphany lets you spawn on the edges. So there's a little bit more time to get ready. That said, it's not that much more distance. So first of the archers come in, taking shots at the spearmen. That's going to force them back.
Yeah, already the gold is off limits for Puppy. And there's no other accessible gold at all for him. All of it is projected forwards on the left, in the center, the big gold on the right. So there's going to be no gold sneaking here.
DC with really good intuition of where that DC is at, sending his units straight to it. And there they are. Puppy Paw quick with the draw, though. Puts the villagers inside in time. Is that villager leading the charge? Okay, there we go. A brave little villager that could, wanting to go take a shiv through the Batu-Khan. He just thinks otherwise and thinks better of it.
Gonna be...
Beastie, not hesitating to really get ready to mass up here. This is going to be very, very dangerous for Puppy Paw.
Rightfully so as well. I mean, what tools does Ayurved have on the defense here? Golden Age fire armor, I guess, but that the TC is not even connected. So even that is not present here for Puppy. He doesn't even have Golden Age yet. Sokoden. It's actually already
no, he doesn't, does he?
Yeah, it's really rough for Puppy, honestly. And I mean, it's exactly what you'd expect, to be honest. Like, I don't want to doubt the play too much, but I'm very much doubting it now. It's just like against Golden Horde specifically. I don't know what the plan is exactly, but I mean, it's going to be Tricom defense, which he has no choice but to do, because Beastie is going to have his Tricom filled out. Already we have the spears, the archers we saw earlier, of course, and naturally, the Torgut as well as the Khan will not stop coming. And I mean, we needed the minimum golden age here. He's gonna get it now with that extra house being built. Another 10% gathering rate on all his villages. A nice little bonus. And
This is
a good
good
early
here by
raid.
Puppy. Getting a villager up, that's good. If you want to maximize the return on your town center, go kill some of your opponent's vills. That disparity of vill number is going to look really good. Already up by 6 now with that kill. But yeah, the real problem at hand here being that there is now a tower just going to be bisecting the base.
And
Oh, this could be bad. Right in between the TCs. That's going to leave the only avenue to really safely traverse the two to being behind that wood line, nice and exposed. This is a nice placement by Beastie. I actually really like this play.
It's a really, really good placement here by Beastie. Absolutely. Not only is this going to be an amazing staging ground for him, and he can always call in the extra health on his units around outposts when he needs it in the fight, but the wood line. And this is the only accessible wood line for Poppy at all this whole game. He can't go anywhere else. All the other ones are very exposed. There's nothing behind his base. If this is denied,
Maybe
then-
that he's got that little one next to the TC up there. Close-ish. You might be able to get a couple of trees off that. I mean, it'd be risky. It'd be risky.
If he's feeling extra spicy, he could try it. Yeah. But yeah, I mean,
Well, he cuts them in two with the tower that goes up right there. So a really good spot. Beastie's game plan here, reacting to this play by Puppy Paw, I think is actually really good. And this is massive find right here. Thankfully for Puppy, he's got the spears to delay any damage right now, but Beastie does gain some knowledge of the fact that that deer pack is being consumed.
exactly. Now, there is a massive cliff in the way there. Beastie's not going to have an easy time getting to that deer pack. But it's mainly the wood that's a concern here for Poppy, right? Like the food is there, and that one's tough to deny. Not much you can do as Beastie, but yeah, I want to keep up the pressure on this wood line. I think even now could look to dive into the wood line with a Torgood, score some idle time. Maybe a kill here or there.
That
the
said,
TC
he's
fire
getting some
could be
forward
dangerous.
production going up, which I like. I like the forward production here from Beastie. How long does Puppy Paw have to hold on to this before he gets ahead is now the question. Because he's up by 12 villagers right now. Hasn't lost any villagers so far despite all this. He's had some idle time, but you see the units. Okay, there's the first villager killed. And now the TC getting torched.
Golden Age
Forces
looks
Puppy Paw
like...
onto the play.
Yeah, I'm not sure the Golden Age is connected yet. It's going to be holding the choke point there for Puppy Paw. Looks like it might not really work.
Yeah, I think maybe Puppy has overcooked this one. Beastie, quick on the draw, saw it, immediately reacted correctly to it. He's just going to commit to the all-in here. And it's trying to surround back line of Puppy, trying to hold on to this. The spears trying to take some good engagements. It's tricky on all sides, though. The number's dwindling. Beastie almost double units now. Archers behind that untouched. The horsemen try to get on top of them, but can't do that much damage. Meanwhile, the archers of Puppy Paw dwindling down to almost nothing. A random spear coming in to help defend, but he's just going to immediately get shot down. And this is going to be just a wipe from Beastie here.
More and more reinforcement units coming through the DC. With Undermesh Prison, these Torguds really don't care for a little bit of arrow fire. So the rest of Puppy's military is getting wiped clean, unit by unit here. His base still bisected. The tower still present. The woodline now under direct threat. Barely any room in that woodline for the villagers to work and bring in returns. Beastie, I mean, his own military is taking a heavy beating, right? Diving in so deep, but
Yeah.
he can sustain this as long as he wants, really. We do have a big food problem now, though, for Beastie. Had a massive idle time there for a second, down to 200 a minute.
Exactly. Is that enough? Is the question. I mean, it's Puppy's in a really tough spot. If he stabilizes here, he's up by a good number of vills. He only lost a couple on that engagement, but it doesn't feel like it's enough to really propel him forward. He doesn't have any kind of bank. He's spending resources as fast as he can get them. Beastie at least has a supply and surplus of wood and stone, a little bit of gold to boot. Kind of a tough blow. Puppy just kind of in a stuck spot right now.
Yeah, Beastie is very committed
good
behind
find.
the side. They're all huge. Yeah, the villagers are
Yes.
left there.
This could very well be the game right here. And again, that knowledge that he discovered this earlier doesn't get as many kills as he probably would have liked. Actually, not very many at all. But he can come back and hit that a couple more times, though.
I mean, the massive food downtime that Beastie had really hurt his push here. He's actually, like, he's so committed to this. We see this day pack is all his food income. He has a couple on the berries going down there. Yeah, they just started gathering here. But this is very committed, and we have no ball play from Beastie either. So it's, yeah, a bit of a
This could have been
downtime in
enough.
units.
I mean, if Puppy had enough time to, now he's got the more military units on the field. Suddenly it's like, okay, if you can just secure resources and secure your base, you've still got that town center standing. He hasn't taken that much damage economically, only 4 villagers. He might lose more here
You
as
say
this
that.
group closes in. Yep, Caster's Curse, right on it. Beastie, able to perceive that those units were there, probably saw them as they ran over there.
Yeah, and upon seeing this, most of the
That's
military should be shifted down towards here to try and trap them. But, I mean, there's not too much military, to be fair, for Beastie to speak of. All of it's spread out around the map. He's going to pick up a lot, though, on the retreat here. And already
Not to mention the idle time.
Yeah, for sure. Still a healthy villager lead here for Puppy, but he's lost so much of it. TC has paid off by now, but of course there's a lot of idle time to consider. Some unfavorable fights for for Puppy as well. The food is getting more and more limited. He still has a decent bank built up and income, but it's not going to last for long. Managed to get a ram up to try and take this down, but Beastie's units are in position.
With a ram of their own to boot. Looks like they're going to try and take down that TC here in a second, or maybe some of the production buildings up front. More tough fights, though. I mean, that tower was just such a good play. I'll be trying to get some raids in the back of that. Not doing as much damage as he probably would like to be doing. Desperate hold here from Puppy.
Oh yeah, the rest of his military is now rejoining, so it doesn't look like there's much here for Beastie, but now the reinforcements are here, so this should definitely push Puppy away, or at least make him think twice about committing this deep, but looks like it's not the case. He's committing the ram, but there's no way the ram takes it down, right? There's not many melee units. One more hit wouldn't have been enough, but it would have brought it dangerously close to burning down, which it still is, to be fair. Looks like the villager that was here, no, he's still here actually, he's gonna come back. Is it gonna be quick enough though? I think it might be.
It's going to be close, but I think Puppy has bigger problems in that. There's another ram being built right outside of his base.
Yep.
Loses the production building, and I think the TC is not long for this world.
Yeah, absolutely. The military count from Beastie is only continuing to increase and accelerate compared to Puppy, who's just, yeah, he has nothing left, and he understands it.
That'll
GG is
do it.
gold. The reverse
A
sweep
little
is in.
anticlimactic, perhaps, but man, the reverse sweep, yeah, like you said, reverse sweep is in. Beastie comes back after going 0-2 to win the next 3 and take the series. That has to feel really good after the way this day started for Beastie. So congrats to him. We've had a chance to close this one out 3 times. Couldn't get it done, but still has 2 wins under his belt as well. A good game and a quick one at that.
Absolutely. Big win here for Beastie. Puppy's not going to be too disappointed with this. I think he's through regardless, right?
Yeah.
I think even if Beastie lost it, I think he would still be through, if I'm not
Through
mistaken.
as well. I don't think he's lost a single other series. Yeah.
Well, there's still matches
Outside the
tomorrow,
sweep.
actually, right? To consider. So I guess it's not. Yeah, it's not set in stone yet. Either way, no matter what happens today. Well, for some there are, but I'm not exactly sure for these two. But yeah. It's just. I mean, it's an interesting idea, all right? Like this.
Yeah, maybe the build
this-
isn't
it's- Yeah, I'm not a believer, frankly.
It worked the first time, but maybe not against Beastie when he sees it and immediately reacts correctly to it. I think that's kind of what we're seeing here, is that he saw it, knew that he could get away. I feel like against the Golden Horde too, when they have a good
Yeah.
feudal age, it just doesn't work when they've got a good feudal age. You're giving up way too much tempo as a Ubids.
That's the thing. Like this could work quite well against civs where you actually have a lot of time and feudal all-in is unlikely. But I mean, all the best civs are really strong feudal civs, right? Is the reality of today. So against all the best civs that are likely to be picked, this is just going to fall flat. I think is the reality in most cases. I mean, it could also just be a distraction strategy here from Puppy, honestly. Like, this could just be something he pulls out here when he doesn't care too much about the win because he's already through in terms of series, or when he's so far ahead like he did in the B series, right? Like, this could just be pure memeing from Puppy, and we might not even know it.
Yeah, definitely. That tower, man. Wow. What a good spot for that one that ended up being. Congrats to Beastie on a good series fought. struggled through, got the win. That's got to feel really good. But man, what a day. We've had some incredible matchups and some surprising results through those as well. This has been fun. It's been a pleasure, Myriad.
It has.
Look here at
Indeed.
our final matches of the Group A at the end of the day. So, usual suspects doing very well as normal. Marine Lord having a pretty good day. That sweep against Vortex was surprising, though. That was interesting. Right now, he's 2-2 against Anatan. Overall, though, 14-7, 4-1 on the series. Doing pretty okay for himself, I would say. Same for Vortex, though.
That's right. The usual suspects here at the top in Group A. There's a bit of a sort of... There's a slight divide, right, there among the top 4 and the bottom 4. That's sort of what you would expect. Lines are a little bit more blurred here in Group B, I would say, though, with players like Louis MT making a return, right? Sort of players that have been on the cusp of the very upper echelon for a long time, like Numudan. And then you have Lucifron as well, of course, who has been back more recently, but also after a very long break a while ago now. He's getting back up to his previous standard for sure. This stage, and we can see Group B, at least, Beastie still leading the way. And this is updated, right? I think, yeah. So this is with today's results. So this was Beastie's only loss up against Lucifron in his group. So he's going to be more than happy with his results for sure so far.
Yeah. Finish the day, especially finishing the day strong too. It's got to feel really nice, you know. But man, fun times. More coming tomorrow as well. This has been an absolute pleasure. We're about to wrap up here today. We're going to go jump in and we'll be visiting Wham. He's casting still. Looks like there's still Numadon versus MSN, which is currently at 0-0 at the moment. So we're going to go say hello to Wham here in just a second. But from my end, it's been a lot of fun, Myriad. Thank you for letting me cast alongside you today.
It has as well, Sokoton. A pleasure as always. Well done indeed. As you mentioned, we're going to go over to Wham. So this has been it from us at EGC, and we'll see you next weekend.